Hello. What's going on, Oscar, Devetical, Kadir, Hushi? How are you guys doing? Make sure you guys drop that like button. Let's get the ball rolling. Hey, what's going on, Gravity? I know I said tomorrow was my last stream, but I can stay for a bit, bro. My flight leaves tonight. Oh man, good luck with your flight, man. I hope you fly safe. I already dropped it. I did 10 minutes ago. Thank you, Devil Services. What's going on, Keaton? Gonna stay on for a bit, half an hour before bed. Now I see the hour. You're 10 hours behind me. Where are you from, Hushi? It's 3 a.m. here. Damn, chat is so active already. My voice is so messed up. Like, I don't know what's wrong with my voice. Like, normally it's not that sensitive, but I don't know. Like, the past couple of days, I've just been using it a lot. I mean, I guess streaming for like 16 hours and just using your voice all the time kind of like tires it out. But I'm surprised that it just like, you know, died out so quickly. So, but it's fine. What time zone? I'm in GMT -7. GMT -7. So I'm in Arizona time zone, which is 9 hours ahead of like a lot of places in Eastern Europe. Romania, gotcha. Your app is looking good, holy. Thank you, Oscar. Yo, thank you, Oscar, for the $2 donation, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Oscar. Alright, let me just start up my project real quick so you guys can see the progress that we made. Last night I was streaming for a little bit and I got off a little bit early because I was just really tired, so I decided to just you know, I just decided to just get off. But I'll show you guys what I've been working on last night. EST best time zone. Yeah, I'm originally from New York. Yeah, thank you, Oscar. I really appreciate that. Good way to start off the stream, right? PST. Where are you from, Oscar? If you don't mind sharing with us. By the way, guys, I also added a new role on the server. So if you react to this message on the Discord, so if you guys haven't already, make sure you go to this message and then make sure you react to it. So that way you'll get live notifications. So when you react to it, it'll give you the live stream notifications role. So that way, whenever I go live, you'll instantly receive the notification on Discord. Bro, NY is great, Michigan FTW. I'm currently working on rewriting a Discord bot I'm developing. It's called Memory Counter. We kind of got a late start on switching to slash commands, and that screwed us up. The bot is in 14,000 servers with 7.3 million users. Nice. It's a lot. Yeah, I don't mind. I'm from LA, born and getting raised. Haha. Oh, I've been to LA before. It's pretty busy over there. Choib, welcome to the stream. How are you? I've been to both New York and Arizona. Both great places. I am in PST, so me and Anson have the same time zone. Yep. Alright, so I think I just need to start the React app. Musa, how are you? Welcome to the stream. How are you, my friend? Are you planning to continue the Discord dashboard series? It's actually already finished already, but I'm gonna probably make a new one with a better UI. Probably you can look forward to that maybe in a month or two. We'll see. But right now I'm not planning on it right now, but I will be working on that at some point soon. I just got my first freelancing job to create a backend for React, so I'm nervous. Well, don't be nervous. Be excited. The thing with your body is that it can't tell between the difference between excitement and nervousness. So you gotta trick yourself to feel like you're excited. Alright, so yesterday, what I was working on last night, well, to give you guys a quick recap, so let's look at our board. So everything's a lot more organized now. So let me just show you what we were working on last night. So we worked on a lot of features last night. Some of you were here, but for those who weren't, I'll give you guys a quick recap. So we were working on this transfer group owner. So right now, the app actually allows you to transfer people transfer owners. So let me show you. So I'm going to go ahead and add a user to this group. And when I go ahead and add the user, I can transfer the owner. And you'll see that as soon as I transfer the owner, this icon will disappear. Watch this. It's gone. And I can also leave the group. Okay, if I'm an owner of a group, I cannot leave the group. Okay, you must transfer the owner before you can leave a group. Okay, but we'll add it so that later on when you actually leave the group, it'll just find the next user to make the owner. But yeah, we worked on that last night. We also yesterday morning we also worked on protecting the pages, so that way if you were not in the conversation, you shouldn't be able to access it, because before you could just paste in any ID of the room or the conversation and you would be able to access it and see all the messages. But now we have fixed that, so that's good. We also fixed a couple other bugs as well, and we added a context menu. I think you guys may have just saw it already, but let me just go ahead and create another group real quick. A couple other users. Let's do this. All right, Anson's group. All right, so now I have a group right over here. And you can see that I added a context menu, so when I right click, I can click on leave group. There's also this archive group feature, which we have not implemented yet. That's going to be for later. Yeah, so that's for the most part what we have done. Do you guys want to test out the new features? What happened when the owner leaves the group? If you try to leave the group, nothing will happen. You cannot be well, right now the way that it's working is that if you are the owner, it's not going to let you leave the group. You must transfer owner first. But we'll make it so that when you are the owner, it'll just transfer the owner to someone else, and then you can leave the group. But what do you guys think? Do you guys want to test out the features? Alright, I'll go ahead and open up a new tab. Give me 1 second. Alright, let me open up the app real quick. But welcome everyone to the stream, guys. Welcome everyone. If you are just tuning in, right now I'm going to give you guys a quick demo of the app, so that way everyone gets a chance to test it out. I know a lot of you guys are really excited to test out the new features, so let me just deploy the app real quick, and then we'll continue with our development road. 3 a.m. here, yeah. It's late for a lot of you, but I'm glad that you guys are joining us tonight with this awesome stream. Good, but are you planning to create a light version of the app? What do you mean by light version? Because I would argue that this is actually a pretty small scale version of the app if we were to add more features, you know? Because we only have group chat and private chat. We don't even have things like servers and stuff, you know? Alright, before we get started, let me just push my changes real quick, because I do have a lot of changes that I've not pushed yet, so let me just do that. Not really such meaningful names, but I'll just leave it like that for now. Yeah, you guys can test out the app. I'm just setting up the server right now. Hey, what's going on, Derek Stevens? What software do you use to stream? I use OBS. What are your thoughts on GitHub Desktop? It's a good tool, but I personally prefer using the CLI instead. That's just my personal preference. But I think it's a good tool for beginners to, you know, practice. It's not a bad tool at all. Streamlabs? Yeah, well, what did I say? Am I planning on creating a light theme? I do have it on my agenda to create multiple themes, so that way people can toggle between different themes. I think that would provide a better user experience. At the moment, though, we will not work on that just yet, but we will work on that at some point. We'll create a light theme. We'll create some other colorful themes as well. Don't worry about that, my friend. Streamlabs, obviously, we're using those. Hey, Displent, how are you? I don't know how to use CLI well. Yeah, that's something that you can learn like later on. Missed a few streams because of school. What are you currently doing right now? Right now, I'm just like deploying the app so that way you guys can test it out. And then we'll go on with implementing a few more features. By the way, guys, if you have not already, make sure you guys drop that like button. We're trying to get the ball rolling to hit the algorithm again. We're trying to reach more people. So make sure, if you haven't already, drop that like button. So that way we can pop up in more people's recommendations. All right, let's see. Let me just... Okay, so the app should be ready now. Let's just go ahead and go over here. All right, there we go. All right, so I'm going to send you guys the link right now. Here you go. All right, so like I said, just don't use your real email. Use a fake email. Okay. All right, so yeah, I'm just gonna log in, and once you guys are logged in, go ahead and send me a message. So my email is anson@gmail.com on this platform, and yeah, go ahead and try out some features. Try sending me some data. Try sending me a message, and then I'll add you guys all to a group. But like I said, do not use your real email though. Don't use your real email. Don't use your real password. And send me the email so that way I can add you guys to a group. We'll test out a couple features. We'll test out a couple features. But send me the email though so I can create a group with someone. Or you guys can create a group with myself. Just search for my name. Okay, so I'll create a group with Gravity Exploits right now. So let's do this. Anson's group. You have to make a new account because I drop the database every single time because I don't want to keep any of the data on the server. So I always drop the database, and also because some people spam it with inappropriate stuff. So just make a new account. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and create a group right now, and I'm gonna go ahead and transfer the owner to Gravity. And so Gravity, I want you to confirm with me that you received the owner role. Did you receive ownership? You can see that the icon disappears from the top right. So if you can confirm that you got the owner, try and add someone to the group. So I'll give you someone's email. Add this person to the group. See if you can add this person to the group. And then transfer the owner back to me. Everyone send me a private message with your email so we can add you. Okay, so now transfer the owner back to me. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and remove Gravity from the group. And I'm going to add Gravity back. So let's do this. So let's kick the user. Now, whoever is iShowSpeed, you should see that you are now added to the group. My email is anson@gmail.com. There we go. And do you guys have to do any refreshes, like any refreshing, or it just shows up, right? It just shows up. All right, so I'll give iShowSpeed or whoever this user is the owner, and now I'm no longer the owner, as you can see. Okay, now iShowSpeed, why don't you try adding some users? I don't know. Anyone want to volunteer to send over the email they use for the account? Just send it to me via private. Okay, so now I don't have the owner, so I have owner now. I'll give it to iShowSpeed again. All right, so I try adding these users. Add and then add. And now for you guys that are being added, you should be able to see that you just got added to a group. Now there's no notification. We'll add that later, but I can see that someone just got added. Okay. And then someone else also just got it as well. So it's working great. Cool. Cool. And why don't you guys try leaving the group now? So if you're not the owner, so if you're the owner, if you try to leave the group, it's not going to work now. If you're not the owner, try leaving the group. So I'm going to leave the group right now. Seems like that is a little bit buggy right now. Let's see. Okay, so oh, I'm the owner, so I can't leave the group. Okay, let me give owner to this person. I'll leave the group. Okay, so I just left the group, and I got redirected, and I can no longer access that group that was created. If I try to go to group number 1, it's going to redirect me. So try accessing the old group. It was group number 1. I have a glitch when I right click on it and try to click out of it, doesn't work. Yeah, it's a little bit buggy, but like for the most part, it should work. Let me see. Let's try adding some more users. Whoever is test email, you have to give me the email address that you used. Yeah, it doesn't do anything right now. Don't worry about that. Hey, Ren, how are you? Alright, yeah, I'll just go ahead and create another group with a bunch of people. Alright, so I just added a bunch of people, so I'll just give owner to Oscar and then I'll leave the group. And then I'm not in the group anymore. You can try also adding me back too. Like, try adding me to a group. Hey, Evgeny, how are you? How's it going? Does offline only still work? Yeah, it does. Yeah, so you know, for the most part, that's just like what it's doing, and you can also leave groups as well. I think someone just removed me from that group, so that's pretty cool. This project is the most complete I've ever seen on YouTube. Thanks, Ren. There's a security issue. Feel free to send it to me. Like I said, everything is still in testing, so please do not use any of your real information when you are testing this application. Everything is still in experimental mode. I should probably add like a notice too somewhere. Like I should probably add like a banner on top so that way people know. But like yeah, don't use your real information. Like I said, everything is still in experimental mode. Yeah, I'll have to do that. So if I try to add a user that's already in the group, it's going to throw an error, so that's good. Anson, on my end says you're offline. It takes about, I think it's pinging like the backend every couple seconds to get the online status. And also try spamming. If you try to try breaking the UI if you guys can, because there was something that I fixed. Someone sent like a bunch of dots and it would basically overflow the UI. Try sending a bunch of messages and see if it can like try to like basically break the UI if you guys can. Like try sending like emojis or text that you think would break the UI. It is about Arabic while registering email, registering with registered email. Oh, I see. Yeah, try to see if you can like break the UI in any way, shape, or form. If you can break the UI, like if you can make the UI non-responsive with this part, we can definitely fix that. Cause something that we did last time, or someone sent like a bunch of dots, and like this whole thing overflowed. But if you can like make it so that it shows like, you know, the scroll bar or anything like that. What does it look like? It also depends on like the screen that you're on too, but yeah, for the most part, it seems like that was fixed as well. What is the URL of this project? I'll send it to you right now. Go ahead and register, and do not use your real information though. Do not use your real information. All right, I'm back. Yeah, so we'll have to also work on our text box, because right now there's some issues with the text box, but that was something that we were doing the other day. Let me see what you guys are sending me, so that way I can fix. Oh yeah, that's how it is with the profile picture. Well, I'll have to fix it though. My Zalgo text over at the username. Yeah, I saw that. Is there like a way to like kind of like filter that out? I don't know. We'll have to fix that. But yeah, like I said, there's still a lot of things to do, so don't worry. We got a lot more things that we got to work on. So this project is far from complete, but you know, we got a lot of things to work on. So yeah, let's go into our Asana. Let's see. I think for this stream, we'll probably work on the message input field, so that way we can make it a lot better. Because right now, it does not go to the next line. When we type, you can see that it just pretty much like, you have to like scroll over here, which is not good for chat applications, right? You can't really see what you're typing if you're typing a long message. So we'll work on that today. We do have to like configure some things based off of what we were working on last time. We'll probably work on that. We'll also try to see if we can get back into the emojis, because we were working on emojis last time. I mean, we were actually working on a new text area input field last time, but I kind of scratched that because I had to like figure out a bunch of other stuff. So we'll work on that though. Let me see. So I think this is also what we're going to work on too, is preventing empty messages from being sent. So let's go ahead and add that there. We'll also make it so that when you actually enter a message over here, it'll actually create a message in the backend. So we'll work on that as well. Let me move this back. Check here. Let me see, what else do we want to do? All right, see you later, the vertical. Check the server. Hey Simon, how's it going? Sure. Right now, we're just testing out the app a little bit. And yeah, if you want to test it out, I can send you the link if you'd like. There, you can go there and are we going to be able to create our own server soon? That's not a feature that I'm going to be working on at the moment, because we just have a lot of more important things that we got to work on before we can, like, you know, design things like servers and stuff. But I would love to do that though, because it seems like it would be a fun feature to add to this app, and it would really like go beyond it would really like take it to the next level in my opinion. I think so personally. Oh yeah, we also have to do some pagination as well. Hey Abror, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Welcome everyone. How is everyone doing? Hey, what's going on, Ahmed? How are you? Add max characters a feature. Yeah, we already are going to do that, so don't worry. Welcome everyone to the stream. How are you guys doing tonight? Let's see. I'm doing good, thank you. Yeah, I had a chance to look at it. Simon, thank you so much for the donation, man. I really appreciate it. Looks really great. Hope you keep going like this. Thank you so much, Simon. I really appreciate it. Yeah, we're going hard on this application. Like there's still a lot more things that we got to do. And so, we're going to keep on working on it. But I'm glad that you guys are liking the app so far. We're going to work on we're going to basically work on the text area right now. Add profile pics in the future. Yes, that will be added. Don't worry. A lot of the things that you guys are suggesting are already on our backlog already, so don't worry. If there's something that you see that is not there, it'll be added at some point. I already know that we have to add that, so don't worry about that. We're using MySQL. CSRF token, yes, we'll add that. Basically, it just prevents a user to... because right now, if you create an account and log in, you can just take the cookies from the browser and then make that request anywhere you want, like in Postman or in like a script. A CSRF token would prevent that. Why not NoSQL? Because we have a lot of relational data, and it wouldn't make sense for us to, use NoSQL in a way that SQL is designed for. Hey Black, how are you? Welcome to the stream. If you guys are brand new to the stream, welcome. And if you guys haven't already, make sure you drop that like button. I would really appreciate that. Make sure you guys drop that like button. We're going for 100 likes tonight by the 3rd hour, so make sure you drop that like button and show your support. I would really appreciate that. What's going on, Steven? How are you? PostgreSQL? I'm using MySQL actually. It's StarX. Welcome to the stream. How are you? Welcome everyone. We're happy to have you all here. Right now, I'm just planning out the whole stream. Well, I mean, I already have some tasks already written down, but I'm just explaining to you all what we're going to be doing in today's stream, so that way you guys are not going to be confused of what we'll be working on. But we'll basically be working on a new text area component, so that way users can actually have a better experience when they're typing messages. Really glad to have found your live, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much, StarX. I really appreciate it. Thank you. When you'll be doing streams, do you mean like live streams or what do you mean? Planning is important. Yes, it is very, like you see yesterday, if you guys watched my stream from last night, a lot of we got so much stuff done because I was literally planning everything out. Like, look at all the tasks that I wrote out, and planning everything made it so much easier because I knew exactly what needed to be done. And yeah, so that's exactly what we're going to be doing today. Is we have everything already planned out. We also need to make sure. We also need to make sure that we allow support for emojis based on the caret position. So, for example, on Discord, right? If you look over here, if I type a message and if I use an emoji, like if I go ahead and move my caret cursor over here, and if I enter this emoji, you're going to see how it inserts it right over here. Okay, so that was the last thing that we were working on with the emojis about a couple days ago, and we had to fix it up a little bit. So we'll work on that as well. But I'm also creating a chat with React and Firebase. Nice. How's that going for you, Steven? I'm having a problem building my platform using Next and Firebase. What happened? Funny how my text overrides bottom and top chats and maybe sides. Devlog 0. What am I using for the front end? We're using React. It is all about database. I don't know how to make relation between collections. I think Firebase is actually a NoSQL store, right? But they should have some documentation that tells you how to do that. For emojis, don't you need UTF-8? I mean, we'll be using just Unicode emojis, but we already have the emoji picker component installed. We'll be using that anyways. The CSRF need SGSR. I mean, it's just a token that's generated by the backend, so it doesn't really matter whether you're using SSG or SSR. Nikito, hello, what do you think about Flutter? I think Flutter is a great mobile framework, in my opinion. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and turn off the app temporarily. I'll turn it back on later when we work on some more features. If you guys are going to be on for a little bit, I'll be on for practically the whole night. I was actually kind of sick this morning, so I had to like rest for a little bit, but I'm feeling a little bit better right now. But I'll be on for a little bit more. Well, I mean, not really sick, but like my voice was just like killing me earlier. But I feel a lot better now. The docs are the worst docs I've ever seen. Yeah, I'm not really much of a fan of Google Docs, to be honest with you. Do I have a regular schedule? I usually stream in the evenings and in the mornings. So usually what I'll do is I'll stream around 3 a.m. to like 7 a.m. So 3 a.m. my time. I'm in West Coast, so 3 a.m. my time would be a different time for a lot of you guys. So it really just depends on your geographical location. So for example, if you live in the United States, my time right now is 6:30. So if you live in East Coast like New York, it would be 9:30. So if I stream at 3:30, it would be 6:30 for you. But I usually stream around 2 a.m. in the morning because that's usually when I wake up, and I'll stream towards the evening around this time as well. So you can find me around this time every single time. Amazed that you read my name properly. Do you speak Russian, Nikita? But yeah, welcome everyone to the stream. If you're brand new here, welcome. We do live streams pretty much every single day. I stream pretty much every single day, so you can catch me live every single day. We're working on this app and trying our best to just add a lot of great features that are suggested by the community. So if you have a feature that you would like to see me implement, we can definitely do that. But we're gonna get started with our code in just a second. Right now I was just showing you all how the app works. So that way every one of you gets an idea of what progress we've made so far. I am Russian. Nice, nice. Здравствуйте, my friend. Do you use VS Code Terminal or do you have your own terminal open? Yeah, I don't use VS Code Terminal. I prefer using my own Windows PowerShell that's built in. I just like it a lot better. Greece is 4:34 a.m. Okay, I'm gonna turn off the app right now. Give me 1 second. I'll turn it back on later when we have the newer features added. Let me see. No, sorry. What I meant was like the PowerShell that comes with Windows So you see over here, the Windows terminal is just basically a GUI that wraps around the PowerShell. It works exactly the same as a PowerShell. So it's pretty much the same thing. Hey, Lewis, how are you? Welcome from Brazil. Nice to have you here. Nice to have you guys here. All right. If you guys haven't already, make sure you drop that like button. I would really appreciate that. Best way to show the support for the channel. We're trying to grow. We're trying to hit 30,000 subs. Probably by the end of next month. That is going to be our goal. So if you guys haven't already, make sure you drop that like button and also subscribe as well. I stream every single day. So if you see a project on my channel that you have not seen me streaming yet, we'll probably be working on that later in the future. We've been working on this chat for about 2 weeks now, and we're still going. This is day number 16. We still got a long way to go, as you can tell. So, you know, you're all welcome to join our journey with this chat application. Okay. So right now, the input field is using a regular, just a regular input field. We want to use a text box or a text area. That's, you know, the HTML. It's like the native HTML element, right? But the thing here is that, let's say, for example, if I were to change this to a text area, right? So let me open up the app right now. So let me just refresh. And let me also do this. Let me see. All right, so let me go ahead right over here. Let me just change this to a text area. You'll notice that when I use a text area, right? What's going on here? Let's see. TypeScript sometimes can be a little bit annoying, but it's okay. What is Redux or Redux? Alright, let's change this, and let's go over to message container. And we have to change the type here. It should be somewhere here. Yeah, right over here. So HTML text area element. All right, let's see where else. Formatted message. I think we should be good. All right, so now you can see that we have a text area. Or do we? Let me see. Let's see what's going on here. Message input field. Oh, wait, I messed something up. Excuse me real quick. Let me do this. All right, you know what? I think I'm just gonna make a new component actually. Let me do this because let me do this real quick. I'm just gonna make a new component, I guess. So let me just go over. I think we were actually, yeah, we were yeah, sorry about that. We were editing the wrong component. Should be this one. There we go. This is the one that we should be editing. I wonder how you don't get sidetracked. Every day I'm trying to focus, but every time I am distracted. Love these days when I manage to not be distracted, but code for 6 to 8 hours. Yeah, some days you're going to have worse days than others, but as long as you're being consistent and making progress each day, like, you know, I would say 2 to 3 hours a day is more than enough. But I do get sidetracked a little bit sometimes. Like, towards the end, though, of my days when I get sidetracked. Usually, like, I find myself able to focus for, like, the first 6 hours or 6 to 8 hours, and then by that time, I'll have a lot done. And then around, like, you know, after those 8 hours, I can actually start relaxing a little bit more and then planning the next day. Redux is basically some unstyled components. Oh, I see. I'll definitely look that up. Thank you for letting me know about that. Let's see. All right, let's go over to message input field. Where is it? Message input field. All right, then we got to just update this to HTML text area element. Okay. All right, so now you'll see that we have this text area box right over here. And you can see that as I am typing, it's going to go ahead and auto-resize area, the text area. But the problem here is that if I hit enter, or if I hit enter, it's not going to go ahead and send the message, which is a huge important functionality that we would like to have for our application. So we'll have to create like a whole component that wraps this whole text area component that has custom functionality, and that is going to be the goal of this whole of the first couple hours of this stream. So let's go ahead and just add a couple things over here. Let me just do this. Allow enter. So we have to just allow the message to be sent when the enter key is hit. We also should make it so that if they use shift enter, it just goes to the next line. Which I'm not sure how we'll do that, but there should probably be a way that we can programmatically go to the next line. All right, Nikita, take it easy. Hope you have a good night. There should be a way that we can go to the next line in a text area element. Stack Overflow should give us the... We want to basically programmatically go to the next line when we hit shift enter. So that's something that we'll have to figure out how we can do. But we'll get to that when we... So let's do this. Normally with text areas, you use shift plus enter to submit and leave enter as is, but it is personal experience or personal preference. For most chat apps, I've always just done enter and they would always send the message. Like even on, like for example, Discord, Slack, even YouTube. Like those all use enter normally for submit and shift enter to go to the next line. Even if I do YouTube, if I do shift enter, I guess on YouTube shift enter doesn't work. But on Discord though, shift enter goes to I think the next line, unless you're editing like Markdown, I think. All right, so let's see. Okay, so we'll have to comment out this component, and let's look over here. Okay, that is gone. Okay, cool. And then let's go over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and just create a custom component. So for now, I'm just going to go ahead and just leave this alone. I'm just going to copy this whole thing. Let me just go all the way down here. And let me do this. I'm actually going to create a folder. I'm just going to call this inputs because everything is in one file right now for all my CSS. Because what I like to do is I just drop everything in one file for CSS and then import it wherever I need. But I'll actually start to organize it because we have a lot of styled components. So I'll create a new folder called inputs, and I'll just call this text area tsx. And I'll go ahead and create a style component right over here. Hello, dude, you are using a mouse during programming. What's wrong with using a mouse? What should I call this? Message text area. Message input box equals style dot. So let's import style components. Welcome back, Gravity. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's see. Message text area. I'll just call this a text area. Hey Mark, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'll just call it this. It doesn't really matter. All right, so let me just copy all of these. Let's see. Rafiux, how are you? Welcome to the stream. All right, and let's take this, and then we're gonna go ahead and create Let's see. Let's go over components, forms. I'll call this new folder input. Daniel McIntyre, welcome to the stream. How are you? I can watch for 3 more hours, then I gotta go. No worries, no worries. Welcome everyone to the stream. Hope you all are having a good night or good morning wherever you are. I know in some places in the world it is still probably around dawn time right now. If you live in, for example, Romania or Eastern Europe, it's probably like 5 or 6 a.m. right now over there. So good morning to those who are living there. Okay. So let's look at our message input field. So we're going to need to update some state, obviously. We're going to also need to register the on key down function as well. We need to make sure we get the send typing status. That's very important. Let's use state. Let's see. Are you doing this for fun and practice? Yeah, for the most part, we're just doing it for fun, really. It helps me learn more. It helps everyone else, learn as well. And the project is all open source, so everyone is more than happy to take a look at the code and do whatever they want with it. Over here, and let's do that. What's a nice to-do list app name? Does anyone have any good names for Oscar? What would be a nice name for a to-do list app? Let's see, did I mess up the props? I probably did. Diogo, welcome to the stream. How are you doing tonight? I'm still learning basics, but what is there an advantage to use style components? Basically what you can do, it's basically CSS and JavaScript. So what I could do is I can basically style any HTML element I want, right? For example, right over here, all I got to do is import styled. Do you guys need me to zoom in a little bit? Because I can zoom in a little bit if it's hard to see. So right over here, I can go ahead and call styled, and I can reference any HTML element I want. For example, you can see that there's button, there's circle, captions. You can also pass props too. And you can basically override the default style of the HTML element, and then you can just basically render it like a regular component without having to use an actual just regular CSS file. Also, style components by default supports Sass, which is great as well. All right, let's see. On message change. Change event handler. What's going on over here? Why is TypeScript being weird right now? Why is TypeScript being weird right now? Oh, it's a change event. There we go. Right, prevent default. Yeah, no worries, Mark. No worries, Mark. Is this going live on the web? We have a deployed version. We actually do have a deployed version. So that way users can test it out. What's your opinion on Tailwind? I think Tailwind's a great library for utility CSS classes. Saves you some time so you don't have to define your own custom margin and padding classes, as well as other stuff too. I think it's a great tool overall. All right, so basically, let's just go ahead and do console log. And we'll basically set the message to e.target.value. Okay. So let me go ahead and just render out this component right now. And so we should see this text box over here. Tronic, welcome to the stream. How are you? Next, NestJS and React. I love this stack. Yeah, I love it too personally. All right, let me go over to our React app. There's a branch that I want to look at. Maybe I can't look at it because I didn't push it. Or actually, I have it locally. By the way, guys, if you're new to the stream, welcome. The project is open source, so if you want to go ahead and take a look at the code, the links are in the description. You're more than welcome to checking it out. You can see that these are the two repositories. You can go ahead and check it out if you want. All right, let me do something real quick. Let me go ahead and just kind of like save my changes real quick. So we'll do git commit, message input field temp. Let me do this actually. Let me check out to a branch. Check out. And let me just go ahead and do git status. Let me just commit this and then let me just check out to the other branch, because I have the other emoji picker thing on the other branch, so I want to make sure I. All right, let's see. Yeah, so this was all the progress that we made last time with this branch, with the emoji picker. Let me push that real quick. Let me go over here. So now I should have this feature on the remote. Obviously, I'm not going to do anything with that, but I do need to make sure I can actually see what's going on here, because we made a lot of changes. So I'll just use this as a reference, because we might as well use it as a reference so we don't have to rewrite everything all over again, because we made a lot of good progress with this last time. You should make an FAQ command that spits out the repos and a blurb. Oh, on Nightbot, yeah, I'll probably do that later. Tronic, how are you doing? You can use Sass just by installing style components. Yeah, style components supports Sass. Can you explain what TypeScript is and why you use it? TypeScript is basically a superset of JavaScript. So every single feature that you see in JavaScript is already in TypeScript. TypeScript just has a lot of additional features such as interfaces, enums, type annotation, a proper data type system. There's a lot more too in TypeScript, such as generics, polymorphism, actual real object-oriented programming features like abstract classes. I already said polymorphism already. I think overall it's a great improvement of what JavaScript was not. Should you learn it? I believe so. I think every JavaScript developer should really consider learning TypeScript right now. If you've already been using JavaScript for at least a year, I would say. If you're still new though, there's no stress about that. You don't have to worry about that right now. But I would say definitely consider learning TypeScript if you are already using JavaScript and have been using it for some time. TCGYS, I like your explaining. Keep it up. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream, everyone. All right, so I'm going to resize this message text area. So let me go ahead and show you the Stack Overflow text area that we were looking at the other day. So let me do this. Let me set the height to. Yeah, I agree. Once you use TypeScript, you'll never, ever, ever want to use JavaScript ever again. So it's really worth learning, in my opinion. Okay. Okay, so we want to have this form, and then we have this. Okay, so one thing that I'll do right now, might as well, is I'm gonna go ahead and get some icons so that we can add it for the emojis. So let's go to a card icons. Let's go ahead and find attachment. Let's get this icon, circle plus fill. And we'll need one for emojis. So we'll do face very happy. And I think what we'll do is we'll want the emojis to be on the right, left and right. I wonder if there's emojis for Giphy. Because I want some emojis, or not emojis, but some icons that represent. Let me look at React icons as well. Is there Giphy? GIF. Maybe we could use this one, maybe. Or we can use, let's see, this one. Or this, it doesn't really matter. Hey Wish Solidar, how are you? Use a paper icon. I might just use this one. Let's use HI. HI is hero icons, I believe. Being productive on my application while watching your stream. Wife is fixing dinner. Nice. React versus Angular. They both have their good use cases. One would say that they like Angular because they enjoy the opinionated architecture, and they also like the observable pattern that that it has to offer. Some people prefer using React because it's less bloated compared to Angular. But Angular has made a lot of improvements over the years. They used to be very slow when it came to compilation. Like deploying an Angular app and building it took like 5 minutes. But now it's actually gone a lot more faster, especially since when they started with the Ivy compiler. But I think it's gone a lot faster since then. I've actually tested out Angular 10, but I think it's at version 14 right now. I hate how I cannot get the icon that I want. Because it does not exist, which is why I don't like React icons sometimes. Maybe we have to install your icon separately. I might honestly just do that. Yeah, I think we'll install hero icons as well. Or if I can find a better icon for GIFs. Why don't we do a poll? I mean, it's probably going to be a lot of people here that are Angular devs. What do you guys prefer, React or Angular? HI2, it doesn't exist. I tried that. HI, you see how it doesn't exist? I think maybe I might need to install HI separately. Have I checked the version? Yeah, let's see. I mean, I installed this. I installed the React icons not so long ago. Like, this is a brand new project. So the version shouldn't be too far off. Version 4. Yeah, it's the latest version. I might just need to install hero icons too. Maybe, let's see. Okay. Yeah, I'll just install it. It's okay. How is the project coming along? It's going really well. The icon we want is GIF. Cannot find module. There we go. Having multiple icon libs wouldn't matter if they're all tree shakeable, right? Yes, yes. Hi, what do you think is better for work and development, Windows or Linux? I mean, I feel like it's just personal preference, and I think it's just personal preference. Honestly, it doesn't really matter. You can use Windows and then use the Windows subsystem for Linux and install any flavor of Linux you want. If you still want to use Linux, and as well as Docker. It's really all about personal preference, honestly. I personally like Windows, and I can really do anything I want with Windows, and I'll never have any issues with that. Some people don't like Windows and they prefer a Unix-like operating system like Mac OS, Linux, etc., etc. It's really all about personal preference, honestly. I do have a Mac, but I don't really like using it that much, if I'm being honest with you. Mostly because a lot of the accessories that I want to plug into my computer, I don't have enough ports. And I have to buy like a USB hub, which is really, or like a USB hub, which is really annoying sometimes. So let's see. Okay, that is not good. Let's see, what is the width? Interesting. I might just use a different icon, honestly, and uninstall that. Uninstall that library. Let me see if AI outline GIF is here. Let me see if RI icons are here. Or maybe I might use MD outline. Let's try MD. MD outline. So let's do. Alright. I'm gonna uninstall this package later. It's a little bit too small though, not gonna lie. Let's see, is there a better one? Maybe we'll use, let's see, HI. What theme am I using? You could get the theme by just doing !theme in the chat, and it'll give it to you. Alright, let me just use... I guess I use RI, I guess. Let's try RI. Alright, yeah, this is fine. This is fine. Alright, so now I think what I'll do is I'll create a flex box, or I'll make this message input container a flex box. Which it already is. Message container style. Message input, oh yeah, actually right over here, there we go. Display flex. And so that way everything is aligned. And I'll also get rid of that scroll bar over there temporarily because we want to design a custom one from scratch. So let's go over here, message text field, message text area. And let's do scroll bar display. Are you the only one working on this project? Yeah. But I mean, we're taking a lot of feedback from the community as well, from all of you guys. So all of your feedback and community also helps contribute to the project as well, and the amount of progress that we're making. So it's not like I'm the only one working on it, because I still have you guys, giving your feedback and your criticism, and suggesting features. So technically, I don't want to say I'm the only one, because I also want to give you guys credit as well. I don't want to discredit any of you guys, because in many ways you guys did suggest a lot of great features, and I'm not going to take that away from any of you. Now, why is this not? Oh yeah, because we got to change that. Okay. Community-driven development. It's kind of similar to like Twitch Plays Pokemon, except I'm not a robot. But I don't know if any of you are familiar with that. Twitch Plays Pokemon. That was like a thing back. I think it's still a thing. I'm not sure if people even still do that though, but. Alright, let's see. I do want to also do this. Let me see what happens if I do flex style. What happens if I do flex 0, 0, I can't see that you're live on Twitch. Yeah, I actually decided not to stream on Twitch because of the internet lag that I was getting, which was really strange on why. Because like what happened was yesterday I was streaming on Twitch, and then my stream on YouTube went down. So I'll probably stream on Twitch again, but I gotta figure out what's going on with my internet, because whenever I stream on both, after like a couple hours, the stream on YouTube just buffers a lot, and I think it's because it's using up a lot of bandwidth, so that's a problem. So for now, I'm just gonna like make sure that there's no issues with the YouTube stream before I like stream on the other platform. Are you gonna make it so that you can upload images? Yes, we will. That's what this icon here is going to be for. Do I know React Query? I do. I think React Query is a really helpful library. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Do you guys think it would be better if I should have all the icons on one side, or should I have them separate like Discord does it? What do you guys think? I'm gonna be right back real quick. Let me just use the bathroom. Yo, what's going on, Sahan? How are you? Why did you choose Redux here instead of React Query? I mean, React Query was mostly, I personally prefer using an actual state management library like Redux. React Query is great, and while it could do a lot of things for you, it's not actually a state management library. It can manage your state. But for our use case, we'll have a lot of more things that we'll have to take care of on the client side, such as storing all the messages, keeping them up to date, things like that. And I personally just prefer using Redux, and I'm used to using Redux anyways. You guys prefer it on different sides? Okay. All right, let's see. So let's go over here, and let's go over here. Message input container. And we'll also align it. Align items center. All right, there we go. So that should look a lot better. All right, and I'll also change the color. Well, not here, but maybe in the text field. Let's go over here. Let's change it to a white color. And we'll change the icons to maybe something a little bit less darker. So let's see. I'll use a CSS module for this, which I already have this over here already. Let's just go ahead and apply the style to the icon. So let's do styles dot so that should change the color over here. Maybe a little bit too dim, and we also should increase the size a little bit. I could probably change the size by using the font size property, I believe. Let's try that out. All right, let's see. I also don't like how this GIF icon is really small. Damn, it's really hard to find a GIF icon that actually looks nice, because all of the other ones just look like trash. Even this one is, yeah, I don't know. Might be the way that it is. Oh, well, it's whatever. Let me just close this out. Close this out. All right. Let me change the font size real quick. The problem with that is, like, I couldn't find the actual icon in the import. Which was why I had to manually install hero icons. Interesting how also the font size only affects this icon. Yeah, it's really weird. I'm also just going to get rid of this icon for now until I figure something better out. So in the meantime, we'll only just use 2. How long do you think it'll take to make a to-do list in React? I want to see how much experience it has to do. Well, it depends on like what the what is like the you know, how do I say this? What is like the acceptance criteria? Because you know, I could just make a really simple one, have it do the basic things, and call it quits. I can make it do more cooler things, like maybe make it more better, similar to Asana or Trello. It really just depends. What plugin do you use to get the color picker like that in VS Code? I think it's just the theme. I'm not sure. I don't use any extensions for that. Well, actually, there was actually a plugin. I think I have. Do I have this installed? Bracket Colorizer. Yeah. So I used to have this package called Bracket Pair Colorizer, but it got deprecated. But it's not. It got deprecated because it's a native feature now. So yeah, it's actually just built into VS Code, I believe. One question: are you in university, or did you graduate, or self-learn? Yeah, I went to university and I studied computer science, but I taught myself how to actually do web dev. University doesn't really teach you that kind of stuff unless if you take more informatics or classes that are more tailored towards software engineering, because the actual computer science degree is mostly focused on the actual field of computer science, which is more theoretical with, like, you know, theory, math, computation, all that kind of stuff. Bro, can you please make Discord music bot video? Probably not. It's not that I don't want to, it's just that YouTube has actually struck down a lot of popular music bots, and I've already made like lots of videos in the past on how to do music bots, but the problem is that there's like a lot of those tutorials are like so old, and you can't even transfer it over to like Discord.js version 14. And I just don't really see a point in doing that, to be honest with you. But I'm sure that if you probably look at the older videos and try something out with that, maybe you could probably get pretty far. I'm not really too sure though. It's not that I don't want to, it's just that I don't really have like that's not like a plan that I have at the moment. And it's mostly because of the fact that YouTube struck down like a lot of popular music bots like Fredboat, Groovy, and all that kind of stuff. So it wouldn't really benefit a lot of people, because then in the end they'll just get their bots taken down as well if they get verified. But I mean, I don't want to say completely no. You never know, right? You never know. You never know. Fredbo is still alive? How is that possible? How is that possible? Alright. Okay, so now let's go ahead and make it so that we can auto-resize the input as it grows, because right now, if I look at the text field, you can see that right now we have it set to a height of 20 pixels, but we want it to auto-regrow. So let me just see what it looks like if it's at 50 pixels. Now, how does it look like on Discord if it auto-regrows? Yeah, so we want this to be on the top, actually. Yeah, we want this to be on the top. So I think what I'll do is align items. There we go. Yeah, we definitely want it to be on the top. Okay, so let's go ahead and set the height to back to 20 pixels. And I'll actually add like some state so that we know when to actually rechange the alignment of this. Don't worry about that right now. But I think actually, let me also remove the padding as well. Let's see, that should be coming from message input container. Yeah, let's remove some of the padding over here. How much do you like web development? I like it a lot. I like it a lot. I actually quite enjoy it, to be honest with you. Some people don't, but you know, I can't really complain. It's done really well for me. You know, it's gotten me a job that I enjoy. So I can't really complain, you know. Do I like Python? I do. I don't really use it much, but I do like Django framework for web dev. Well, maybe I'll do a Django stream. Would you guys like that? Would you guys like a Django stream? What do you guys think about a Django stream? A Django stream. Or maybe a Spring Boot stream, because I like Spring Boot a lot as well. Alright, so let's make it so that when we... Let me see if I can find the Stack Overflow post. Alright, so let's see, let's do this. Issues assembly. Spring Boot is a framework. Hey Ellie, how are you? How's it going? Django is fake. Fast API is the future. I've heard Fast API is pretty good as well. Just got out of work. Nice, nice. Alright, so on message change. Alright, let's see. I'm just gonna call this a ref. You did say that you self-taught yourself. What resources did I use? So when I was learning web dev, the resources that I used were... 1 second. I used W3 schools to learn HTML and CSS. I also used Code Academy, which they're both free. Code Academy does have some paid plans, like they do have some paid courses, but I used it for HTML. It was just mostly those two, and then I also used, I think, W3 schools for whoops, sorry. I also use W3 schools for JavaScript as well. Yeah, those are the main ones that I use. And then when I got serious about web dev, I used those resources again to learn stuff like SQL. And then I also used some YouTube videos to really get like a general survey of how the frameworks and these languages work. So I usually just use like, those websites and some YouTube videos. Hey Triboy, how are you? I gotta get off now. See you later. Bye. Alright, see you later, TC. Have a good one. Alright, so let me go ahead and also set the max height. Not here, but on here. So max height is going to be, let's try 40 pixels. Let's do min height 20 pixels as well. Can you paste some of your resources? Wait, let me see what's going on here. Yeah, I'll probably paste. I can paste on my Discord server if that will help. What are you guys doing right now? Well, earlier we were testing out the new features that I was working on last night. And right now I'm working on this text input field to make it a lot more, give it a better experience. Just send me a DM on my on Discord, and I'll send you I'll reply to you. So right now we're just working on this text area component. And so what I'll also do is I'll add a max length as well. So that means the user cannot type more than that. And we'll also make it so that we can actually see the max character limit. I think we'll probably put that down over here maybe. I'm not sure where I would like to put it, to be honest. I really want to put it down here, to be honest. So let me see. I think what I'll do is, let me do this. Yeah, so we might need to lift some state up. So let's go over here. So right now, you see how I have this message state that's defined inside this message text field, which is a child component of our message input container. And then we'll lift the state up and we'll bring it over here. Alright, no worries. Yeah, I'll reply to you when I get a chance, and I'll send you some resources. I'm assuming that you want to learn like what the basics of web development, right? You want to get started with that. So I'll send you some resources later tonight. How do you recommend getting color scheme for your website? I forgot that was a website. I think it was colors.co. Look up colors, or I think it was coolers. There was a website that can just generate swatches for you based on like settings that you put in there, and they can give you like a bunch of swatches. Try looking that up and see if that helps. And now let me also do this. Alright, take it easy, Gravity. Neolinde, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Can I see your text area when responsive? Sure, give me a second. All right, so we'll also pass in the message as well. And so now we'll just pass in message. And so what I want to do is whenever I, yeah, so what we'll do is this. Let me see something real quick. Because what I would like to do is I would like to add like a little, what's it called? Let me see. Wait a minute. Let's fix this real quick. Min height, max height. Let's set just height to 20 pixels. Alright. So what I would like to do is I would like to make it so that down over here, there's like a little typing indicator. So that way we know, you know, the message, that way we know the character count. So let's do this. Maybe I'll do height 30 pixels maybe. Yeah, and what down there. All right, so let's do this. Let's do div. And what we'll do is we'll do message dot length. Let me do this. Like that. So you can see that as I'm typing now, it's going to go ahead and the number will change as we're typing. So we're at 2000. The max length should be at, let me do this, max. Let me also pass it as a prop too. So that way we are consistent. So max. And I want to put that underneath here. So I think what I'll do is I'll probably, maybe what I could do is I could probably do it like this. Put it here. Let me use some inline CSS real quick just to see how this looks like. If it doesn't look good, we'll just resort to what we had before. So hey David, how are you? You should show halfway or off or something so it's less clutter. Don't really think it matters, to be honest with you. But I get what you mean though, because I think Discord does that. We could do that though. It shouldn't be a hard thing to do, but let me just see how this looks like though. Hey, what's going on, Demo? How are you? Welcome to the stream. Think I might give web dev another go. You should. Why not? Why not? And I could probably just do something like flex. So that way I don't have to use position absolutes. You know, I'm just gonna do this. Let me get rid of this. Let's see. I also don't like how. Let me see something. Alright, let me do this, and then I'm gonna go inside the message input container. And I will change the height maybe over here. I resisted doing web dev for a long time, but it is a lot more fulfilling than a non-web dev work. Yeah, I personally feel that way as well. I've been debating it, but it's a little intimidating. Can barely wrap my head around Discord bots. Yeah, it just takes some time. You just gotta be a little bit patient. It was a long journey, if I'm being honest. Like, it took me quite some time, especially also because I was in college as well. So I also had to, like, you know, worry about my studies. So I didn't really have much time to actually, you know, go full time with like learning web dev and focusing on that. I think what I'll do is I'll probably just do a position absolute instead, if I'm being honest with you. I think I might just do a position absolute. Just make it a lot more easier, to be honest with you. Okay, seems like that's not. Let me make this. There we go. Font, wait, 500 maybe? Cool. I definitely want a more bolder one there. We'll do right side, let's do 30. Wait. If I do move this though, I should stick with that. Okay, it's not responsive yet, but we'll have to make it so that when we resize, it'll be more responsive. Let me see, where do I want to put this? Now let me see how it behaves if I were to. Okay. I don't really like how I'm putting it over here though. It kind of looks really weird. Feels really weird, to be honest. Feels really weird. And I don't want to add more padding inside this component too, because then Let's see. Yeah, I think what I'll do instead of this is I'll probably just make it so that way. I think maybe what we could do instead is we could just probably like display it, like, you know, maybe like towards the end, I guess. Putting it below the text field, like maybe right over here. We're also only going to conditionally render it as well. What do you think of it? What do you think if we put it on the side over here? Like, do you think this looks nice? But we'll do it like conditionally though. Yeah, we could. We could do something like. But I think what would be better maybe is instead of displaying it here, we could probably display it where we had it originally. Hey Junaid, how are you? You think it's on the better? Or you think it's better on the left or the right? Usually, I think it looked better on the right side, in my opinion. What do you guys think? So which API extension do you like to use in VS Code? I really do like Thunder Client, to be honest. Do you recommend using Java or Python to do Discord bots? Do you already know, which one do you already know? Do you already know Java or do you already know Python? Which one do you already know? To be honest, I kind of like it on the right hand side, if I'm being honest. Like right over here. And we can make it so that way it turns red when we're at the... It turns red. Sir, please please build a full course on Nest. I already have one on my channel already. I have a NestJS crash course that's about like an hour and 30 minutes long. I know a decent bit of Python. I know nothing about Java. I would say since you already know Python, you should just use Python so that way you don't have to, worry about learning Java and building a bot at the same time. Hey, Seven Mood, how are you? Welcome back to the stream. Man, I sleep and wake up every time and you're still streaming. Yeah, we only started streaming about like 2 hours ago. Every time I use YouTube, I see you streaming. That's amazing. Keep it going. Thank you, Ahmed. I really appreciate that. Your name was Ahmed, right? I remember you telling me that last time. Hopefully I did not forget. I do remember though. Gotcha, okay. So I remembered. Okay, so at max length. Okay, there we go. So I think instead of like showing, I don't know, what do you guys think? Like 2048. I think this is okay for now. Yeah, we'll just leave it like this for now. I love this project idea. Your cone looks great so far. Thank you. 7, and my name is H. Hamoud. Gotcha. That's like the translation, I guess, right? Alright, we'll also make it so that way. Let me see. What's your thought about Bun.js? I think it's pretty cool. So can other people use your app to chat yet, or are you just designing right now? Yeah, other people can use it right now. It's we have a lot of stuff done. I'm just making the text box a lot more better right now. That's just what we're working on right now, but you can still use it though. What do you think about adding a crown icon next to the user request owner? Yeah, we actually had that suggestion earlier from another viewer, and we will do that actually. So that way, it's a lot easier to tell who is the owner. We'll do that when we get to that. That way, it will be very helpful. Because right now, the only way they can tell who has the owner is by looking at this icon, which is not really a good indicator. Oh no, yeah, these are actual users that are in the group. How can we add something like count of unread messages? That I cannot answer off the top of my head because we haven't gotten to that point yet. Will this actually be released? Well, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Like right now, we're just developing it. You know, we're just developing the project for fun. If enough people like it, if it gets enough support, then you know, I'm not saying that it won't, but if it gets enough support, if a lot of people like it, then you know, we might actually release it. But we have already a deployed version of it. But obviously, the current state of the application right now, there's no way that we can actually release it for the public because there's no security. We would have to do a lot of other stuff, like, you know, making sure that we encrypt messages, making sure that the security measures are taking place. There's a lot of stuff, like releasing an app is not that easy, especially something like this when you have a lot of sensitive data that could be inputted. So, you know, I mean, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Are you doing it with a group of people? Well, right now, as of right now, I'm just, you know, writing all the code myself. I'm taking some advice and input from the viewers as well, like you guys. If you guys have any input, I'm all ears, right? But you know, as of right now, like I'm the only person that's working on the app right now. For encrypting messages, try using Fernet. Let me look into that right now. Fernet. Fernet encrypting. Yeah, I'll look into that. Yeah, but I'm glad that you guys like it a lot. You know, it makes me really happy to know that. But you know, if it gets a lot of support, you know, we'll release it if it gets a lot of support. If it doesn't, then you know we'll just test it out one last time. Like I said, the code is all open source too, so you guys can, you know, play around with it and test it out yourselves if you guys want. All right, let me just close out some of my tabs because I have way too many tabs open right now. I do want to add video call. Yes, we will be using Peer.js to add video call. I do want to add video call feature, so don't worry about that. Okay. I don't know why the height is 21 pixels. That's really weird. Let me see if I could fix this real quick. Yeah, we have border box. I'm not sure why the height is 21 pixels though. It's kind of weird if you ask me. Do you have any resources for Pure.js? I don't, because I am kind of like still learning that myself, if I'm being honest with you. So once I learn it enough, I'll probably make some videos on it, and then maybe I'll teach you guys how to use it. But as of right now, I don't have any resources on it right now. All right, let me see something. Is this style components? Yes. Where did I learn NestJS? I learned it from reading documentation. The documentation is really helpful, so I'd recommend you check it out. But if you want to check out my channel, I do have a lot of videos on NestJS. I think I have like about 30 videos on Nest. So, yeah. You can go ahead and check that out if you like. What is a TSX file? TSX is basically the equivalent of JSX, but just for TypeScript. So if you've used JSX before, you can just, TSX is just the TypeScript equivalent. Okay, so let me just do this. How to create microservice in Nest. They have some documentation on their docs if you want to take a look at that. So let me see. As we're typing, If height is greater than 21 and says multi-line true, I don't really know why the height is specifically 21, which is really strange to me, but we'll just do it like this. Okay, so watch this. Here's what I'll do. Let me also do one more thing real quick as well. I need to actually lift this up more. And we'll do thank you for useful content. Thank you, Mohammed. I'm over here learning hello in Java. What language is this? This is TypeScript. This is TypeScript. It's for web development, and you can do it. You can use it for front end, back end. It's a really good language. But how are you liking Java so far? Java is my first language, and I really like it a lot. Though a lot of people aren't really much fans of it, to be honest. Okay, so watch this. Alright, so let's just make sure that this actually works. So right now, it should say false, but if I go to the next line, it'll say true. We also should do this. It should be greater than or equal to, I believe. No, wait, no, definitely not. So if the scroll height is bigger, I think maybe it has to be height is greater than this plus 1. Or minus 1. That's weird. I'm gonna try if the current height. Does it work with window with a smaller? It should. Oh, you see how it doesn't work if you paste? Do you recommend style components over something like Tailwind? Well, I mean, they both have their good use cases, but I would say that I wouldn't recommend one over the other. I would just say it just depends on your circumstances. I'm over here learning hello world in Java. What languages, bro? Why is it system out print? Yeah, Java is a little bit bloated, but it is very useful, to be honest with you. It might not make sense in the beginning, but later on you'll understand a lot more. How would you learn to code if you could start over? I would just do the same thing that I just did, which is pretty much just go through the textbook that I had initially wrote and just do it from there. That's what I would do if I were to start all over. Yeah, that's the thing that I don't like about these other frameworks is that, and also it's hard with CSS modules as well. With style components, it's just very, very easy. That's why I really like style components a lot, you know? like style components makes it just so much easier. Well, I'm parsing the current.style.height, so that'll literally just parse the 21px to just 21. Because when you do that, it'll truncate. It'll get the first X amount of numbers from left all the way to right, and then it'll truncate anything after that. So it'll give us 21. So if multi-line, we want to align it top, center. You use style components in all your projects? Yes, I do. I like style components a lot. Everyone recommends me Tailwind. I'm not against Tailwind, but I've just never used it before, so I can't really tell you what's better and what isn't, you know. But I use style components for everything except for NestJS, to be honest with you, because I had some issues with style components with Next. Do you not use any frameworks like Chakra? I used to, but the reason why I stopped using frameworks like Chakra UI, Material UI, was because I always found myself needing to override CSS all the time. So I just decided to just, you know, write my own CSS. And personally, I like that a lot better. So watch this now. If I go ahead and go to the next line, you can see now it's going to go ahead and stay to the top. If I get rid of this, it's going to align to the center. It is a little bit buggy though, because it does take you to have to like delete everything in order for that to happen, but it works for the most part, so that way it stays aligned to the top. So that's kind of like a little cheat code we can do. But yeah, I always found myself needing to override the default CSS from the framework, and I didn't really like that, because I was like, you know, if I'm going to override all these things, why don't I just write my own CSS, right? And so that's what I did, and ever since then I always just wrote my own CSS with style components every single time, and I liked it. Have you added multi-line support like Discord when you click Shift Enter? We haven't done that yet. Well, right now, if you hit Enter, so this is kind of a little bit backwards, because right now, if I do Enter, it goes to the next line. But we need to actually make it so that when you do Enter, it submits, and when you do Shift Enter, it actually goes to the next line. So we're still working on this. This is going to be probably one of the hardest components that we'll work on, because there's a lot of state to manage. I would say this is probably going to be the hardest component that we have to work on. Not Knight, very impressive work so far. Thank you, Not Knight, and welcome to the stream. Welcome everyone to the stream. Hope you all are enjoying it so far. Let's see, just gotta stretch a little bit. All right. So now I think we're done with, like, in terms of user, like the UI. Now we just need to make it so that when I hit Enter, it actually submits. So let's re-add that functionality back. So that will actually require us to listen to the key down, because right over here we have this on key down. Does it still submit even if you go over the max character length? Well, the thing is, right now, if I go over the max character length, this is what we are at right now. If I hit Enter, well, you can't go over the max character length because we're at 2048. What about conversation panel? What do you mean by conversation panel? So what I'll do is this. So we'll need to listen to the on key down. Well, we also need to listen to on change as well, which I think we're listening to that right over here. Yeah, so I think we're listening to on change right over here. So we need to listen to on key down. So we'll need to pass in. So let's create a function right over here. So on key down, event keyboard event, So we'll have to pass this function as a prop. Okay. So that way we still get the typing indicator. Then we need to fix this as well. When you reload on groups, there's something called conversation panel. Yeah, what about that? We were gonna add like a little, like we were gonna add something there. I'm not sure yet, but I was thinking about adding like, kind of like displaying like the lead. I don't know. We'll add something there. But don't worry about the component right now. I mean, I'm open to ideas though. If you guys have any ideas of what I think I should add there, I'm open to ideas. But where is this send typing status? Yeah, I think I might actually move this down one, so let's do this. Welcome back. I also feel like you could add friends tab and some other useful stuff there. Yeah, we will, don't worry. Alright. Alright, so let's see if this works. What is going on? Oh. There we go. Can we expect an explanatory video going through your code after you finish the app? Yeah, maybe. We'll see when we're done though, and I'll decide what we should do. All right. I got a successful how to set events to use. You just basically omit it. You just omit it. Okay, so let me just make sure that the status is still working, or the typing status between the users. So let me go over here. So let's go to alright, so the typing status still works. That's really good. Perfect. Alright, just wanted to make sure that that was not broken. Alright, cool. So what I'll do is I'll call this function and then I'll do some other magic. So what we want to do is on key down, we want to go ahead and check to see if event.key is equal to enter. We'll say user hit enter. Alright, take it easy, Arya. Have a good one. Have a good night. User hit enter. Okay. So if the user has hit enter, then we should probably do event. So if the user hits enter, we should prevent the default behavior. And then the default behavior of the browser for this text area is to go to the next line. And what we should do is we should actually submit the form. So we have this function called send message that we're passing on to this form. So we're actually going to need to do this. We'll actually remove this form. I'm curious, do any females watch your stream content, or is it the only male? I mean, I looked at my analytics and it's mostly, I think, about 99% male. So I guess maybe there are some, but it's very rare. I do know like maybe a few, but for the most part, yeah. But you know, to me, it doesn't really matter though. So if e.key is equal to enter, user enter. Now, how do we know if the user hits shift enter? How to detect shift enter? Let's look at Stack Overflow. And another thing that we could do is we could also just manually submit the form as well. What I could do is this. And then I could just literally do formRef.current submit like that. But we want to detect shift. Caught in 4K, lol. Caught one in 4K. I'm a girl. I just came across your channel as I was looking for some explanation videos. I don't understand most of what you're coding it, but it's nice to watch you do your magic. Well, welcome to the stream, and I hope you are enjoying it. But yeah, like, you know, right now we're just building a chat application. I'm trying to override some of the default behavior of the text area, the native text area field. But yeah, I mean, it's fine. Like, you know, right now you might not understand what's going on because you're new to coding, but I promise you, as you are learning, as you're progressing with your skills, you know, you'll learn a lot more as time goes by. How to make your cursor look like this? Is it insert key or is it theme? Just go to your VS Code settings and then search for caret smooth cursor smooth caret animation and just enable this, and then you'll go ahead and it'll basically toggle the smooth caret animation. But yeah, so what we want to do is let's do this. If e.key is equal to enter, and we should probably also, let me do this. Let's console log shift key. So if I hit shift, you can see that when I hit shift, it says true. Okay, so we should do this. If e.shift key or e.key equal enter and e.shift key is not, and there's no shift key, right? So watch this. User hit enter, no shift key. Now if I do shift, see how if I do shift enter, I can now get back the next line. So if I do this, it goes to the next line. Perfect. Awesome. So we actually don't even need to programmatically worry about going to the next line. It'll just do the default behavior. So let's go ahead and do this. So if e.key equals enter and there's no shift key, we'll submit. And yeah, we'll take care of that. I think we could probably just call formRef.submit. Okay, I gotta go now. See you later. All right, take it easy, try boy. So let me go ahead and get the current formRef value. And let's just do this. If current, we'll do current.submit. So this will submit the form. So let's watch this. If I do enter, it submits the form, but it should actually call, let me see what's going on. So it should call send message on submit, but that's quite interesting that it is not doing that. Interesting. Okay, I think maybe we won't do this, but what I'll do is I'll modify our send message function, which hopefully, yeah, it's defined over here. So I'll probably just we'll modify this so that way we'll pass in let's see, we need the message. So we no longer are going to be needing content because we have a completely different input field. That's actually quite interesting. Wait, what's going on over here? Okay, yeah, I'm going to rename this because this is actually confusing me a lot. Because, message input field. Message input container. Yeah, this is confused. The naming is throwing me off a lot. Yeah, the naming is throwing me off a lot. I think it's probably because, yeah, I'll have to fix this up a little bit. But right now, what we should do is this. Let me also remove this. So what we should do is if we hit enter, then we should call the send message function. If not, then we don't really need to do anything. I think that's all we really need to do, right? If they hit enter with with no shift key, we just call send message. Okay, yeah, I guess we'll do that. I want to like the stream, but it's stuck at 69. Oh, yeah, we just hit 69 likes. Let's wait until we hit 69 viewers. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I guess we don't really need to do anything, but we still need to make sure we send the typing status though. So that's important. So watch this. If I do, let's go to localhost. Let's enter. So perfect. So works. Perfect. Typing status still works. All right. Let me open this window. Let me leave this window on the other side. All right. Cool. All right. So let's just. I think the next thing we have to do is just modify this send message function. So let me just comment this out. And let's do this async. I think the only, yeah, I don't really think I need anything but this. Why is my tab not working? There we go. So I think what we need to do, so based off of what we're doing here, is we are doing this. If there's no route ID or no constant return, okay, so yeah, we basically need to, I think we might need to lift state up once more again. Yeah, I think we need to lift state up again. That's okay. So let's do this. Let's change this to message, set message. So I won't manage the state here. Okay, and this should be called message. Would stay here until the end, but I gotta wake up for 9. Good night. All right, take it easy. Have a good night. Okay. So now what I gotta do is the same logic here. So let's do const ID equals part route ID. You know what? I'm gonna change this to content. Yeah, let me just change the content because the backend expects it as content. So yeah, I should have just left that as content, to be honest with you. Sorry about that. Alright, that should fix everything, hopefully. Let me see. There we go. That should fix that. Perfect. All right, so let's just do that. Let's do. So if selected type is equal to private, post new message, else post group message. Perfect. So probably just get rid of this now. Pass this down over here. We can also just remove these params as well. And now all we got to do is if we do e.key equals enter and there's no shift key, that means we're submitting it. So let's just call send message. And we don't need to pass any parameters because we have all of the state lifted up to this component. So you can just very easily handle everything inside here. We have, where is it? Set content right over here. And so from here, we can just go ahead and call this. So let's see if it works. So let's go ahead and send a message. Let's say hi. And so it actually works. So I can send a message right now. The typing status still works. And I can send messages over here. Now if I do this, let's say if I do hey, if I do shift, seems like it trims it. So it seems like new line does not work. What if I did, I wonder how this works if I do it on Discord. Let me see, what if I did, so I think we actually have to preserve the new line actually. So we have to find a way to actually preserve the new line. Because right now it's not preserving the new line, which is not good. Yeah, I think when I hit enter, I think we actually need to add a new line character to the actual state, because right now it's not doing that. How long have you been reacting and JavaScripting? I'm new to the channel. I've been using JavaScript for about maybe I started learning back in 2016. And I started learning actual web dev in 2018. I've been using React since 2020. So about 2 years now. How about you? Yeah, so I think what we need to do is when we need to actually preserve the new line character. Because right now it's not doing that. So I think what we need to do, and I wonder though how, I wonder how, that's actually really interesting. Let me see. So let's do this. Let me go over here. Where is our, right over here. Okay. So right over here, let's do this. If I do shift enter, I can go ahead and console log content. And you can see that if I do shift enter, you can see that, well, it's actually quite interesting because even if I look over here, if I do shift enter, you can see that there are new line characters, I think, right over here. I think it's actually a backend issue. I think it's actually backend that needs to handle it, I think. Because I think when I look at set content, I can clearly see that there are new line characters over here. And I can do split new line. Let's see what happens. You can see that there are definitely new line characters being preserved. Right? You can see, and we can look at it right over here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you have 1. We're splitting by new lines. So here. Then you have this. Yeah. So I think it's a backend issue that we have to preserve, because I think what we could do is maybe what we could do is this. Maybe JSON.stringify. See what happens if I stringify the content. Yeah, I think maybe we might need to stringify the content maybe. And then we might need to save it in the database like this. Yeah, I think we need to properly serialize it. What do you guys think? I think we might need to properly serialize it. Because right now, you can see that it's not being saved. So let me try this. Yeah, I think maybe when we send the message, maybe we can do this. Let's do content JSON.stringify. What if I did JSON.stringify content? Let's see what happens. Okay, so we stringified it, and then when we read the message, we need to render it. We need to parse it. So Let me look at it over here. Let's look at message. Let's go to message container. And let's look at how we are rendering the messages real quick. Apparently you cannot parse a string, which is, yeah, I guess you can't do that. Let me see. Camille John, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Parse string with new line character. I've been doing React for like a year now. Nice. Okay, so I can clearly see that line 34 and line 35. I guess maybe, let me see. So if it's able to parse it though, that's quite interesting. Interesting. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. We'll see. All right, let's see. Where is this? So message item container. Okay, rendering it here. Rendering it here. Let's go over here real quick. So interesting that I can't just parse it. Yeah, we definitely can't do this. It's not valid JSON, so if you stringify it, it works. Well, that's quite interesting. Yeah, so can't do stuff like this. Yeah, we need to find a way to preserve new lines. I mean, I think what we could do is we could probably just like tokenize the string and then render it on each line. That's something that we could do. But I don't really like that though. Like what I could do is I could basically parse the string. I could basically send the stringified version to the backend. And then what I could do is I could parse it on the front end and then split it up based on new line characters. And so what's your job position? Developer educator. So that way what I could do is I could basically, for each, I could basically, yeah, I think maybe we could probably do that. Unless there's like a way that you can actually render a new line based on the new line character. But it doesn't seem like there is a way that you can do that. Just like the way it is on HTML, I think. I don't even think with HTML you can even do that. So we have to actually like do this programmatically. So there's no easy way to do this. So you could do something like text.split and then map and then just render it on the next line based off of each new line character. So I think that's what we'll have to do. I think that's the only way that we can really do it, to be honest. So what I'll do is we will stringify the content. And then when we render the message, we'll have to split it based on character. I have to do this. So map or m.content.split, new line, map. So for each content, we could just do div and then content like that. So we just do that. So that should take care of that, I believe. Definitely cannot parse it though. Yeah. I think that should be fine. So we'll do it like this and see what happens. So message.content.split map div content. Hopefully it doesn't change the UI too much. There we go. See? So if I do, okay, now that doesn't work. Interesting. Do I need to parse the content first before I do it? No, I shouldn't need to do that. Interesting. Okay, so this works if I just send the content to the database. And then the database just, I guess the database saves it. I guess the database does preserve the new line character. So the backend does not actually get rid of the new, so I think it preserves the new line character. But it just doesn't actually, yeah. So are both the Git repositories the same? Just one with React and with Nest? What do you mean? What do you mean by are they the same? We also need to make it so that when we hit enter, we change the height back to what it was originally. So yes. Yes, you do need both to make it work. What's the usual pay for a senior software engineer? Depends on the company location, but on average, it should be around 100. It could be anywhere between 120K all the way up to like 100, all the way up to like 250K. It really just depends on the company. Okay, so when I hit enter, we need to change the current style height back to the original height, so which is 21 pixels, I guess. So when I hit enter, what would be a good part-time and web development that does not need as much diverse portfolio? I'm looking for a part-time job. I mean, the industry is very competitive, so I don't. The industry is like very, very competitive. So I would say like, you know, I would say like you shouldn't like, you know, say like not need a diverse portfolio. Willing to bet you still haven't had time to look at the button handler, lol. You're very committed to this. Well, I mean, I'm a busy person, so. Alright, so let me see. If I hit enter, there we go. We just fixed the height. Perfect. So if I do this, alright. That should fix that part. Add the white space CSS property to the element that holds the message content text. The values of white space should be pre-wrap. Why should I do that? What kind of keyboard do I recommend? I would recommend a Cherry MX Red keyboard if you like linear keys that are easy to, you know, that are easy to hit. Cherry MX Blue switches are really annoying. It will preserve the white space in the message that is sent. You know, another good thing that I should also look at is this. I actually need to see how my messages are looking like, because that would actually help a lot with understanding what is going on. All right, give me 1 second. So I'm going to do this, and then let's go over here. Wait, so we have params content. Okay, let's go over to here, or not here, right over here. Where are we submitting? Okay, right over here. No, let's go over here. Okay, no. Where are we submitting on key down? Okay, we're calling send message, which is then going to call this function. Okay, so if I do this, okay, so you say wrap it as white space. Let me go over to formatted message. Hey man, time for me to go. If I have internet, I'll stop by. Have a good rest of your night. Alright, take it easy, Gravity, and good luck with your training and everything. May I ask why you're using Context API to handle auth if you already have Redux? Because we initially started off with context and we didn't get into Redux yet. And so I had added Redux, but I have not migrated from context. So we'll have to migrate that later. So we're going to migrate as much as we can away from Redux. I mean, away from context. But yeah, you're right. There's no point to have both. Okay, so I'm rendering it like this right now. So let me just comment this out. And we'll just do message.content like that. Message.content. Okay, so you're saying that use white space should be pre-wrap, right? So right over here. Oh, there we go. Thanks for that, Devil Services. Awesome. Thank you for that. Guys, what is average salary for a front-end developer? Depends on where though. It depends on where you're located. In the United States, if you live in New York, the average salary, I mean, I could just show you guys some numbers right now. There's a website called levels.fyi. And it depends on location. Like for example, if you live in New York and so for example, this is a website called levels.fyi. These are submitted by people who actually work there, though there's no, it's average, right? So for example, let's look at, let's say it depends on the company too, but let's look at a popular company. Like let's look at JP Morgan is a popular company. They are they're in the finance space, banking, right? And so JP Morgan does have a lot of locations that are based in, I think most of their locations is New York and Chicago. So if I click here, it'll tell you that the average salary, let's look for software engineer. So they have different salaries. Like for example, analyst is, I guess, entry level. So base is 92K. They have associate 111K. So I guess associate would be like if you are coming out of college, this would probably be where you would be if you're coming out of college. And then you have senior associate, which is after, I guess, a couple years of experience, you'll get bumped up to 121K. You don't take these values for real because it's obviously an average. Okay, location also matters a lot too. They also give you location analytics as well over here. So there's lots of factors. Are you Lebanese? No, I am Malaysian. But yeah, so this just made it a lot easier. Thanks to Devil Services for helping out with that. Cool. That definitely helps. So we have good multi-line support. If I do Shift Enter, the only problem is that we can literally bypass the only problem is that the character count does not consider the new line character. Though I wonder if Discord does that too. I wonder if Discord does that. Let's find out. Seems like it's not doing anything. But I guess what they do is they sanitize the text. So if it starts with a bunch of, I think they trim the text. I think. Let me see. Let's see what happens if I do this. Okay, so it does do that. So I wonder if I do this. I think my Discord crashed. I think my Discord just crashed. I can't click on anything. I think it just crashed. Yeah, my Discord crashed. Cool. Let me just close. I guess I'll close that out. Do you have any beginner vanilla JS projects that someone new to programming can learn from? I do have one on my channel where we built like a Pokédex using the Poke API. You can check that out if you want. But anything works. Like, you know, you can build anything like Pokédex API, to-do list, expense tracker, like just something simple. Like, you don't have to build something like crazy like Trello or Asana. Like, just build something simple. Like, for example, build an app that allows you to enter input, and then when you click, you know, when you enter the input, you can save it to local storage, save it to a database. Just something simple. You know, it doesn't have to be anything complex. Just something that is simple enough that will help you learn, that can get you hooked in learning, you know? Will this be on your channel after it ends? Yes, it will be. Yes, it will be. There we go. Perfect. So it's working out really well for us. Cool. Now, if I do this, and if I do this, it should actually trim the white space. So we have to trim everything before. The white space CSS property might also fix Zalgo text overlap. You should try that. Yeah, I'll try that later when you guys test it out. But yeah, thanks for letting me know about that that property. I wasn't familiar with that. So that literally saved us a lot from having to do a bunch of unnecessary JavaScript string manipulation. Okay, so let me do a couple things. So let me uninstall hero icons because we installed it earlier, but we don't need that anymore. So let me just do this. Let me just do this yarn. Yeah, no worries, Light. Yo, Schwitz, thank you so much, man. Thank you for joining the channel as a member. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And welcome to the channel. Make sure you are in the Discord server as well, so that way you get the awesome role on the Discord server. And also make sure you connect your YouTube account as well. I wouldn't want you missing out on that. But yeah, thanks, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Love you, man. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you for joining the channel. It really means a lot to me. Okay. I think we made a lot of good progress, so let's just go ahead and commit our changes. What do you guys think? I think we made a lot of progress, right? What do you guys think? Do you guys think we made a lot of progress so far? What are you using Nest for? It's for the backend. NestJS is powering our entire API and the entire WebSocket gateway. I'm barely making progress in my to-do list. Well, what have you gotten so far? You guys think so? We're making tons of progress? I think we've made a lot of progress. Alright, let me go ahead and just close out some of my tabs. And let me just write a commit message. So yeah, I think we got it working well. Like, you know, we can, the two main important features, when I hit enter, it goes to the next line. Or, no, I'm sorry, when I hit enter, it sends the message. When I do shift enter, it goes to the next line. Okay, great. I think what we need to do is we need to, I think that's good. I think what I want to do next is I want to tackle on the emoji picker. Because we were getting that to work, but we had a problem where when we selected the cursor caret, we were having some issues with that. So let me just commit all my changes real quick. So let's do this, git add. Oh, I think I'm on a different branch. Yeah. Yeah, we should also trim the message content as well. We'll do that after I finish this. Let me do this. Let me just change to the main branch. So git checkout master, and we'll do a git rebase. Let's see, git. Okay, great. So we are in the master branch now. Awesome. Just add trim to missing content. Yep, that should take care of it. How do you commit specific files on console with Git when you have a bunch of them with different paths? You can just pass in the exact path to the file, or you can use a wildcard. Like for example, you can just do git add and then pass in a specific file like that. You can do git add source app.tsx. You can do a wildcard as well. How can we create poll in Discord? Are you going to implement Honey Badger? What's Honey Badger? Alright, so let's see. I think we're done with that. Let's look at our Asana board real quick. It's like a whole suite for bug monitoring and status checking and a bunch of other stuff. Probably not. I mean, if I have a really good reason to, I will. But as of right now, I probably don't think I will. I'll take a look at it though. Let me see. Let me look at this. I mean, maybe if it's something cool, then yeah, I'll consider adding it. Why not? Honey Badger. I only want to, because like I want to add stuff that we'll likely use, but right now I don't really know what the future of this application is. You know, like I've said it earlier, because a lot of people keep asking like, what is the plan for this project? Like right now we're just building it for fun. So I know there's a lot of things that we could add, like scale, like Kafka, RabbitMQ, things like that. But I don't really know what the future of this app will be. So until I can know what it is, then I can give you an actual answer on the tools I will add. But I'm always open. I'm always open to suggestions and stuff. If it's something cool that I think it's worth learning, then yeah, why not? You got why not? Why not? Why not? When did you start programming? I started programming back in 2016. What does agile development look like? Basically, it consists of having like sprints, right? You have sprints, and every 2 weeks, you pretty much finish your work that is due, and you meet with your Scrum Master, project manager, all your teammates, and you basically have your daily stand-ups. Tell them what you did the day before. Tell them what you're going to do today. And it's just basically a repetitive process over and over again. You have other things too, like retro, filling up the backlog, figuring out what you got to do next, etc., etc. How do I center a modal in the middle of my screen? You basically need to have an overlay that is positioned of absolute, have the height and width set to 100%, and have it set to a flex box. Do align items center, justify content center, and then that will center everything in the middle. Mark Johnson, thank you so much for joining as a developer intern. I really appreciate that, man. Welcome to the channel, and make sure you join the Discord server. That way you get access to the awesome perks that comes along with developer intern. For those that are not aware, if you join as a developer intern, you get access to a private help channel where you get direct access to myself, and you can basically ask any question you want, and you basically get priority over everyone else on the server. So that is the main benefit with developer intern. It's basically also a way where you can just ask any open question you want privately without needing to ask in front of everyone else, and you get direct, concise, actual answers. So you can kind of think of it like like kind of like a mentorship, if that makes sense. But yeah, just make sure you join the Discord server. Make sure you connect your Discord with your YouTube, and you should get the role automatically. But thank you again. I really appreciate that. But it's kind of hard to explain that to you, Oscar, over text. But I would recommend I can show you an example of the CSS that I did. to kind of give you some insight of what happened. So we go over here. Do the slash theme, exclamation theme command to get the theme. Exclamation theme. So Oscar, if you go over here, let me show you right over here. I'll send it to you on Discord. I think you're the same person, right? I think you're the same person that DM'd me earlier. So if you just basically copy permalink, if you basically just have a modal that has these properties, right? Basically what this will do is it'll set the height and width to 100%. You set the position fixed, so that way it will stay fixed on the screen. You set the splits to flex, and then you set these two properties: justify content center, align item center, and anything that you put inside this overlay style will be centered in the middle. That's how I got my modal to be in the center. There obviously are many ways to do that, but I think that is one of the best ways to do it, my opinion. Some may disagree, some may agree, but you know, I'm always open to ears. I'm all ears. So how do you come across new concepts? Do you mainly hear from them people as you make projects? Well, I mean, I would say that what I do usually to stay up to date with my code is I just follow YouTube channels, Reddit. I hear new things from you guys all the time, guys and girls, right? I get recommendations from all of you. Yeah, like those are really just the main things that I do. Like for example, I follow Fireship, and I stay up to date with that. It can be a little bit overwhelming sometimes, you know, just to like, you know, stay up to date with everything. But yeah, what's the difference between fix and absolute? So fix will actually say fix on the screen. So even if you scroll, the modal, like the whole overlay will stay there even if you scroll. If like for example, like if I had like some scrolling on the screen, it will stay fixed on the screen. If you have absolute, it won't stay there with scroll. 2LFQ, welcome to the stream. Hey Anton, Jamal from Discord. Yo, what's going on, Jamal? How are you? How's college? Divi Patel, welcome to the stream. How are you? Welcome. How is everyone doing tonight? If you guys haven't already, make sure you drop that like button. How many likes are we at right now? We're at 87, guys. We're almost at 100 likes within only 3 hours of streaming, guys. If you guys haven't already, make sure you drop that like button. Get us to 100 likes. I would really appreciate that. I hope you all are having an amazing night tonight. I hope you all are doing well. Night, daytime, whatever, doesn't really matter. I hope you all are doing well. Comment down below what projects you are working on right now, or what are you learning. I'd really be interested to know what you guys are learning right now. Whether it's, you know, coding, or, you know, doesn't have to be coding relative, you know. Just what are you learning, you know. Whether it's an instrument, a new language, learning how to cook, a new recipe. You know, as long as you're learning, as long as you live every day learning something new, I think that's a good way to live life. Because everything, the way that you learn one thing is really similar. It translates across how you learn a bunch of other things too. Like the way that I learn literally anything is I take the same skills that I learned from learning how to code, and I just apply it to other things. So obviously, you know, it's a different process, but you know, it's still the same concepts, the same practices that you have to put into place. All right, so let me go into my Asana real quick. All right, so far we have allowed text error to be recycled when typing, allow messages to be submitted when enter key is hit, allow shift plus enter to go to next line. We've added the attachment button. We've added the emoji button. We're not going to add the Giphy button. Allow emojis to be added based on the character position. So this is, I'm going to actually move this. I'm actually going to delete this. I'm going to add this to a new follow-up task. So we're going to go ahead and finish this up. We're done with this. Okay. Let's go ahead and just add this. Okay, so we do need to make it so that prevent empty messages from being sent. So I think what we'll do is this, because let me look at this real quick. What are you working on today? Well, right now what we did was we added multi-line support for the text box. So if you go ahead and type, if you do multiple lines, if you do shift enter, you can go ahead and answer that and it'll send the message. Learning how to not drop out of university with 15 failed subjects from freshman year. Hey man, listen, if you guys want to know something, a fun fact, when I was in high school, I failed literally every single class. I graduated high school with a 1.0 GPA. I went to a community college and I had to get my grades up. And I almost dropped out of high school, actually. I remember I was 14 years old. All I wanted to do was just play video games. I didn't care about anything else but playing video games. I was literally contemplating on dropping out of high school to play Minecraft, believe it or not. And so I managed to pull through somehow. And I went to a community college, and I pretty much, like I said, in high school, I failed pretty much a lot of my classes, I didn't study. I didn't care about math. I didn't care about any subject, I didn't really fit the typical, I didn't fit the typical stereotypical Asian that was really studious, right? All I wanted to was just play video games. I would pretty much skip class all the time and just play video games. Had the school call my house multiple times asking me what was going on because they were concerned on why I was skipping class. They actually came to my house and hand delivered a letter because basically in America, if you don't go to class, they basically call Child Protective Services to find out what's going on because they don't know if something's happening at home, because they want to know what's going on. And I remember that happening. And yeah, and then freshman year I pretty much failed every single class except for French, and I only got half the credit for French. I only got half the credits for my class, and yeah, needless to say, my first year of high school was not good. The second year of high school, I actually did a lot better. I went to class, I studied, but I still cut class in the end. I ended up dropping. I ended up tanking my grades entirely. But I stopped cutting class around junior year, and I started actually getting my shit together. And then towards the end, I ended up taking extra classes to make up for the credits I missed out. And in the end, I ended up graduating on time, so that was good. Anish Dasgupta, do I remember you? Which streams were you in? If you tell me which streams that you were watching, I could probably remember, but I don't know off the top of my head. But yeah, so if you're ever worried about dropping out or ever worried about failing, take it from my example. I was really close to just dropping out and just giving up, but I didn't, and I thank myself every day for not doing that. Because I remember when I was in college, when I had transferred to a new school, right? When I had transferred to a new school and everything, I thought everything was going to be good, and I was still going through a lot of stress, and I was really scared of, performing bad. And in the end, I remember one time I was really stressed out with classes, and I was contemplating of just dropping out and becoming an Uber driver. Believe it or not, I took student loans from the government, and college. I took student loans from the government, and I remember I was really stressed and really just annoyed. I was really stressed out, and so what happened was let me see. Hold on, give me 1 second. Sorry. So what happened was this. I basically was really stressed out, and I was really close to contemplating dropping out of college and becoming an Uber driver. And luckily I didn't. But that's just how stressful it was. So if you ever feel like giving up, don't give up. The reason why I say that is because if you give up so soon, how will you know what will happen the next day, or the next week, or the next month, or the next year, Discord, but I think this was in December. I don't think I remember, to be honest with you. Sorry about that, man. But nonetheless, though, I welcome you to our stream. I'm happy to have you here, Anish. But yeah, the reason why I say don't give up so soon is because if you give up so quickly, how do you know your situation might not get better tomorrow, right? Yes, you might feel stressed, but that's okay. But it's not the end of the world. Tomorrow, if you're struggling right now, how will you know tomorrow will be better? How will you not know if the day after tomorrow will be better? And you won't know until you actually live another day to find out. That's what I would say. That's what I would say. That's what I would say. Are those Vim key bindings? No. Okay, so you see how over here the white space there's 12, and when I call trim, the length is 0, so that's good. So we do have to trim the white space. So if I do this, what if I did this? You can see that 33.6. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. Let's do if there's no content dot trim turn. So if I do this and if I do this, nothing's gonna happen, which is good. Okay, we only want it so that when they do this, okay, good. So now let's do this. Sorry, trim. Let's see. Let's do content there. Okay, now if I go ahead and do this, there we will trim it. How long have you been coding for? I do have so I do have a CS degree, and I've been coding since 2016. Inspirational. I'm glad. How are you doing this? How are you doing in this time? Hopefully everything's on plan. Well, I mean, I'll tell you this, right? Like when I was a kid, I didn't know what I wanted to do. I just wanted to play video games all day, and just literally, I just wanted to play video games. Like I just wanted to play Minecraft. I just wanted to play CS:GO. I just wanted to play Overwatch. Well, I mean, Overwatch was like later when I was in college, but I just wanted to play video games, you know. And I didn't really have a plan of what I wanted to do. And now I pretty much had to learn all of those things on my own, because I didn't really have, you know, a role model like my brother or my dad to look up to. So I had to pretty much, you know, figure it out myself. But college did really help out a lot though, because I had a lot of friends that were in the same path as I was. Different stories, but same path. So that really does help out a lot though. In university, I had a semester with 0 GPA, had some financial issues, got depressed, lost my hair, stopped for a year, then came back so hard, so I took 3 honors, graduate as software engineer. That's good, man. Happy for you, Whiskey. Thank you, Anthony. You have motivated me to grind out like you so much, man. Some inspiring words from some random people on the internet is what to live for. Relatable. Proof that doing bad in school doesn't mean no success. Good night, stream tomorrow. Yes, I'll be streaming tomorrow. Good night, Supreme. Have a good night, man. But yeah, I mean, my dad didn't do anything IT related. Like, he didn't have a degree. Like, you know, my parents are immigrants, so I couldn't really look up to them and get advice from them of what I wanted to do in life. The closest thing that was relative was my brother, who did electrical engineering, but I didn't really talk to him that much, so I couldn't really get much advice from him. So I pretty much had to figure out a path on my own. You know, I had to figure out my own path in a way. And when I was in college, like, I was stressed all the time. Like, I was always like, you know, do I want to drop out? And, you know, like, what do I like? Do I want to drop out? Do I want to switch my major from computer science to math? Like, what? I didn't even know what I wanted to do until like my senior year. Like, because I went through the first 2 years of college actually, because I went through the first year in a different school and I transferred to a different school afterwards. And then by the time I was like a senior, I didn't even know what I wanted to do. Even after I graduated college, I still didn't even know what I wanted to do. Like, I was at home just saying I was just going to go back to school to do my master's degree, because I still didn't really what I wanted to do. But then again, one day everything just hit. Like, one day everything just hit me. I ended up getting a job, and I just like, everything just changed immediately, you know? Like, everything just changed. Like, all of my problems went away. Well, like, they went away. I forgot about them, and like, just so many things just changed, you know? And it was because I just didn't give up so soon, you know? I just didn't give up. KO Kutrim, welcome to the stream. How are you doing, my friend? Welcome, brand new to the stream. Welcome. Who do you work for now, if you want to say? I kind of want to keep that private, if you guys don't mind. Only because, like, you know, I've had a bad experience in the past. But maybe someday I'll review it. I'll reveal it. Do you do front-end with React and whatnot for work, or just side projects? I did use React for work, yes. I want to get into IT, but when I look at junior positions, there's so much to know, and now there's so much competition. Yeah, I will say that, you know, there's a lot of competition right now. And there's a lot of reasons why competition is so high with coding. Is because, you know, they're making the resources more and more available, which is not a bad thing. It's becoming more and more popular every single day. It's becoming more demanding. And you know, like, yeah, it's a really competitive field. You have to be on top of your game. Are you having a good job now though? Yeah, I would say, like, yeah, the two job, my first job was great. The job that I have now is great. I don't regret it, and I am very grateful for everything that has happened in life. I'm very grateful for everything. That I'm very grateful. Like, there's not one day where I wake up, you know, upset with the things that I have, and upset with the things that I don't have. I think with life, you just have to learn how to be grateful for the things that you have, because one day you might just not have it at all, right? Like, some people just grow up, and then that was also something that I just learned the hard way too. Like, some people just grow up not having certain resources, not having certain things, and you just can't live life being so entitled and just, you know, being so jealous of people, being so envious of people. You just have to actually just take a step back and just think about what you currently have, because there's just someone that just does not have what you have that would literally do whatever they could to be in the position that you are today. And if you just overlook that, you know, it's just like other people look at like, what the fuck, you know? So you just have to learn how to appreciate the small things in life. Create a message for conference was sent. And honestly, you know, that's the reason why I'm genuinely very happy in life. Like, I'm not, you know, upset. I'm not sad. I'm not sad in any single way whatsoever. There are things that I would like to improve in my life, of course. I think everyone can definitely seek improvement. But, you know, generally speaking, I'm not a sad person. Like, I don't have suicidal thoughts. I don't have, you know, mental issues, right? I'm just genuinely a happy person. Like, I don't, you know, like, I just don't, yeah, like, you know, and that just, you know, like I said, the reason why I'm at that point is because I have learned how to appreciate the small things in life as well as the big things. And a lot of people struggle with that, because a lot of people always aspire to want more, but they never settle to be happy with what they have. There's nothing wrong with wanting more, but sometimes you just have to be grateful. Because if you're not grateful, one day you'll lose everything, and then you'll contemplate on all the things that you coulda, shoulda, woulda done that you didn't do. How much is the pay? Okay, I'm only going to tell you guys this so that way you guys. Okay, so I'll tell you guys. I'm not going to tell you that guys the same exact amount, but I'll just say this. Right now, I am definitely making well over enough. Okay, enough to support myself and a family if I needed to. But think of it this way: you guys can also get to that position as well if you just work hard every single day. If you don't work hard every single day, and if you just sit there and be lazy and make excuses, you're never going to get to where you are going to be in life. If I just sat there and if I just didn't want to watch tutorials, didn't want to learn anything, didn't want to do this, and I just made excuses for myself all the time, I would have just not accomplished anything or be where I am today right now. So every single one of you that is watching this chat, you can definitely make over 6 figures. You can even make, you know, $300,000 a year if you really want to, if you just work your ass off and just put your mind off to it, you know. And that could really be from corporate, or that could be from making your own business or doing your own startup. It doesn't also have to be coding. It could just apply to really anything. Whether you're a really good genius in marketing, whether you're a good salesman, it could be really anything, you know. It doesn't have to be coding related. Please make a video on how to create a poll in Discord. What do you think about Next? I think Next is a really great framework, to be honest with you. What theme do you use? Field Lights. Okay, here's a question. What would you tell your younger self? I would tell my younger self, honestly, I wouldn't really tell my younger self anything. And the reason why I would say I'm saying that now is because I don't want to change anything of the way that I don't want to change the path that I took to get to where I am. Because I feel like, you know, if I changed certain things, things would just be so much different, and it would change the outcome of a lot of things, you know. I feel like it's not. I feel like, you know, I had a good childhood, just growing up, playing video games, having fun with my friends, and I won't change anything about that at all. I would tell my younger self though to maybe focus more on school a little bit more, and not, you know, be a delinquent and drop out, or, you know, almost drop out. I think that's what I would say. But in terms of anything else, I would just say, you know, just I wouldn't change anything the way it is. Let me see. So what I want to do next is I want to make it so that when we actually create the conversation, it will actually send a message. So I want to do that. So let's do that real quick. Because basically right now on the UI, if I create a conversation and if I type a message here, it doesn't actually do anything. So we want to make sure it does that. I'm very motivated now. Thanks. Well, I'm glad. Amit, I already answered your question already. about that. But yeah, I would appreciate if you avoided flooding the chat with the same question. Let me see. Damn, we have 360 votes for the poll. Wow. What is the backend? We are using NestJS for the backend. How to edit CSS of a component in style components? You just go into the style component and just do it from there. So over here, you just do it in there. All right. So let's fix this up a little bit. So let's see. %, Angular. Yeah, well, at least I know that no one likes Angular on this channel. I think you might need to do it in the icon itself, or you might need to set a class for it. I'm making 132K with 2.5 years of experience, but it took endless nights and 4 hours sleep. Exactly, like I said, if you just grind every single day, you'll make it at some point. What are you working on today, by the way? So far, what we've accomplished so far. Let's take a look at the backlog. So, okay, so what we did today was we made it so that we basically added support for multi-line text. We made it so that you can actually hit the enter key and it'll go to the next line. Or when you do shift enter, sorry. We added these buttons over here because we didn't have these before, so we just added them today. And right now, what I'm doing is we also made it so that you cannot send empty messages. So if I just do this, it won't send, okay? If I do this, it shouldn't send. Okay, so right now what I'm doing is I'm just fixing up some of the backend features. So for example, right now, if I go ahead and if I create a new conversation with someone, it's not going to go ahead and actually send the message, even though there's a message prompt over here. So we have to fix that. Is it mobile responsive? Not yet. Are you going to add a form of markdown? Yes. So I want to make it so that when I do this, I can actually edit code. So we'll have to find a way to do that because I don't know how to do that. But I'm sure there's libraries that can take care of it for us. Shouldn't be hard though, as long as the you know, as long as the white space is preserved. Code mirror, I think code mirror allows it. Okay, we'll take a look at that. All right, so let me just fix up the stuff real quick. So create conversation requires the actual message itself, message and email. Okay, so go over here. Is conversation. Do you focus on mobile responsive or should? Yeah, I will focus on mobile soon. Don't worry, but it's going to be really easy though because we are using Flexbox and Flexbox is really easy to work with it, and media queries are a breeze to work with, so don't worry about that. I built something very similar to this a couple of years ago, but I used SMS Tools API. Are you using anything for real-time pools, WebSockets? Yes, we are using WebSockets. We are using WebSockets right now, yes. Okay, so I'm just going to basically refactor this a little bit. So I'm going to pass in this. All right, so is created. So what we want to do is we want to basically take this logic and paste it in here. And we just return this. So where creator is ID or recipient ID. And then we'll do the same thing here. Recipient ID, user ID. So this will find a conversation. So what we could do is we just do and just pass in the ID. So we need user ID and recipient ID. Boarding now. Hope I can watch your live stream once I get safely to my location. I might need to get some sleep though, as I have a big day tomorrow, but I tried to stop by. All right, Gravity, fly safe, my friend. Fly safe, and maybe we'll catch you tomorrow. 59.4% of all web traffic comes from mobile phones as of September 2020. Yeah, absolutely. I do plan on making a mobile app though. Like a lot of you guys are wondering if I will make a mobile app. I will. I'm gonna be building it with Flutter though, or maybe I will consider React Native. As of right now, I'm more geared towards Flutter, but I really want to use Flutter though. But I will consider. I'll consider it. I'll consider React Native. How much time do you think it would take in order to build a complex mobile app in React Native from absolute zero? I would say the first thing that you would need to do is learn React first, and then once you learn React, then you can focus on React Native. I'm gonna be right back. Let me use the bathroom real quick. Everyone hates on Flutter, but Dart is a legit language. Yeah, Flutter is a really nice framework, honestly. I don't know why a lot of people dislike it. I think as a developer, you should be very open-minded and open to learning new things and not be like a fanboy of, one specific library. I'm working with Flutter, and most issues are caused by native files when I build it. If the library itself genuinely had bad issues, then yeah, that's fair play. But Flutter is stable and it's really good. So there's no reason to fully dislike it, or you know what I mean. But I can understand people have their preferences though. Okay. Let's see. Let's just make sure. Oh yeah, I know, but I'm just saying there are some people who are React Native only, but not open to other things, or they just say Flutter is trash without any actual context on why it's trash. I know that there's genuine reasons on why you would dislike a certain framework or library, but I think that to just say that Flutter is just straight up trash without giving actual reasons is not really genuine. But I'm sure that there are major differences between Flutter and React Native that can make an experienced developer dislike one over the other. Me personally though, as long as it just gets the job done, I'm okay with it. But I like using Flutter a lot because it's really fun building apps with Flutter. It's really nice. I just remembered something. Let's test your memory. Do you remember my name? Tyson. Of course I do. I was not going to forget that. I actually was gonna say hey Tyson earlier, but the chat was going so fast, so it just went through my head. Flutter's render engine is crap. Flutter can't have UI changes done without having code review by App Store amongst other issues. I see. So I guess it would be more. I guess React Native would be more flexible. Okay, let me try creating a conversation right now. Wait, oh, so why am I using Postman? I forgot that I have my trusty old Thunder client that I just installed yesterday. So might as well use that. Why are we using Postman? Let's do conversations. Alright, so let's go ahead and do API URL / conversations post JSON body. So if I remember correctly, the scheme has to be email. So we'll do anson@gmail.com. Message hi. So it says conversation exists perfect. There we go. So that works great. That works really great. Perfect. Alright. So now, what we want to do is, so we know that this is good. So with this change that we just added over here, so you want to leave it like this over here. Okay. And we'll throw an error. Perfect. All right. So now what we want to do is, if the conversation exists, we throw the error. If it doesn't, we want to take the message. So we have create conversation params. So we're going to go ahead and create the message. And yeah, we will not make this optional, so the user must enter the message. So what we'll do is we'll create the message. So I think we'll need the message repository, or maybe we can use the message service. Let's find out. Okay, so I think what we'll do is we'll go ahead and let me do this. Do I already have message repository? No. I started learning JS maybe 20-ish hours into Udemy course by Jonas Schmetman. I'm a Cisco Unified Collaboration of VoIP engineer, so coding is a new field to me, but so far so well. Well, I'm glad that you like it, and welcome to the JavaScript world, my friend. You're in for an adventure. You're in it for an adventure, my friend. Yeah, I think I might just import the. Let me see. Yeah, I think I'll just import. I think I'll just use the message repository in this module. It's fine. What's the DB? MySQL. All right. So what we'll do is we'll create the message. So, well, I guess we'll have to create it first. So let's see. And let me just remind myself, what are the required parameters for, so content, conversation, author. Okay. So we need the content, conversation, author. So I think we need to actually do this. We need to create the conversation first, create the message, and then update the conversation. So let's do that. So where's content? Oh yeah, we also have to save it too. So let's do this conversation, save conversation, wait, Okay, author is going to be a user type, so the author will just be user. Author user, like that. Okay. And from here, what we'll do is we'll go ahead and update saved conversation dot messages. I think we could actually also just let's see. Yeah, no. No, we're using MySQL. MySQL is a database. Okay, so we're going to save the message and conversation.messages. I wonder if we need to actually attach that. We'll find out. Return saved conversation. Let's find out. So let's test it out and see what happens. Okay, so it actually works. So I can see that the message was just created and it's over there. That's actually really good, actually. Alright, Tyson, take it easy. See you later. Redux, how are you using it and why? Well, we're using it to store our messages and conversations and everything else, because we have a lot of state in our application, so it makes sense to consider using Redux. If you're asking more specifically on why Redux over another library like Zustin or Recoil or MobX, I mean, no specific reason. I just really wanted to use Redux over those libraries because Redux is so used by a lot of companies, and a lot of companies will still ask you questions specific to Redux. So I think it's worth learning it, to be honest. And I wasn't really that great with Redux when I started this project. So after learning it and after using it, I could definitely say that I have learned a lot, is what I would say. All right, so seems like now this is actually working. So if I go ahead and create a conversation with the user, it actually will. There we go. Or just use a JS object with pub sub methods. Yeah, but that's not actually managing your state properly, though. Are you using WebSockets? We are. And I don't really think that would be a good idea when you have a large application that has a lot of state that needs to be shared across many methods. And the state gets updated over time, because we will need to update the state a lot when you need to edit messages. And yeah. So that's good, because before now we were not able to actually create the message, but now we added that feature. So now, but it's really interesting that I don't actually need to even I wonder though, if I refresh the page, it should actually just show up there in the state. If I go over to let's see, it actually appears, which is good. Yeah, because I guess what happens is when we create the conversation, it redirects us to this page. This page will take care of fetching the data. Open up my Redux real quick. This will take care of fetching the data. Let's see, where is it happening? Messages fetch fulfilled. Okay, so yeah, so basically it navigates us to this page for number 47. It fetches the messages. Yeah, seems like that's good. Seems like that's really good. And since the message has already been created already, then that message should appear. Pub sub is managed by the manager, and any child components can sub to accept data changes. That's how I do it. Why do companies choose React over Angular? Angular seems easier than the entire ecosystem. Well, most companies choose React mostly because of the simplicity, and React is also a lot more popular than Angular. Angular was actually used by a lot of companies, but one of the things that happened was when they switched all the way to Angular 2 from Angular 1, a lot of the RxJS APIs just completely changed. So if you find posts from like 2017 on Angular, it's literally completely different than how the older Angular version looked like. So a lot of companies are like, you know what, we're not going to worry about this anymore. We're just going to switch to something else because we can't trust what's going to happen with the state of Angular. So they did that. And now there's also like the ecosystem for React is actually very popular too. I would say that Angular is I would say Angular is actually really nice. But I don't know. I mean, I personally like Angular. Lots of other people don't, but you know, everyone's different. Everyone's different, you know. Everyone has their own preferences on how they want to do that, you know. I am gonna be right back real quick. Alright, sorry about that. Just had to AFK for a couple minutes. What are you guys talking about right now? Oh shit. What the hell is this? I just noticed that. It's not good, we gotta fix that. There we go. Quick and easy fix. Yeah, I know. So we did that already. Let's do this. So go over, let's see, where is it? All right, right here. Perfect. So I'll highlight this so that way we know which one is selected. So I think what I'll do for that is I'll probably just make it so like we'll compare the route ID to the conversation being rendered. Let's see, we'll go over to sidebar, conversation sidebar. Hey Tronic, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Still haven't looked at honey badger. I don't know what that is, man. And it's not really that important right now because is it like Splunk? Is it like similar to Splunk? Is that what it is? Like for logging and stuff? Wanted to join a channel with join button. It seems like I can't do it. I can't even donate to thank you for a story and motivation grind a little. Let's go to sanctions. Hey man, no worries, Fumin. Don't worry about that. I appreciate the thought, but the best way to support is just by subscribing to the stream and just watching. That's all I really care about, but I appreciate it. Thank you. I do agree though that it does suck, but that's just how I guess the world is. Okay, so let me do this. Conversation type of item. So let's go over here. Let's make this taking a prop, so that way we can change the background color when it is the one that is selected. So let's go over here. For example, you push an update to your app, and then later it gets improved to be on the app, and you realize if you're using Flutter, you need to fix the bug. Then it's app approved, so we have to fix the bug. Push the code and lose the app updated. So imagine this bug that is causing you to lose tons of money across your users just on their phone. Yeah, I agree. That's actually a really good point. That's actually a lot of good points that you make. What is your opinion about end-to-end testing and unit testing? I mean, my opinion should be the same opinion that everyone should have whenever they're releasing software, that you must do it, or that you should do it. Not that you, I mean, you should do it because, one, unit testing, first of all, unit testing allows you to discover any potential bugs that your code might have, right? So if you're making changes to something and then some other side effect happens, that gives you a lot of insight of what's going on with your new changes, right? End-to-end testing, that shouldn't even be negotiable. Like, you need to do end-to-end testing if you want to release an application. Like, if you want to release an application and you don't end-to-end test, and if something goes wrong, you can get into a lot of trouble, or you might lose a lot of money for your company. What's the difference between unit and integration testing? Well, unit testing is mostly focused on testing a single component of your application. So, for example, you want to test a function, and you only want to make sure that that function works based on certain parameters. So what you'll do is you'll mock any dependencies that the function might have. So if the function calls other functions, you want to mock those functions. Integration testing is a lot more different. It's basically when you want to test multiple components of your application and ensure that those components work together. So unit testing is testing only one single unit of your code, one single function that works. If it works, good. Integration testing is actually testing different components together. End-to-end testing is when you want to test the whole front to back and actually have it working. So typically what you would do for an end-to-end test on a backend is you just write an actual test case to actually have the user sign up. And then maybe what you'll do is you call some API to see if the user is actually authenticated, for example. That's an example of what you could do with end-to-end test. End-to-end test on a front end, probably just load up the browser, have the user type in some input-output, like user and password, and you can test to see if the user has logged in successfully. It had the ability to status monitoring allows for a cron job or something similar to send post requests to their. It's more like if an error happens in your code while it's running, it'll report it to them, and then you can go into after see the error. Oh, okay, I see. And I need to confirm in your video about reaction. How do I make that multi-guild, and where do I type it since I don't have anything done? If you need any help with my tutorials, I would just recommend you join the Discord server. It's kind of hard to help you immediately through stream because I can't really see what your code is and I can't really see what your setup is like. So just join the Discord server and ask your question there. There's a lot of people on the server that are more than happy to help you out. So take advantage of that. Hey, new CHR. How are you doing, my friend? How's it going for you tonight? They function very similarly, but they are, in terms of like implementation details, they're slightly different. Okay, so let's do this. What we'll do is, if the current conversation is equal to the route ID, then we will go ahead and show the background. So over here, we'll do selected. So if parse int is equal to conversation.id, then that's what happens. Of course, I have this issue. We'll do the same thing for group as well. I think we kind of have to. Right over here. So yeah, I guess this will do two things at once. So selected. So we'll do the same thing. So let's get the why Nest instead of Express. Well, NestJS feels like an actual full framework, you know, like it has a lot of wrapper packages around like very popular Express middleware that can take care of a lot of things for you, and the whole NestJS ecosystem has a lot of great features that you can just use out of the box. For example, if you want to use Kafka or like a message broker, you can very easily do that with NestJS. With Express, though, you would have to configure a little bit more of that yourself. So it's not the end of the world, though. How do I get a unique ID for an object? I'm not sure what you mean with that. The object, typically your object should have a field that defines the uniqueness of it. So for example, ID would be unique. And you would typically get that value from a database, because you could let the database take care of managing unique values for you. What is this? This is a chat application that we're building. Are you going to use bun? Interesting. I don't like how. I think it's because of this HR. Yeah, I think it's because of this HR. I'm gonna get rid of that HR. Where's this HR? There we go, right over here. Yeah, let me get rid of this HR. I don't want that there. There we go. What do you guys think? You guys like it? I'll change the background color a little bit. To answer your question, Lawrence, I mean, yeah, I don't see why not. Like, Bun seems to be promising. It's a lot more faster than Node from what I've heard, right? Why not? What is Kafka? Kafka is a message broker system. What is the bundle size of this chat app? I'm not sure, honestly. Is there a way you can tell? Bundle, I guess bundle.js, right? Is it bundle.js? Wait, there we go. Do I tell from? I guess I could just look over here, right? Where does it show? .4 megabytes. Let me see. I think what I'll do is I'll add some padding. Well, let me change the background color too. Maybe this looks a lot better. Not bad. I'm sure it's not gzip since you're in local dev. I believe so, yeah, because I'm just using create react app. Why? What's like a size that would be too bad for an application? Like, for example, how much would Discord be for bundle size? I don't even know, honestly. Three times faster than Node? Sure, why not? Anything over 3 megabytes, yeah. If I could go back though and change something, I would definitely use NestJS instead of using I would definitely use NestJS instead of using just regular create react app. Because I only just started this project for fun. I didn't really have any intention to actually release an entire chat app. It was just for fun. But I would definitely use Next 100% if I could restart it all over again. Okay, so good. We have the selecting thing worked, so that's good. Let me go over here. Will I Dockerize it? I could. Why not? It wouldn't be hard to refactor to Next. Yeah, I agree. Can you help me fix a quick error, or do you not have time right now? I'll probably take a look at it later, because I'm about to do something real quick. I always scaffold apps from scratch using Vite. I really do. I would love to try out these new frameworks, like Astro, Remix, and Vite, as well as Svelte. But I just haven't had. I just haven't really had the time to explore and stuff. I would love to though. Like, I feel like, you know, these frameworks can offer a lot. You know, Astro seems pretty promising. I'd love to see how far that goes out. Remix definitely looks really promising too. NestJS, I already worked with that a little bit already. But yeah, okay. Let me see. We're gonna go ahead and work on the emojis now. So let's do that. Let me also do one more thing as well. Interesting. There we go. Can you use gap property out of display? I think they're only for grid and flexbox, I think. Do you know what the status page provider that Discord has is? I don't. Okay. Should be good. All right. Yeah, this thing's fine for now. All right. So I want to go ahead and work on the emojis right now, because that would be a good feature to have as well. So I should have the emoji mart installed, I believe. Maybe I don't. Maybe I'll have to look for it again. Let's see. Unless if you guys have a better emoji picker library, I'm all ears. I tried, there was like another emoji library, I think it was called React Emoji Picker, and it was absolutely really bad, and it lagged the entire text box a lot. So when I found this, I was like, this seems a lot more promising. Let me look at the status of this real quick. RM emoji picker. RM emoji picker. Interesting. Let's go look at this later. The one that I enjoyed using was Emoji Mart, but the problem is that you have to downgrade to version 3 if you're using it with TypeScript, because if you install version 5, you stopped. What is wrong with it? Stopped what? The problem was like the types. There's an issue with the types file. So when you install Emoji Mart version 5, there's no, you can't really get the types to work. That was the issue that I was facing. Like I'm even looking at version 5, and like a lot of people actually don't even use it. Like if you look at the downloads last 7 days, like most people are still using version 3. because of the issues with the type files. So you can see that even version 5 not a lot of people are using it. Until like, I mean, they'll fix that types file issue later, but we'll just use version 3. No, I tried it already. I tried installing the types module and it didn't work. Yeah, because we were taking a look at this last time, a couple days ago, and we weren't able to get it to work. But we got it to work with version 3 though. Neuro emoji panel. GitLab. I have to sign up, I guess. They may have privated the GitHub or GitLab. It's fine though. Okay, so when we click on this face very happy, we're gonna go ahead and toggle the emoji picker. How do you not listen to music and work at the same time? Sometimes I do. Right now I'm not, but like occasionally I will. Yeah, he's right. Lawrence is right. I have you guys, so I don't have to worry. There we go. Yeah, we're using it. We're using an API. There's no way we made this from scratch, yeah. I mean, we could. I think we could, though. I don't think it'd be too hard. Because all it really is just a bunch of SVGs. Or Unicode icons, I should say, not SVGs, sorry. Unicode icons. And just, I mean, you could. I'm pretty sure there's probably some API to that I could use to load. But, alright, so let me see. I'm going to use some inline CSS for now, or maybe I'll just use this. Are you familiar with RPC protocol? I mean, I know what it is, but like I've never really used it that much, to be honest with you. I think the only thing that I did with RPC was probably something with Minecraft, I believe. Let me see. I think I want this position absolute to message input container, which is already position relative. So let's do top 0. Maybe bottom 0. Wouldn't be hard, just right time consuming. Yeah, it would mostly be time consuming, to be honest with you, not hard. And now if I there we go. Excuse me. So let's do this 20 pixels. Let's do it 40 pixels from the bottom, 50 pixels from the bottom, 60 pixels from the bottom, 80 pixels from the bottom. That's okay. And we'll do maybe from the right hand side, we'll do 20 pixels from the right, 30 pixels. I wonder if there's a way to get rid of this scroll bar. I don't really like this scroll bar. We could probably just override the styling for this picker component. Like there should be a way. Scroll. Like for example, I could do this. If it'll let me, that is. Yep, that kind of sucks. Is an empty array a truthy value? I could always just do this as well. Let's read their docs. So when we select an emoji, it's going to call this on emoji select function. And if you console log E, you'll see what happens. So let's take a look at that. So if we want to get the native, we could just do native like that. Damn, I guess we can do that. All right, so what we'll do is this. Whenever we select an emoji, it's going to need to insert it where the caret position is. So we need to keep track of the caret position. So this is going to be one of the tricky parts to this. So what we'll do is let's do this. There's a couple factors to consider because the caret position can change based on arrow keys. So for example, if you do left arrow, the caret position will change. If you do up or down arrow, it'll go all the way to the end, right? You can also use your mouse too. So you have to consider all of those cases in order to keep track of where the cursor is located. So that will be the difficult part, really. It's just figuring out how we can do that. But we're up for a challenge. So let's see. Hey Auden, long time no see, how are you? Have you seen the iPhone? I heard it got leaked, right? Alright, see you later. Good night, Ellie. Auto-Resize, welcome to the stream, how are you? Okay, I have the text field here. Okay, so I think what we'll do is we'll define our stay here. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go over here and we're gonna prop drill 2 more props over here to take care of the set caret position. Though I think we only really need to pass in the setter function. So we'll go down here, dispatch, set state action, number, and then we'll just pass this over here like that. Okay, cool. So now, what we need to do is we need to make it so that when we actually move our arrow keys, right, we update the caret position. And fortunately for us, there's this property called target start. Let me see. I'll show you. Hey Techno, how are you? Welcome to the stream. So this is a text area. So let me do e.target. Target as HTML text area element. Just woke up at 6 a.m. over here. Oh, where did you say you were from again? When I type, the rectangle magnifies? Are you talking about the animation of the rectangle, or? Just go over to settings and just search for cursor. and just set it to the blocks. Set it to whatever style you want, and the cursor blinking as well. Yo, same element. I'll turn on my alarm just so I wouldn't miss your stream. Well, welcome everyone to the stream. I'm happy to have you all here. It's only 10:30 for me right now. Madness, how are you? Thank you, I appreciate it, man. I'm going to start a test here if I'm listening. You going for the next few hours? Yeah, I'll be on for a while. I'm not going anywhere, guys. Don't worry. Hey, what's going on, Marcin? How are you? Welcome. How are you doing? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Okay, so the selection start is 0 indexed, which is good news. So when we move our arrow key, right? Yo, Manus, thank you so much for the donation, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the super chat. That means a lot to me. Thank you, man. I wonder if there's a way. Well, I think what we could do is we just need to get the selection start. So if we know the selection start, then that means that we can just, that means we know I guess, think of it this way. If we know where the selection start is, then we know where we should insert the element. Okay, yeah, I guess that works. So let's try this out. So we'll go ahead and call set caret position target dot selection start. Okay, so we'll set that. And then now, whenever I go ahead and select an emoji, we're going to go ahead and get the value of the content. And we're going to need to insert, let me see, set content. We're going to need to insert the emoji in the position where the cursor is located. So I think what we could do is we could do, should be, splice is what I think we need to do, right? That's even a method on. Yeah, I think that's only for arrays. Let's see. I think it's concat. Let me do this. Okay, actually, I think what we'll do is, let's see. So let's say, for example, if the text is my message. So let's say the cursor position is right over here. So that means it'll be 0, 1, 2, 0, 1. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if the cursor position was number 6, we would want to insert right over here, the emoji here, right over here, and that would probably have to go where the caret position. Yeah, I guess we just do. Let's try 0 to caret position, and then concatenate it with we'll do dot concat with e dot native, and then we'll do dot concat caret position to pre.length. Seems really messy, but I don't know if this will work. Works for inserting content that uses cursor position. Land it safely. Gotta meet up with my buddies and figure out what we're gonna do tomorrow. Maybe I'll catch you back. Alright, enjoy, have fun, Gravity. I hope you have an awesome time with your friends. Okay, so we'll slice it from 0 to the caret position, concat it with emoji, and then add everything after the caret position. Okay, I think this could work. Let's find out. So whenever we select the emoji, we'll call select content. All right, let me refresh. So let's go ahead and go here. If I do this, did it insert correctly? I do not know. So let's go over here. Okay, so it inserts it. So we moved it over here. So the position is number 8. But it inserts after. So I think we might need to subtract 1. I'll try this again. Bro, I don't know you, but YouTube always showed your channel for me, and you're always like, oh my god. Well, welcome to the stream, Gustavo. How are you? So if I do this, so if it works at 0. So if I do HE, it goes after. Okay, interesting. So maybe we could try subtracting 1. I wonder if subtracting 1 would have any side effects. Let's see. Hello. Okay. So that replaces H with it. Okay, that's not good. I think maybe let's do caret position subtract 1, because it's supposed to. Yeah, no, that's not good. Interesting. So if I move over here, the caret position is number 3 right over here. So 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. But this is 1 though, which is really strange to me. Check if caret position equals 0. Let me see, what did you send me? So what did you do here? Start position, end position. I kind of don't want to, like, you know, just get the answer. I kind of want to, like, figure it out myself as well. I appreciate it though, don't get me wrong, but I kind of want to like figure it out as well, so that way, you know, we're not entirely copying everything. Oh no, you're fine. It's new stuff to me, you know, like it's new stuff to me, so it's a learning process for me. I mean, I don't mind I don't mind like pointers and stuff. I don't mind pointers or like hints, but I don't want like the full solution if that makes sense. Because then it just feels cheap, you know, like it feels like I'm cheating, if that makes sense. And I don't wanna do that. But yeah, like I am looking at let's see. What about split the string and concatenate and join it? I don't think we should do that. Because really all we need to do is just know where the cursor is located and just insert it in between. So for example, I know that selection target is 0 indexed, right? And I can always just look at whatever this is message, right? So let's go here. So it says number 6 right now, okay? Which means we were right over here. So 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so here's what I just realized is that this right over here, like this cursor, is also 1 and 0 at the same time. Unless it's like being updated late. But when I am logging it at message text field on line 52, that's what it says selection start. Gets or sets the starting position of or off text of a text selection. So what exactly is selection? What's it? Let me see. It's select target selection. Let me see. Let me look at these 3 properties real quick. Selection. So 10. Fifty-two, 53, 54. Yeah, so it seems like that's really weird the way that it's behaving with 0. You see how like when I go at the end, it's 1, and then if I hit arrow again, it's 0. And it's always going to be 0. Like that. Which is why I'm confused. Yeah, let me see. I'm looking at something on Stack Overflow real quick. So what they do is they check to see if selection start is equal to 0. Starting position. Let me look at something real quick. So what they do is, this has to be a typo though. Why is it Oh, I guess what they do is they check if this is truthy. But this is weird though. And they're also comparing it to a stringified version of the number when it's clearly a integer type, which is really strange to me. But let's see. Oh, is this where you got it from? Is this what you did? You got it from Stack Overflow? Or I might as well at least understand what is going on here, so that way I can learn a thing or two before instead of just copying and pasting it. So what they do here is they check if the selection star is equal to 0. I still don't really understand what this is, to be honest with you. LML, damn bro, turn dark, I'm gonna blind everyone. Yeah, let me enable that extension. What is it, dark reader? There we go. Sorry about that, guys. Now everyone can see it without being blinded. So what did I do here? My field.value is equal to my field value substring 0 up to starting position plus my value. So they concatenate it with, what is my value here? Oh, okay. Okay, and then end position. Okay, so it seems like we need the starting position, end position. Okay. Alright, I guess we could try this. So this is what you sent me earlier. Let me look at that. I don't believe it. Okay, so you did send me this earlier. Okay. Wow. Alright then. That is okay. I just I don't know, but it's fine. We can use that. I just don't want to like copy and paste the entire thing without at least understanding it, Like obviously in the end, like most of the time we will look at stuff from Stack Overflow and use that, but I thought you had like wrote that whole thing and then sent it to me and gave me the answer. I was like, oh shit. But it's fine though. Let me close this quick. Wait, where is it now? Oh, that's the wrong window. Whoops. Okay. I'm still trying to understand what this is for. Like, are they trying to check if this is a truthy value, but then they compare it to a string? That's so weird. If someone masters JS, HPCS, and Python, are they employable? Well, I don't want to say yes because nothing is ever promised or guaranteed, but you definitely have a good shot compared to everyone else who does not have those skills. So I would say yes. All right, good night, Lawrence. Take it easy. Thanks, I'll sub to you. Thank you, I appreciate it. I guess we'll just get this. We'll do section. All right, let's see if this works. Interesting. That is very irritating. Oh, maybe it's because it's getting the previous. Oh, I think it's something to do with the actual previous value over here. Const new. Try this. Maybe it's an issue with the current value of the input. Nope. Same issue. Yeah, I tried it with substring too. I don't know what the issue was, but yeah, we'll see. Hey Ken, how are you? So if there's a caret start selection or it's equal to 0, we get the start and then we get selection end. Then we do this dot value substring equals 0. So that's content dot substring 0 caret start position. Plus the text that we want to insert. So that's going to just be e.native. And then end position plus this dot value dot length. So that's just now content dot substring. Content dot substring. The end position, which is selection end, which is caret end position, all the way up until the length of the content. So content dot length like this. And then what did we do here? This dot selection start equals start POS plus text length. So interesting. What are they? Let's see. See how this works now. I don't know why it keeps inserting after. It like doesn't really make any sense to me. Like, why would it insert it after? It doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter what value I put for these two, because they'll be updated by the state anyways. Makes no sense to me. And even if I were to console log caret start caret end, the values are the same, so whatever is being set here is being set here. 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, but my question is, why would it? So what I'm curious about is like, if these are what the recommended solution Stack Overflow has. You're checking for 0 and we're doing that, but I can just subtract 1 if it's not 0, right? That's not a problem. But I'm just curious to know why it would behave like that, which is why I'm confused, you know. Really, really weird. Now, if it's the last element, it'll replace it, which is not good. So yeah, I think it replaces it because of content.length. I think I may need to do this. Let's try again. Okay. Well, it's 0. Cool. Alright, there we go. Now it works. Alright, now what if I'm at the end? So now if I'm at the end, that means it'll insert it before. So I think we'll add another case. Else if caret. Let me try this. Wait. Let me look at something real quick. Content.length. Where's 3435? Alright, so 3435 right over here. So I guess what we'll do is we'll add a check if these two are the same. Then we'll go ahead and insert this else if content.length is equal to caret in position. Then what we'll do is we'll just simply do turn operator. Yeah, let me look at this real quick. Yeah, I'll do this. Set content. So let's see, content.length, caret position. So if it's true, then we'll go ahead and just return prev.substring 0 to caret start position. Well, actually, well, if it's at the end, then we just need to, we don't even need to do anything. We just insert it at the end. So we just do prev. We just do prev and then e.name, right? Because if it's at the end, we just concatenate that, or this whole thing right over here. One. Apple event started today. I actually didn't watch it. I didn't even know it was today, to be honest with you. But I probably won't be buying anything anytime soon, to be honest. Because I have a lot of Apple products already, and I don't think I'll be buying any new ones anytime soon. Was hoping you're still alive. I just got to know to talk to Mel on the phone. I watched for a bit, and then I probably should get some sleep. That was really quick. How long was your how long did you fly for? Alright, I think this should be fine, right? Okay, so let's do. That was really quick. Wow. Okay, this is weird. Okay, that is weird. Not sure what this is. Not sure what that's about. Do I need to encode? Do I need to encode the I might need to encode it, don't I? Interesting. Except for 0 case, you could just add that first. Hold on, let me do this real quick. Wait. Let me try something real quick. Yeah, I don't know why this whole thing, like, you see how like this thing is throwing an error? That's really interesting. Well, the emojis work fine, but I think we are not encoding them properly, I think maybe that must be what the issue is, in my opinion. See, it's weird because like now that's broken. Interesting. Something's breaking it, but I'm not sure what it is though. Yeah, we ran into this issue the other day too. Oh, is that what you were mentioning earlier? Like if you have two emojis, there's a space between the two. I see. Yeah, maybe that's why Discord does it like that, because they're Unicode. That's interesting. Okay, so add a space between okay, yeah. So it's only when you enter an emoji. I guess we got to do both left and right, I guess, right? Because I'm looking at Discord right now. I'm gonna enter another emoji. Yeah, I guess we could do that. So now if I did this. Now if I did this. So yeah, it seems like if there's an emoji next to another, it breaks the other emoji. So if the user deletes it, then that's not good. So I could do that, right? But if they were to add it next to another user, like this, it breaks it. So if there's another emoji, if they add it next to another. Interesting. Hey Michael, how are you? So if I add this, so I can get adding, right? But what if I were to go next to an emoji here and then I were to do this, breaks. Even though there's like a space there though. That's really weird. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. That does. Yeah, that does kind of suck. I mean, it's working, but like it's just that it breaks, so that's not good. That's a solid door you got there. You guys can hear that. What does it sound like? Damn, it's so cold in my place. Gotta put on a sweater, even though it's like 100 degrees outside. What are you eating? I haven't eaten all day, and you're making me hungry. You guys can hear me eat. Well, I just have like some potatoes that I'm just eating. Yeah, I need to make your own set of emojis for journaling. That's just extra. Yeah, that kind of sucks. That does kind of suck. Good thing I came back to streaming time. Welcome back. Yeah, this just sucked. I mean, at least we know why this is happening, which is, you know, good. But and even if we encode the URL, that wouldn't be good too. I wonder how Discord managed to add, like, how do they add the images, you know, into the text field? I mean, I guess that wouldn't be hard, right? I think Discord actually created, I think the, I don't know. It's really weird. I think Discord, like, the input field that they created, I think was like, yeah, I don't even know. Well, that kind of sucks. I mean, at least we got pretty further than last time. But it kind of does suck that we can't do it this way. Otherwise, we'll end up breaking a lot of stuff. Maybe if you put a 0 width after character after emojis. 0 width space. Let's see. 0 width space. Can I just do this? I can do that, right? 0200B. So what's going on here? Module build failed. Interesting. You know, the nice thing is I actually saw like this video where they were talking about this with VS Code. They were talking about this, and it was like a nightmare. So they implemented the feature where you can actually detect it. Okay, so 0 with space does work. So now you can see that it does add it, which is good. But is there a way like we can do it without doing it with Unicode instead? Because I don't want to have like the 0 with space there, because then Yeah, that's what I heard a while ago. Is that Discord they created like I heard that Discord created like their own custom input component. So they don't actually have a like the native one. I add a ref to the input, then splice the emoji, then set the input selection range. Is that easier? Like, does that also get the select? Does that also get like the position even if you click on it as well? Hey Usama, how are you? We're working with emojis right now. Oh, another problem with the zero width thing is that if you see how like I don't know if you can hear this, but I have to hit it twice to get to the next position because it still considers that other character. So it doesn't. Yeah, I'm doing good, thank you. Well, that's crazy. Did you send something? Because I didn't see it in the chat. Let's see, what is this? Oh, I see it now. Ampersand 8203. What's that? What's ampersand 8203? That is zero width. Yeah, I don't know why YouTube automatically removes code that you send. Since you removed your noise thing, we can hear what you eat in your keyboard. Yeah, my mic is real sensitive. Yeah, this is really weird. Oh, you're talking about creating like a custom, if you're like adding the image there, right? Yeah, I don't think it would be hard to do. Let me just do this so. At least we learned something new. Cause I would have not known about that, to be honest. Let me do this. Hey Divi, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Let me do this. I'm gonna go ahead and save these changes to a separate branch and come back to it in case we ever need it as reference. I'm gonna look into seeing something. Yeah, I don't think it'd be that difficult to, like, you know, insert the images. But at least now we know that dealing with emojis isn't as straightforward as we could imagine. So what? Just insert an image inside a div. But I feel like I would need an image for each emoji, right? 200B at the 0 width space. Yeah, we tried that earlier. Where would you get the image URL from? Oh, actually, yeah, we're using Emoji Mart. So there's a thing like you can probably like import it from, you can probably get it from somewhere. Oh wait, I just realized something. Wait, hold on. I just realized something. And yeah, you can commit through Windows. Yeah. I mean, this is just the CLI tool, and it has, and Windows already has Git installed already, or my Windows has Git installed. So you just use Git. You just use Git like that. Like Git isn't only for Unix systems. I just realized something. Wait. There's like a image URL. Watch this. That I just noticed on. But I think that's only if you're using the URL though. Let me see. Because I saw there was a way to load the emojis with a URL. Here Patel, welcome. Wait, didn't you see that image URL on the emoji? Yeah, exactly, right over here. But I think you have to load it from a URL. So let me see. Trying to find out. Well, I think this is for custom emojis actually. Yeah, I think this is for custom emojis. I mean, we could probably create our own custom emojis. Like, that's not a problem. For example, if I go here, right? This would be for custom emojis, which I guess you could, you know, replace each emoji. Try this. Emoji code point at 0 to string 16. What does that do? Let me see what that does real quick. What does that convert it to, like a base 16? Uh-huh. Wait a minute. Now what if I put it right over here? Okay, it still breaks with that. Hey Ibrahim. I am doing good, how about you? Huh, that's interesting. Did I get it right? Let's see, ampersand X, then the emoji a toString. I got it right? But put this after your own PNG. What did you send? Oh, I didn't see your message, Devil. Palash, how are you? Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? I'm good, and I've been grinding to get ready for my next interview. Nice. I thought you already got the job already. Or it was just the interview? Facebook does it in different ways. It uses p tag to make it editable, and each block goes into span. A block can be either emoji or text. What's tripped out? What's going on? Oh yeah, it was a pain to get a bag of tech here across here for security. You already know, Anson. Oh yeah, I know. My professor chose like 10 colleagues and 2-3 who got the job. Gotcha. Looking good. Hey, what's going on, Aaron? How are you? Yeah, I'm building a project that shows an error to add web config JS file. What to do now? I'm getting error from module not from crypto. Maybe try installing the crypto module. I'm not really too sure because it seems like it can't find the crypto module. So you could try manually installing it. And the function emoji is the native emoji. Yeah, I can see that. So now if I were to use this, right? How would I insert it? Because this returns an image. So how would I insert the image inside the text field though? Slate.js. So how would I insert the image? Text area. What about Slate.js? Is that what Discord uses? Does Slate.js come with emoji support already? Because honestly, I feel like if it does, maybe we should just use that instead. What do you think? Does it have emoji support? Oh shit. Sorry about that. A div with content editable truth work. What does that do? Oh, I see. So I guess we would have to create our own text field, right? Is that what is that what you need to do? But what about the what about like keyboard events? Would that still work? If I created let me see. That's how Facebook and YouTube does it. I see. Shiro Code, how are you? Welcome. Oh, I see. So we can still use like oh wow, okay. So we can actually still So we can actually still get keyboard events. Now there's no on change event though. Well, I mean, we've been working on emojis, but we realized that probably might not be the best if we work with it with a regular text area. So I guess the only question is now is I would need to make sure I can get the on key down as well as on change. So what would be an alternative to on change then for a div? On input, okay. Posted a code us up on Discord. Let's take a look. Where is it? Front end development. That's what text area, right? We're trying our best though. Best I can't do much. Oh no, I think you guys are fine. You guys are doing well, and I appreciate it. Okay, so this is a div, but how do I get the inner text? I guess div content level true. So I guess we could do something like cons. You could do something like text content or inner text. So let's see. Yeah, I guess that should be fine. Now, what if there's like an image though? I wonder how that works. So if I do, okay, so now what if there was an image that was in there? The only thing that I wonder is like, okay, well, if you were to insert the emoji in there, does that mean that you'll need to save the image into the database or something? Like, how would the message be saved in the end if it's with emojis? If that makes sense. Because on the UI, you would have something like span and then the image span, right? So how would it work on the backend? I guess on the backend, we could just save this whole thing to the database. But I don't think that'd be a good idea, right? Because, oh, you want to save the raw HTML? I would recommend you to use key up instead of key down. And if you don't leave the key, it will continue to trigger the event. Yeah, so I mean, what you could do, because Discord converts it to something like this, that. So maybe in the database, what you could do is you could basically just save it like this in the database, and then when you're rendering it, just replace every single instance. But then again, though, that would be annoying because then you'd have to basically run each message through a function and check if there's any emojis, which that would work, but yeah, so on the UI, you would save it, you would render the image there, and then before you submit the message to the backend, you could just literally replace every single instance of the image with the emoji. I'm using Emoji Mart. Interesting. I should probably get to bed. I see in a couple days not. Alright, Gravity. Have a good night, my friend. And good luck with your training. Take it easy, brother. Hey, how's it going, Lassie? It's going alright, it's going alright. It is going alright. Yeah, I might have to excuse me. Excuse me. YouTube chat has a non-breaking space at the end of messages. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some research on this, but we've made a lot of progress with this, which is really good. And at least we have our options now. So we could create like a custom text area field. And then, I guess insert the images in the location, like right over here in between. Which I guess then later on, by doing that, we can actually insert custom emojis with like GIFs and stuff. And so when we save the message to the database, the message would have to look like this. And then we can just you just parse it. Can you create element and pass attributes like this for each name you have each emoji? Am I aiming to make it look like Discord? I mean, not really, but it did, we did get a lot of inspiration from it, so. Input ref might be easier. Yeah. I think the only issue is it would accomplish the same thing that we're accomplishing, but it just wouldn't allow us to insert the emojis without it breaking, which is what the problem is right now. Because we're able to get the emojis to insert properly, but it's just the emoji is going to end up breaking if we put the emoji next to it. So, yeah, because like, we can definitely insert the emoji. It's just that if they insert an emoji right next to another emoji, it would just break the emoji completely. So, I mean, I think we've made a lot of good progress and we learned a lot more on this. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and let me see. What's the output of the change event? Which one? For emoji mart? I think it's emoji data, I think it's emoji data. It just gives it gives you access to the native emoji. Damn, that kind of sucks. Alright, let me fix this real quick. So on key up has the same functionality, right? As on key down. On key up releases a key on the keyboard. Yeah, I guess that makes more sense when they release the key. Oh shit. This is really weird. Yeah, I read it. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back onto the emoji feature later. I'll do some more research for that. Probably will end up needing to create a custom text area component, which I think will help a lot with a lot of other things. I'm not aiming to make it look exactly like Discord, especially with, like, you know, these slash commands and whatnot. I mean, but it does help though, like, you know, we could probably do some stuff like that. Which client is Anson and which client is Retic? Well, this one right over here, I'm logged in as Anson over here on this account. I just realized another issue with the input field. When I hit enter, oh, I think you know what it is, because we're calling .trim. Something right over here. Where is it? Oh wait. Let me look at something real quick. Wait, what? Solves a lot of issues on chat field. Wait, when did this happen? Do I use Vite? No. I want to fix that text area behavior real quick. What's going on with this? What would, and so what you would choose and why? JWT or passport? Well, I mean, you can also use passport with JWT as well. But I personally don't like using JWTs. I think they're not bad, especially when you have like a microservice architecture. The only issue is that you would have to be responsible for checking if you have to be responsible for checking to see if the JWT is invalid by saving it somewhere and then querying that either to database or Redux every single time. Otherwise, you'll have a JWT that's just going to live on. And it will always be valid, even if the user, quote unquote, logs out. So I personally don't use JWT for that reason. But if I were to ever use it, though, I would store it in a Redis server and then set a TTL on that JWT. And so while that JWT is living on that Redis server, that means the user is kind of do it by them being valid or invalid. Yeah. Yeah, something's weird. Something's going on with this message text area that's weird. Huh. That is not supposed to be happening. Enter and there's no shift key. Maybe I may need to reset the message. There we go. They'll fix that. A little bit weird though. Maybe I can make it so that if they send an empty message, we can shake the box. I think that would be pretty cool, but that'll be useless for now. No, I don't really like this animation that it does after you hit enter. And that should also not work either. Switching it back to on key down seems to fix that issue with the jittery. Interesting. Okay, I'll just leave it like that for now. All right. Spin body. I think maybe what I'll move on to now is probably I'll return to the emoji stuff later. take a break from that. Work on something else. I think what I'll work on now is probably do pagination. That's probably the next priority. Because right now we're just fetching all of the messages in one go. So we'll make it so that when you scroll to the top, it'll fetch, let's say, 50 more messages. And then you can keep scrolling and it'll keep fetching. So the hardest thing would probably be just detecting figuring out how we can detect when it scrolls to here. But that shouldn't be too hard though. Probably could just check the scroll top property on the element. And it's not window.scroll, it's the actual element itself. So let me see. I'm gonna try something. Const ref equals use ref. And then what I'll do is let's see if I can attach a listener on that element. So ref.current dots. So I think what I could do is probably see if I can add a on scroll event listener on this. Let's see. What do we have to do on this one? Hey X, how's it going? How are you? Not too bad, not too bad. Okay, so we're doing reverse scroll. So now watch this. If I were to change this from, let's say if I just did column, right? Yeah, so this is annoying. So you see how I am doing flex direction column. Now if I scroll up, it's gonna go to 0. We basically want to check this property, this div element dot scroll top, and when we reach number 0, we want to fetch the API again with the updated pagination parameters. Annoying thing about this is that let me see. Well, I'm doing reverse column, but I think that's okay because I think what we could do on the backend is just return the messages in descending order. Because right now, if I do this, let's go into Thunder Client. Let's go over to Oh, whoops. This should be. Let's do this. New folder, conversations. Move this in here. Delete. Alright, let me create another folder for here. Let's do messages. Because right now when we fetch messages, it's doing it in ascending order. So watch this. So new request, get messages by conversation ID. Conversations 47. Let's see. Conversation was not found. That's interesting. Oh wait, slash messages. Oh, you know what? I gotta log in. Alright, there we go. Alright, that should work now. Alright, so right now we're getting the messages in order from, let's see. This is hello. Yeah, so right now we're fetching the messages in order like this right now. So the latest message is right over here, I believe. Is that so? Oh wait, no, yeah, it's going from top to bottom. You can see right over here, this is the latest message. If I do column reverse again, the latest message is actually hello, and the API returns it in order like this. Well, actually, we're returning it in the correct order. So I guess we got to return it in the reverse order. Seems like it. Because this message over here is the first message that should be all in the top. Yeah, I guess we just have to modify the API to return it in the opposite order. So let's do that. Get message from conversation, go here. And what we'll do is, I guess we'll do ask ascending order. See what it looks like when we fetch it. So now it's going in ascending order, and then we could just display it in stream crashed. I'm here. I'm still here. Let me see. If I fetch it like this, let's see what happens on the UI. Okay, so... And now the annoying thing is that it will start scrolling from the top, which is really annoying. But, let's see... Yeah, I definitely don't want that. I want it to scroll from... I want it to start from the bottom. It's really lame. Let me see this. Let's see. Wix advertisements for site building that started appearing on your channel just now for me. Really? Well, I guess that means we've made it. When Wix starts advertising on our channel. How much money do I make? Guess. I probably won't tell you. Yes or no though, but you can guess if you want, but I probably won't tell you. All I'm gonna say is I make enough. I'm shy, nah. Alright, see ya, Mark. Take it easy. I'll catch you later. What am I doing? I'm trying to detect scrolling, but for some reason it's a little bit weird because I have to do it from... I'm using flex direction. Hard to explain. It's hard for me to explain. I mean, I'll put it this way. I don't mind telling you, but I just don't want to come off as, you know, someone that is condescending for saying, you know. I personally don't really care, you know, because I tell, like, my friend, like, my best friend and I, we both know both of our salaries. It's not really that big of a deal, but I don't want to come off as, like, you know, flexing or, you know, things like that, you know. So I just prefer to not really talk about this kind of stuff. Let me know if you ever need help with retirement income planning. Sure. Okay. This is really weird. I'm not sure how I can tackle this. So basically what I want to do is I want to make it so that when I scroll to the top over here, I'm going to refetch the data. But the way that we're doing it right now is flex direction is column, reverse. Will it help us because when we scroll to the top, it's going to be a negative value. But if we do it with column, then I can always know when I scroll to the top by checking 0. Okay? But the problem with this is that when I first load the page, it starts rendering at the top. So what I could do, I guess, is I could probably make it so that when the page loads, we can scroll all the way to the bottom of the div. So that way it doesn't scroll. Because if I refresh the page now, it's gonna start over here. So I guess what I could do is I can make it start at the bottom over here. That's one way to fix it, you know, because right now the messages are still loading in order like this, but the way that we'll have to change literally everything, the way that we are rendering everything. But that's fine. That's the least of my concerns. We just need to make sure that pagination works. So the first thing that I need to do is figure out how I can set the position to here. On the page load. But to answer this question, the dev make between 30 50K as dev. It could be more experience. I mean, it depends on where you live. Like in New York, you can make over 100,000 a year. Even out the door of college, because New York is a really expensive place to live. If you live in California, you can look anywhere between 120 to 190,000 maybe. But I think at least in America, 30 50K is really low in every single state in America, in my opinion. And I think that Alright, let me look at something real quick. Give me a second. Excuse me. I feel that, man. I'm probably gonna go to bed soon. Yeah, it's 12:14 for me right now. Okay, perfect. So this is exactly what I want to do. So when I refresh the page, you see how now we're at the bottom, and when I scroll up, you can see that this value goes to 0. Okay, which is what we want to do. So basically, when scroll top is 0, so if div element scroll top equals 0, we want to go ahead and do fetch more messages like this. Okay, and so now watch this. If I scroll up, you can see this is 0, fetch more messages. Okay, so this requires, so the way that we are going to do this is we had to switch it from flex direction column reverse to just column. So now this is just a column instead of column reverse. And so now the way that we are rendering our messages is going to have to change. And the way that we are inserting messages at the end is going to have to change. Because right now if I do hi, it's going to insert the messages all the way at the top. And that's fine. It's a really easy fix. Hey, made my first $100 from Roblox with 10 days of working with Lua. Nice. Congrats on that, Zarden. That's easy money for you. Well, 10 days. Well, I mean, still, like, you know, at least you make that. Let's see, that's like $10 a day. So if you do it for 1 month, that's like $300. But I mean, hey, look, that's still easy money, right? Make my first $1.90 by pretending being a woman and doing show cam. Yeah, so okay, so we'll fetch the messages in ascending order instead. Okay. Yeah, the messages are being rendered correctly. Perfect. Okay, so 1126, 1145. Well, is it? Yeah. 1126 is earlier than 1145. Okay. Yeah, we'll fix this. Interesting. That's weird. So now that I just realized something, that now that I'm using column, this input field oh, I guess it's because we don't auto scroll. Okay, it's fine. Yeah, that's fine. All right, so yeah, we'll do this and we'll do this. So column reverse, no more. Set fetch by ask. Okay, perfect. All right, first thing I'll do is I'll fix the way that we're adding messages to the state. So we're gonna go into let's see, store message slice. I'm subbing to everyone who subs to me. How's it going? Okay, so you can see that we're doing unshift, which I believe inserts it in the beginning. Instead, we'll just do push. So anywhere we see unshift, I think it was just that. So let's try this now. Okay, that is not good. See how that inserted over there? Not sure why it inserted right over here. What's going on with this? That's really weird. On message, dispatch, add message. That's really weird. And this scroll thing is really weird too. Hey Maddie, how are you? Wow, quite progress. I'm watching the stream after 4 days. Hey, how's it going, Shabam? Welcome to the stream. Does the emoji thing work? We took a break from that. I'm working on something else right now with scrolling. But this is really annoying with the way that everything is working now. So, having a little bit of issues with that. Do I have a homepage? Nope, not yet. I was thinking about building one, but another one of our viewers wanted to design one for us, so I was waiting for them to finish the design, but I haven't heard from them yet, so that's interesting. But it's okay though. I'm not really in a rush. I'm not in a rush for that right now. I'm trying to see if there's a better way to do this with scrolling, because I really need to make sure we can figure out this scrolling thing. Have I tried Remix? Nope. I really would like to though, but I haven't had a chance yet. Okay. I think what I'll do is this. I wonder what it looks like if I do. I'm trying to detect, basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to detect when the user has scrolled all the way to the top. But it's hard to figure out how to do this with flex direction set to column reverse. Can't seem to find anything on Stack Overflow. So if I scroll all the way here, right, we're at negative 1220. But there's no way for us to get to 0 though. Can't sleep, but what you're working on? I know it sucks that I can't sleep because I have a big day at me. Gotta be up and early. I know I can't follow any suggestions. I usually just take melatonin if I have my sleep really badly messed up, but I don't rely on it though. I would take melatonin maybe for like a few days just to get into the habit of falling asleep, and then I'll slowly drift away from it. But usually what I do is I just lay there and I don't think about anything. Usually though, part of the reasons why I have trouble falling asleep is because I'm thinking too much about certain things. So yeah, I don't know, it might be because maybe you're thinking about a lot of stuff. What is the time there? It's currently 12:30 right now. The number is basically the scroll position. So for example, when I scroll all the way to the top, this is at negative 120, negative 1220, which is the position of how far we've scrolled up. But because it's a reverse column, right? You notice how if I scroll down, it goes to 0. So right now what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make it so that I can actually scroll to the top and detect it while using Flexbox reverse column. So I'm using a Flexbox and scroll. Yeah, it's probably because I'm thinking about a lot of stuff. I have a lot of stuff in my at the same time, just like in case my wife usually let me sleep though. But yeah, yeah, now I feel that. Do you not have work tomorrow? I do. Hey, default box, how are you? 1J, how are you? Welcome. Welcome back to the stream. Lost my dev job recently. I have about 3 years of experience. Do you think the job market is really tough right now? I think it is. There are still companies that are hiring, but from what I've seen, a lot of companies have went on a hiring freeze. I know my company went on a hiring freeze. I know Carvana, another company that I had interviewed for, fired like 2,000 people, like about maybe like 5 months after I interviewed with them. They actually ended up giving me an offer, but when I look back, I was like, I am glad that I did not take that offer because I could have probably been one of them. But there are still lots of jobs open though. It's just a little bit tougher. What's your motive for this project? Just wanting to really just get the stuff done. Really, that's pretty much all there is to it. Wanting to get the stuff done is my motivation for this project. I think also what I could do is to keep the scroll on the bottom, because now if I type messages, it stays there. So it's actually adding to the state correctly, but yeah, let me do this. What keyboard and setup you have? Do specs, exclamation mark specs, and I'll give you all of my computer specs. See, where's message container? Message container is right here. Oh man, this is so much fun. So when I hit it, I guess what I could do is when I hit a... Do you plan to host this? I am hosting it now, but it's only for testing purposes. What kind of library did you use to create the connection? I am using a WebSocket. It's called Socket.io. I have a hard time with technical interviews. Do you just recommend doing LeetCode every day? No. I would say it depends on what the interviewer is going to ask you. For example, some interviews will consist of only React and actual backend. Some interviews will consist of always LeetCode. So it really depends. There's really no easy way to tell. I will admit that in some cases, some companies, in some cases, getting a job is also dependent on a little bit of luck, because it depends entirely on how the interview questions are going to go. They could ask you a ridiculously hard question on data structure and algorithms, and you might just not know it despite you having 10 years of experience, So it's really just a wild card, to be honest with you. I don't think only practicing data structures and algorithms and LeetCode is a good idea, although I think that those things are not a fair assessment on someone's skills, and I personally would never hire someone that only does LeetCode. How much experience do I have? About 3 years. How can I use it? Well, right now I'm working on a feature right now, but it's not working great. We did some good stuff today this morning, or this evening earlier, I should say. But I'm having just some issues with some other stuff, so yeah, not so much fun that I'm having right now. Not so much fun. But if you stick around, maybe not today, but maybe later, because I stream every single day. You'll find me here streaming every single day. Maybe come around some other time and you'll be able to test it out. I'll be here tomorrow too. So if you are interested, we'll probably be testing out at some point. Will you upload this to your channel? They're all gonna be. All of these videos are gonna be on my channel. They're all gonna be saved. I'm not gonna delete any of them. Every single one of the videos, all of the streams will be on my channel, so don't worry. Alright, what is happening? Well, right now I am running into an issue where I have a flex box that is reverse scroll. Right, it's a flex direction of column and, well, column reverse. So when I scroll to the top, it doesn't actually go all the way to 0, it goes to a negative value. And so I'm trying to figure out how I can detect when I scroll all the way to the top using a reverse column. Seems like I haven't had much luck, so I think the only way is to really get it to work by scrolling to the top and setting flex direction to column. Yeah, the code is in the description of this video. You can go ahead and check out the code, it's all there. But yeah, scroll to 0. So what I could do is, this would work fine, but now I gotta take care of forwarding a ref, so that's gonna be a lot of fun. Because I need this ref to this container, so lots of fun tonight. Yeah. So I think what I'll do is basically, like right now, I'm doing it. The reason why what I'm doing right now is because you see how this number goes to 0. That's how we can tell if we are scrolling to the top or if we reach the top, right? If I and the reason why it works because I have it set to I have the flex direction set to column right now. If I go back, before I had it set to column reverse, and we were fetching the messages in descending order. But now we have to set the flex direction to column, because if I set it to column reverse, when I scroll up, it's going to be a different negative value every single time. And that's going to make it literally impossible to figure out if we're at the top or not. If I scroll down though with flex reverse, we'll get to 0. Did I switch keyboards? I did. I'm using a Cherry MX Blue right now. Hey, how do you decide what libraries to use? Starting out, I feel like there are so many different frameworks. Just stick with one. It doesn't matter what you pick. Don't listen to anyone that tells you otherwise. Just pick, for example, if you want to learn Vue because it's a lot more easier to understand, then just do it. And then once you get better with it, maybe you can move into something like Angular or React that is more popular in the market. But you can definitely get a job with Vue.js. It's just a lot more difficult because there's not that many opportunity for Vue, at least in most parts of America. But yeah, let me figure out this prop drill. Alright, watch this. Let's take this whole... Alright, let's see how this is gonna work. And so let me get rid of this. And so now, forwarded ref. Let's see if I can type annotate this. I found your project on GitHub, cloned it, and YouTube recommended you live on my homepage. That's crazy. Small world, isn't it? It would be cool to be able to live view your code and try helping solutions real time. Yeah, my code is on GitHub. I'm not sure about live view though. Are your commits not the GPG key? I don't think so. Do you usually design the UI first? I do. Do you usually do you just like to write all the JS function on one file component or factor after? I mean, honestly, like like right now, like when I'm just getting started, I'll like just play around with some stuff and experiment to see what works and what doesn't work. And once I get to the point where everything feels more, like once I get to a point where everything feels more, you know, natural and more stable, then I'll go ahead and start refactoring. It's really hard to write clean code all the time, especially when you're developing new stuff all the time. So it takes a little bit of time to get used to it. At least that's just my personal experience, you know? Everyone's different, of course, you know? What kind of Japanese food do I like? I really like sushi with wasabi. I can eat like a whole roll of wasabi without anything else, because I really do like wasabi a lot. Let's look at our code. Let's see what's going on here. Let me import this. Let's change this. And now we should be able to pass in a ref like this. Like that. Alright, let's see. So it's saying it's undefined. There we go. Alright, so now what I will do is, damn, our code is looking really messy. Our code is looking real messy. Gonna have to fix this. Don't worry though. Let's see, fref.current. So I have a direct reference to this div over here. Okay, and that's exactly what I want. I usually write a mess and get the functionality. I mean, yeah, like even, you know, it's hard to write clean code all the time. It's a lot different in the workplace, because in the workplace you have lots of tools like Husky, you have linters, you have a lot of other engineers that are looking over your code as well. So like in a workplace, when you work with a bunch of other people, there's more consistency. You know, when you're working by yourself, you have a lot more freedom. And so sometimes you get a little bit carried away and you just, you know, lose track of the way that you want to write certain things, you know. But you know, it takes practice though, you know. It takes practice. All right, so if I refresh the page, okay, so it seems like this does not want to work. Yeah, Husky is a really amazing tool. Like when I first discovered it at work, I really enjoyed it a lot. Okay, not sure why that doesn't want to scroll all the way to the bottom. Interesting. Doesn't want to scroll to the bottom. Do I have a CS degree? I do. Okay, so that's really weird. So I guess we'll have to do it inside this use effect hook. I guess it's because this component has not mounted yet. So let's see. Current does not exist. It's so annoying. Now I have to look up TypeScript. Type annotate. Let's see, React, type annotate, ref. Okay, this did not help at all. It's gonna say ref object is not assignable to forward ref render function. So what if I just did instead? This was a post from 2016. I guess I could just cast it to a ref object, but or somehow I don't even know, honestly. For ref. When people dislike TypeScript, this is exactly why they dislike TypeScript. This is exactly why they dislike TypeScript. Mutable ref object. Couldn't imagine working for a place where there's so many eyes on PR following. I'm sure it's got its advantages. Yeah, 100%. Nachi, welcome to the stream. How are you? Yeah, TS is really annoying sometimes, but it's okay. I'll probably do something like console log ref as if this will want to cast properly, that is. Ref object. Is it just a side project? Yeah, it's just a side project. I just want to have fun, you know, like, I just want to have fun. But you know, if people like it, you know, we'll see what we can do with it. But yeah, for the most part, I just want to have fun and build something for myself and showcase it to everyone else. And see how far I can go, you know? See how far I can go. Let's see if this works. Hopefully this works. Moment of truth. Refresh. Nope, still on the bottom. Okay. That is very annoying. Do I have to pass in ref over here? Nope, still not gonna scroll to the bottom. Yeah, that is really annoying. Maybe I got to re-render. Oh wait, I passed in the wrong ref. I'm an idiot. Did I? Did I pass in the wrong ref? Maybe I did. It shouldn't really matter though. Message panel body. Oh yeah, I did pass in the wrong ref. I'm an idiot. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, I did pass in the wrong ref. Yeah, I don't know what, I forgot what this was for. Oh yeah, this is when I was experimenting. This is the right one. No wonder why. Alright, there we go. So if I refresh, you see how now it's at the bottom and I can scroll up. That's what we were trying to do. So The reason why I moved the ref up here is because I want to be able to update the ref from this component whenever I send a message. So you see I have this send message function, because right now if I go ahead and do this, it's not going to automatically scroll down. So we're going to fix that. So every single time we call this send message function, what I'll do is I'll just go inside here and we'll set the content to empty string because we had just sent the message. And I guess maybe I don't have to do it inside here anymore. The self challenge, I respect that. Yeah, you know, I'm always down for a challenge, you know. And this project has allowed me to learn a lot more new things. And you know, yeah, I'm really just doing it for myself, and people who want to watch, they're more than happy to watch and see the progress. And if they don't have to. No hard feelings. But yeah, programming, part of the thing about getting better is just to you know, just to like part of part of self-improvement is just really all about always doing things that are challenging. It's really all it's about. And you can take that aspect and apply it to really anything in life. Finally came home and came back from college. Nice. Tyson, where are you from again? Are you more of a front or backend guy? I will definitely say I can do both equally well. Some things, because you know, I don't want to say like I would say I'm more of like both, you know, like because there are some days where I like front end way better than back end, and there's just some days where I like back end way better than front end, you know. So I like both equally. I like both equally. So bro, what else do you like to do on your free time? I've gotten to know you for the past few days, but don't know much about you. Well, I like to run. Like running is my favorite exercise. I run a lot. I like to learn languages. Off topic, but so right now I just made it so that way whenever I hit enter now you can see that it automatically just goes down. So we just fixed that, which is good. Which means now I can scroll up and I can fetch new messages. But yeah, I like to run. I like to learn different speaking languages. Like right now I'm currently learning Russian. And I'm improving my Mandarin day by day because that's my native language. Well, not native, but that's my secondary language that I kind of grew up speaking with my parents, but I don't really speak it that much anymore, so I've been practicing that a lot. I like to go out a lot and do outdoor activities. Like here in Arizona, we have a lot of mountains, so I like to go there and just explore. I like hiking a lot, and I went to Washington last month to see my family, and we went to Mount Rainier and Mount Olympia, I think. I don't know if you've heard of those mountains before, but yeah, I went to those two mountains, and you know, yeah, I just like outdoor activities. See what else. I like reading books, like actual meaningful books, not just like random story books like fiction. I like reading actual like biography. Yeah, that's for the most part, that's pretty much most of the things that I enjoy doing. I'm still, you know, figuring stuff out though. Like I always like learning new things, and you know, I'm always open to new ideas when it comes to activities and hobbies. So Hale, welcome back to the stream. How are you? I'm currently in Malaysia, but I was born in the UK. Oh wow. Do you like Malaysia? My family's from Malaysia, actually. I'm assuming that you're going there for school. Okay, so we got the scroll feature to work. So now the messages are being sent. Just good. Okay. So I can say, hey, blah, blah, blah. Let's go to the other user. Let's see. Let's go open up another window. We throw this over here. Let's go. Gmail.com. Yeah, I agree. Honestly, I got into appreciate sunlight and trying to get outdoors. Have to like super healthy. Yeah, you know, I grew up for the most part always just being. Oh, we also need to make it so that when the user sends a message, we set the scroll. Yeah, let's also do that as well. Because now if I send messages, it's going to go ahead and do that. So It's kind of annoying. But yeah, I used to always just like stay indoors all the time, but nowadays I go a lot more. It's always important to get sunlight, and you know, like if I stay indoors for more than like 2 days in a row, I just get really sad. So I always like make sure that I go out all the time. So yeah, I think this is also another issue too. Is now that I think about it, I'm like, you know, crap, like I think maybe I might need to listen to the message event inside here. Because because right now, if the user is sending a message to us, it's not going to automatically scroll to the bottom. And in order for that feature to work, we would need the WebSocket. But because we are listening to the WebSocket event, well, the way that we are, yeah, I mean, now we'll need to get the ref from all the way on the top, which means we'll need to forward it multiple times, which is definitely not something that I'm looking forward to doing. So I'm not going to do that. Let me move this to a different branch real quick. Excuse me. Have you fixed the emojis? Not yet. Didn't get a chance to yet. What library you use for smiles? I'm assuming you're talking about the icons, right? I'm assuming you're talking about the icons, or are you talking about the emojis? Oh, you were raised in Malaysia. Gotcha, gotcha. Are you from the capital, KL, or is that where you were raised in? Did you ever use Stripe? I did. I used Stripe. I actually interviewed with Stripe last year when I was looking for jobs. They're a really good company. Kuala Lumpur? Nice, nice. I've been there once before, and I went to go see the two Malaysian, the KL towers. Really tall, really tall. Damn, we can't have everything, can't we? I'm trying to find a way how I can properly do this, but it's... Huh, I guess I gotta really figure something out. Was Stripe interviewing on algos? So my Stripe interview was basically my Stripe interview consisted of just a question, a coding question, and that was pretty much it. And it was one coding question. I forgot what it was, but I felt like I actually did really well in that question because I was able to solve the question. Because what they did was they gave me like 45 minutes to solve the entire thing, and you also need to make sure that the test cases pass. And I was able to solve it, and I was able to get the test cases to all pass. But in the end, I got rejected, which is fine. So I was really disappointed though, but it's okay though because in the end, I ended up getting a even better role. So I'm happy. Is Stripe free? Yes, it's free. Hey, Crossing Panda, how are you? My Malay language isn't that good though. I use English a lot. Hey, VineB, welcome back. It seems like a lot of companies are moving away from algorithms and doing more coding. Yeah, that's what I've noticed too. Cause like I barely ever get asked algorithms and data structures now. Like they'll quiz me on that a little bit, but I won't get like a legal question. Hey, Devin, how are you? How's it going? It's going pretty good. It's going pretty good. Just having a little bit of weird issues, but overall, not too bad. Not too bad. Yeah, I think the easiest thing to do that I'm gonna do is I think what I'll do is after the last message, I think I'll just add like a little button over here that says fetch messages, because I think that'll be the easiest thing to do, to be honest with you. Although I don't want to, although I'm a little bit disappointed that that's the way that we have to do it. I don't have any other choice. So I think we'll do it. I think we'll just do it that way. You see, okay, yeah. So I think what I'll do is all at the top, I'll just have like this fetch message button, fetch more messages. I mean, some chat applications do that, and so when you click on that, it'll fetch more messages. So I guess we could just do it that way. I am a little bit disappointed with the scroll until I can figure out a better way to manage how we can get to the top of the scroll. Then we'll have to kind of just do it this way, because basically the way that we're doing it right now is we have this whole entire message container set to flex reverse column, and so when I scroll up, it's going to go to a negative value. And the problem with that is that if you had it with flex direction set to just column and not column reverse, when you scroll to the top, you would know that you're at the top because the value of the scroll height is 0. But with the value of scroll height will be a negative value with column reverse. So I think honestly, I'll just add like this fetch more messages. Probably like add in the center, and when they click on it, they can just fetch more messages. Hey, Alice Journey, how are you? Still here. Sorry I died for a bit. Hey, Gravity, you're good, man. You're good, man. What do you do today? So earlier today we did some other additional things. So we fixed up this input field. So now what we can do is we can actually do multi-line and send multi-line messages, which is good. We were trying to work on emojis, but we failed on that, which is okay. We also added it so that when you create a new conversation, and then when you enter a message in here, it'll actually send that message to the channel. Why do you use reverse? Because we want to show the messages from bottom to top, and all the messages right now are being fetched in, I think, descending order, I think. So they'll be rendered from here, 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 here. And we want to be able to scroll upwards to the top. So that's the reason why behind that. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and implement pagination on the back end. So if you guys are interested in learning how pagination works, you know, stick around and you'll learn how that works. Because right now, right, let's say if I have a conversation that has thousands and thousands of messages, do you want to fetch every single one of those messages? Probably not. That probably wouldn't be a good idea. Probably wouldn't be a good idea. You know what I mean? Like, it would lag your entire application a lot. You know, right now everything is fine because, you know, we don't have that many messages being sent back. But imagine if you have like thousands of conversations, you know, thousands of messages being sent as well. You don't want to do that. So let me do this as well. Stripe is free, yes. Oh no, wait, no. In develop, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you meant in development mode. So in development mode, Stripe is absolutely free. But if you obviously go into live mode, yes, you do get charged. Can we try fetching using timestamp in descending order and implement like a page skip thing? Yeah, that's actually what we'll be doing. We're going to be fetching messages in descending order that's based on the timestamp. So the last message that was created. What are you working on right now? Well, right now I'm going to go ahead and write a script to quickly spam our API, just to kind of like show you guys how this is going to work. So I'm gonna go and just do this. Let's see. Let's go here. I want to spam number 34. I don't like how this Thunder client renders the cookies. Copy. I can't copy it. I love it says I can copy it, but it doesn't actually copy it for me, which is really weird. Let me see if this works. The emoji is the library for emojis is called Emoji Mart. Alright, cool. So we were able to successfully send the message. Alright. So let me just do this. So let me just quickly write a script to let's do async function start. I'll use an iffy. What I'll do is this. So let's just do const or let's see 0 less than plus. Probably gonna kill my computer, but let's see what happens. Yep, my terminal just crashed. I think my app just crashed. The food is great, but the agency hurts. Working in bed is pretty weird. Oh, they make you work in the office? What keyboard am I using? I'm using a Ducky X Varmillo keyboard. What is MPK? Why don't I just do this? It hurts me to work at MPK despite annual income. 21k subscribers, congrats. Oh, we hit 21k already, wow. Thank you all for 21,000 subscribers, I really appreciate that. What's that thing on the left side of Visual Studio Code that looks like Postman, Anson? Are you talking about this? This is, it's called Thunder Client. Okay, so you can see that right now I'm just spamming my application with a bunch of messages. Let me do one more thing real quick. Yeah, I use type-orm for my database, or for my application that connects to my SQL database. This is what I should say. So the reason why you need to have a CSRF token is because if you don't, you could do stuff like this where you can log into the browser, you can copy the cookie, and then you can just paste the cookie in here. So having a CSRF token would prevent people from doing stuff like this, which is obviously not. You should obviously, you know, have the CSRF token set up. Otherwise, people can just do this, and that's not good. When do you sleep? Isn't it a bit late? No, I usually sleep pretty early, but today I stood up a little bit longer. Let me see. It also allows them to modify the cookie, so I can just literally just paste this in here. That, and then I could also do other things too. Yeah, let me see if I can. But yeah, so let's try this out and see what happens. So so I'm just gonna go ahead and just populate the database with a lot of stuff. But yeah, this is why you need to have a CSRF token. Otherwise, people can just do stuff like this with their cookies. So let me just stop that real quick. I think that should be enough. So now watch this. If I refresh the page, right? How many messages do I even have stored? Use. Select from messages where conversation ID equal 34. Probably give you a ton. Let me see. How do I count? Look at all these messages, right? If I refresh the page, you're gonna see that. You see how long it takes to load all those messages? You see how long it takes to load all those messages? This is why we need to implement pagination. Did you mess with the app, or did someone else do it like that one time? I didn't do that. I didn't do that. Someone else did that. Yeah, I have a rate limit module already set up already. But, yeah. Alright, let's spam some more. No, I don't know. I'm pretty sure my computer should be able to handle it, though. Don't worry, my computer didn't crash. I meant this now, not the previous. Oh, I think our server crashed. Okay, so you can see that conversation number 34 has 4,607 messages, as you can see. So imagine fetching 4,600 messages all at once. See how long it takes to load? And look, if I try typing, you can hear my keyboard. I'm mashing my keyboard, right? You can see that the entire UI is obviously ridiculously slow, and it probably won't even load because you just all those messages being rendered all at once. So that is the reason why you need to implement pagination. So that's what we'll do right now. So what we'll do is this. We'll go into messages, message controller. We'll need to modify get messages from conversation to support pagination. I'm back from college and now also you're streaming. Hats off you, sir. Thank you and welcome back from college. Okay, so when we call get messages by conversation ID, all we're gonna do, well, basically the way pagination works is you have these values. You have an offset, so you have offset. You have, I think, take or not take, limit. So that's number of records to retrieve. Offset is basically where in the database you should start querying from. So where to start querying from, and then yeah, limit is the same as take. Offset is very similar to skip, if I remember correctly. And then the other one is the page parameter, but we won't really worry about pages because we don't really have pages, but you can think of it like kind of like pages virtually, I guess. Why is it showing 9 errors? Are you talking about all my VS Code? Yeah, this is just an issue with my end of line, like this end of line bullshit. It's just Prater complaining. Don't worry about that though. Hey Michael, how are you? Right now I'm implementing pagination. But watch this. So in the options, I can go ahead and do take. So this is the max number of entities that we should take. Okay? So let's say if I take 10. Now watch this. If I go ahead into Postman or whatever HTTP client to go ahead and fetch all of the messages by ID, right? So if I fetch number 34, that's interesting. Oh, this is get conversation by ID. Let's go to messages, get messages, HTTP, close this, just go to VS Code here, and there we go. So let's get number 34, and you see how now it gives us only 10 because we limit it to 10. Now watch, if I did not limit it to 10, right? If I click send, look at the time that it took to return all these records. Do you see that? 185 milliseconds. That's really slow. That is really slow. So if we do take 10, 21 milliseconds. Not bad. So with messages though, I mean, I would say maybe every 50, you could do 50 messages. So we could do take 50. That won't be too bad. Okay. And okay. So we'll take 50. Now, the way that we're gonna do this is when the user first loads the page, when the user first loads the page, you're going to fetch all the messages starting with an offset of 0 and a limit of 50. Okay, you could also do 100 too if you want. It's up to you. Bro, 185 isn't slow. Just ask Discord. Some of their endpoints can take up to 2 to 3 seconds. It's stupid. So yeah, I mean, we could even do 100 too if we really want. But 4,000, yeah, that's too much. Send. You can see that. We can even do 100 too, which is not bad. Hey K4DZ, how are you? But yeah, we'll do 100. Okay, so basically we'll need to do this. When the user first loads the page, fetch messages with offset set to 0. Okay. So what that means is that'll get you the first 100 messages, or first 200, or first 300, depending on how much you want to return. Okay. Every single time the user clicks on that fetch more messages, right? Or if they scroll up, you can then call the API and fetch the next 100 messages, or 200, or 300, etc. It's up to you on how you want to implement it. But so what we'll do is we'll add query parameters to this endpoint. So we'll add a query of offset, and on the front end, we're going to need to manage the offset with some state, which won't be too bad. Okay, parse in pipe, and then limit will always be 100. Okay, for now we will only make it 100. Offset will be the only thing that will be altered. So you can also do in type RM, the offset is skip, and you can tell you offset paginate where entity should be taken. Okay, so for example, if I go into MySQL right now, if I were to do select from messages where conversation ID equals 34, and I think if I remember correctly, offset, the offset is, you just use the offset keyword, I believe. Let me just double check. Offset 500. I haven't done this for a while. Let me just double check. There we go. I think you need to use offset with limit, I believe. When to use GraphQL? When you have a lot of relational data that you don't want all to be returned to the front end, and you want the client to be able to choose which properties that they want. That's when you should use GraphQL. It's very good when you have lots and lots and lots of relational data. So instead of returning a large JSON payload to the client, you can just return only the relational fields that the user wants. But yeah, so I can basically set the offset to 500, and you'll see that when I set the offset to 500, it'll start grabbing records from 1515. If I set it to, let's say, 1000, it's going to start grabbing it from 2015, right? If I start grabbing it from 1500, it's going to start grabbing it from 2515. So you see how the start is always going to be, we're always incrementing by 500. So this page, quote unquote page, right, is going to give you all records from 2015 to 2014. And then this will give you all records from 2015 to 2016 and 14. And you just keep going. Set the offset to 2000. And it'll just keep doing that as well. Why aren't you using UUIDs for conversation IDs? Probably because I'm only using primary keys just for testing purposes at the moment. You have no idea what you're talking about. But does that make sense though? Like basically it's just incrementing in 500s. So for example, whenever I limit 100, it's only going to give me 100 records at most, and it's going to offset it by 1500. So whenever we change the offset, so I change it to 2500, it'll get it from 3515. If I change it to 3000, it'll get it at 4015. So basically, that's how we're going to be able to get the next page, the next 100 or 200 or 300 records in our database. So for skip, we'll just set this to whatever we pass in. So this will actually be required. So we'll pass in skip number, and we'll have to modify this real quick. So let's do this. Let's pass in skip number. Okay. So the first call to the API will always have skip of 0. Okay. And take will be 100. So watch this. So I'm going to go into Thunder client right now. Let's do this. It's going to throw us an error. Validation failed, and that's because we need the offset. I'm going to call this skip, actually. Let me call this query parameter skip instead. I think skip sounds way better. How long have you been coding for? Do you mean like today or like in general? I started learning back in 2016, and I learned web dev around 2018. So total about six years now, I'd say. So watch this. Oh, learning. Yeah, I started learning in 2016 when I went to college and took intro to comp sci. Let's see what's going on here. Skip equals, okay, so let's skip with 0. So see how when I skip 0, right? You see how it's now going to give me all the records, and you can see that it gives us all over here. Okay. Now the nice thing about this type of pagination is that we actually don't even need to care about the pages, right? Because with chat applications, I mean, I guess it depends, right? Like if you refresh the page, should you still be in the same position? Probably not, especially with the chat app. But this type of pagination is a lot different, because if you have a pagination where, you have, like where you're able to click 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? That you can actually persist the user's state, so that way you know where you can visit, and it'll give you the exact records all the time based on the page. With this though, we don't even need to worry about the page, so we actually can just do it like this, and it'll be just fine. So if I skip 100, pay close attention to the ID, okay? Pay close attention to the ID. If I skip 100, you see how it's 5521, and remember we're fetching the messages in descending order. So the larger the ID is, the later the message is. And you can also look at the timestamp over here as well. 980812, 22536, 514. This is right over here, 301. So this is later, earlier. Hopefully that makes sense. Currently in Bachelor of Information Technology from Comp Sci, next year majoring software engineering. Nice. Yeah, that's a good combination. Please also create commerce clone with NestJS. Yeah, the next project that we'll build is definitely e-commerce with Stripe API. But pay attention to the ID, right? You see how right now the ID is 5421. If I skip a 300, 5321. Now, obviously, the IDs are not going to be nicely aligned because you're going to have messages sent by other users. The only reason why it's nicely aligned right now is because we spammed our API. So all these IDs are consecutive with each other. Okay, but if I were to skip, let's say 1,000, right? Or let's do 3,000 maybe. 5,400. Basically, we would keep skipping until we get to a point where there are no more messages to be retrieved. So you can see that if I go to 5,000, there's no more messages, right? If I go to 4,800, no more. If I go to 4,500, there's still a little bit more left. Let's try 4,600, 4,700. You can see that the number gets smaller and smaller and smaller. Anson, bro, come to lunch? Sure, where? So, yeah, there's also one more thing that I could do. I could also do find and count as well. In India? Nice. Sure, I'll come by. I've always wanted to go to India. Okay, so update, I gotta go, so I see the ramen. Alright, take it easy, Gravity. Hopefully you can fall asleep. So watch this. Let's go over here. Hey, are you full-time YouTuber or simultaneously doing full job? Yeah, I am doing this and I work at the same time. Alright, so this is going to give you that. So let's just do, it's going to give you back message array and then numbers. So let's do messages. So let me go ahead and just console log the count real quick. Well, let's call our API. So it'll give you 4,607. Yeah, I guess that's fine. That'll tell you how many messages are there. I guess we don't really need that right now. Maybe later, but not right now. What's going on with this? Can you check DM on Discord? Sure. Let's see, what did you do here? Is last message visible? So what did you do here? Let last child. Let's see, where do I see the console? So you have column reverse overflow auto. Your JavaScript is element. So let's see. On scroll is target children. So what do you do here? You get the last child. Let L bounding client rec equals. Return last child dot y minus top. Why is this scroll feature a little bit weird? Hold on, let me try. Scroll. Okay. That's really interesting. Thank you for sharing that. I'll definitely save this. I'll definitely save this for later. Thank you for that, Liam. I appreciate that. Alright, man. Thanks for the stream. It was very entertaining. Off in the side when I was working on rewriting memory counter to. I'm going to bed now. Alright, Devil Services, take it easy, man. Can I ask a question about interface? I kind of problem with it. Sure, go ahead and ask. Or in other words, how fast should you type words per minute? I mean, honestly, as long as you're above 50, that's the average, I think, you'll be fine. WTF, this man went from 20k to 21k subs, WTF, in less than a week, I think. You'll use to it over time, but it's not, but it's of course not a disadvantage. You can type fast. It's not essential. I've known developers where their two index fingers would be great to touch typing. Alright. Yeah, thanks Liam for that. I really appreciate that. Though I'm really interested to see something as well. Nice coding, man. I wish I had subs. I'll get there soon. I mean, you will. I mean, do you make videos right now? If you aren't, then you know you should start. Because that would be the first step, right? What kind of... You make coding videos? Let me check out your channel. What videos do you make? Let me see. I'm going to look you up right now. Cannons are fun. Let's see. Minecraft videos? Well, as long as you keep making videos and stay consistent, you'll get there. What's going on with this? Wait, why is it only giving me... Wait, what? Skip 200. Oh wait, my bad. All right, so we need to go to our front end now and fix this. So I'll show you. Go here. You can see that now when I click on a conversation, nothing's gonna happen, of course. So we need to make it so that we need to update it because our API had just changed. And that's a very easy fix. So watch this. So what we'll do is right over here in conversations. Let's do conversation page. Conversation channel page. So this is where we are fetching all of the messages from the API. What we need to do is we need to basically get the offset value, aka the skip value. Okay, in the beginning, the skip value is going to be 0. And what we'll do is we'll manage that by saving it to, we'll manage that by updating the store, I believe. So let me think about this real quick. In the last 30 days, you're up 4.5k subs. Good job, man. I know I said I was going to bed, but I had to check the stats. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, we've been growing a lot, which is very cool. And I never expected that to happen. And I'm very thankful in every single way and doing everything that I can to, doing my best to keep it up. So, you know, it definitely is very motivating and, you know, inspiring to use that as fuel to just keep going. What is the file icon theme? I think it's material icon. Material icon. So basically, I think, yeah, we'll manage the offset from the store, but I'm just curious to see how I would want to. Let me see. Where do I want to save this? Messages loading. You're on the grind, man. You got this. I believe you can gain so many more subs. I'm doing my best. Sometimes I feel like people are getting bored of this chat application, so I don't know. Maybe we'll see where we are at in 2 weeks from now. But I think, I mean, to be fair though, we have gotten a lot of the main things done already. So I wonder like what else people are sticking around to see what we're doing. I mean, I don't mind, you know, like I just don't want people to be bored. But as long as people find interested, then I am happy. Pagination skip. So I think, yeah, the default state will be 0. Cool. Be 0. And then we'll just go from there. I'm not bored. I think I speak for a decent amount of people. Well, that's good. That's good. Back from MDN article reading. Interface is superclass. Superclass won't allow subclass. Add the instance of in Java to get the subclass interface. Looks like to me. What do you mean by interface is superclass? An interface is actually not. Well, I mean, I guess. I mean, you don't really extend an interface in Java though. You implement interfaces. Wait, can you extend interfaces in Java? I actually forgot. It's been a while since I've used Java. Oh, okay, never mind, my bad. You can actually extend interfaces. Wow. I actually didn't even realize that. So you can extend another interface, but with a class, you can implement an interface. Okay. So you have an interface that extends another interface. Well, what exactly is your question, though? Okay. So I think what we'll do is we'll set pagination skip. By default, will be 0. When we fetch the messages, I think what we should do is we should just get the value from the state and then pass it as an argument instead of just, yeah, we should definitely do that. So let's do this. Let's do const skip. Use selector state root state dot messages dot pagination dot what did you do pagination. And so for the thunk, I think what we'll do is we'll just pass in both conversation ID. We'll need to pass it as an object now. So let's go over here. Let's do this. Let's do this. You could use React Query for infinite scrolling pagination. That is true. I will have to look into that. Because I know React Query does like take care of that for you, right? I remember reading that they take care of that. Okay, so that should be good. So now we just do ID, conversation ID. Skip is pagination.skip. Like that. So now let's see if it works. So if I refresh. There we go. So you can see that it fetches all of these messages right over here. And if I look at the Redux store, we have 100 elements. Perfect. Okay, awesome. So what happens is, let me see. Oh, it's just that if programming to interface is good practice, I would always have to use instance of to cast it to subclass. It looks very how to solve this. I mean, if you're talking about only casting, you don't only use instance of. Well, actually, I guess you do have to do that to check. I guess that's just how it is, to be honest with you. Unless you could probably look at someone else's code on GitHub and maybe see how they do it. I haven't really done that much with Java, so I can't really tell you. Hey Huang, how are you? How many hours do I usually sleep? I usually sleep about like 8 hours. Surprisingly. What do you use for organization? I use Asana right now. Is it paid? There's a free trial, but there's a free tier, but you can also use a free trial too. Hey, some random channel, how are you? Give me 1 second. I gotta charge my phone. What are you working on right now? We're working on a feature where we can paginate messages. So that's what we're doing right now. Okay. Why does it do it twice though? That's kind of weird. Put it over here. All right, see ya, Vine. I'm making an Uber clone in next. Nice. Back from lunch. Welcome back. Yo, Anson, I sent you a friend request on Discord. And when I scroll down, it still alerts. That was a code that Liam sent earlier. But I'm looking in that right now. Which stack do I mostly use for dev? Usually just React and NestJS and MySQL. Do I know Prisma? What about Prisma? I have used it a little bit for Next.js, but I'm not really that great with it. I think it's a good tool though. Supabase. Add alert in if statement, like if is last message visible, L alert at top. Let me see. If like if is last message visible. Oh wait, yeah, you're right. Sorry about that. Okay, that should probably fix it. Okay. There we go. Okay. So now how do I convert this to, let's see, how would I convert this to React? Let's see. So last child element dot last children. So what is last message visible? So you get, let's see, you pass in the target, which I guess would be our container that holds all of those text nodes or those message fields, right? So in our case, we would basically pass in this whole body, this message body that is holding fetch more messages. Can we do backend for an app by Next? Yeah, of course. You can definitely use backend. Next.js supports, you can use the API layer with Next.js. Why don't you use visibility observer? I don't think that would be, I don't know if I would want to use that for this case though. I mean, let me see. Last time I used it for. I'm trying to remember what I remember using it for something. I just can't remember what it was that I used it for. I think. Oh yeah, are you talking about the intersection observer API? Or are you talking about this? I used this for. I forgot what I used it for, but I do remember using it for something. I think I remember using this for seeing if the target was visible. Yeah, I remember now, yeah. But it was so long ago since I've used this. I mean, I guess we could probably use the intersection observer API. Only issue is that you would need to change the selector every single time, which is a little bit annoying. Why Redux? Why not Redux? Well, the answer to that question would pretty much be Redux is still a great state management library despite all the people that dislike it. In fact, actually, Redux is actually still the most downloaded state management library. Not saying that it's the best one, but it is very widely used. I think it gets a lot of flack because a lot of people just, you know, don't like the old Redux, like the old way Redux was done. A lot of people don't like that, and I don't really disagree with that because, you know, when I looked at Redux, the way that it was done before, it was really trash. Like you had like a bunch of maps, map state to props, map dispatch to props, and it was really weird doing it that way. So I can understand why people are frustrated with Redux. But I think with Redux Toolkit though, I think Redux Toolkit makes things so much more easier, and I would vouch anyone to use Redux Toolkit 100% if they ever need a state management library. But you know, yeah, like I just wanted to use it just because I wanted to learn it at the same time as well as improve my skills with it. Why don't you use plain context instead? Well, I mean, the thing with context is that context is actually not even designed to manage your state. A lot of people misunderstand the whole point of context. Context was designed originally to just share data between components and pass it down. In the end, though, you still end up prop drilling a lot of your data down into components, right? And you can still share data, but the problem here is that, well, you still end up needing to define your application state at the component level and then pass it down to a provider, and then anywhere that is wrapped in between that provider will be able to access that data. The thing with Redux though is that you can separate all of your application state away from your component layer, so that way you always know where everything is going to live. So for example, if you were to use everything with context, right, because we have a lot of state, like if we have a lot of state in our application, like right now I have so much state. Like you can see that I have, let me see if I can zoom in for you, right? You can see that right over here, I have so much state. I have to save all the conversations on the UI. I have to save all of the messages. I have to figure out which conversation is selected, right? Whether it's a private type or a group type. We then have to save all of the groups. We have to save all the group messages. We have to manage state for the message container to detect whether or not they are editing a message. We need to also manage the state for the group sidebar. When you have all of this state that needs to be managed, and you don't want to only rely on component state as well as, you know, context, you don't necessarily need to use Redux for your application. But in situations like this, you know, I kind of predicted that we would at some point need to use Redux at some point, you know, because I just can't imagine just handling all of this using context. You could definitely do it, but you probably won't have a fun time as your application grows. But do you need to use Redux? No, but it could definitely help a lot with predictability, because you really, it really is predictable because you always know where your state is going to be at all times. You know how it's going to perform updates. You know how you're going to select it. So it's predictable. What is reselect in Redux? I have no idea actually. There's still a lot more things that I'm learning with Redux, but the main motivation that I used Redux in this project was because I wanted to actually learn Redux, which was actually the only reason why I wanted to use it. Other than that, though, I don't really care so much about Redux. I could have used Zustin or MobX or Recoil if I wanted to. Is it live? Yes, we're live. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so I need to create a ref, I believe, on this message body. So message panel. Let's see. Yeah. Actually, I think it's message container, I believe, right? Yeah, it should be message container. Yep. So I think what I'll do is I'll have to create a ref on this, and then this container. Let me comment this out real quick. Okay, and so all of these child nodes will basically be let's see, they should be instances of map messages, returns, format message. Okay, well, it doesn't matter because it's either going to be this or this, and this component really just wraps this, so it doesn't really matter. So we basically just have to get the last item that is rendered. So yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll create a ref on here. Which state management should we use in a React Pro Redux project? Well, I mean, like I said, I think Redux is worth learning. A lot of people don't like it because of how it looked in the past, and I can understand that because I personally hated it before. But Redux Toolkit is so amazing. Like, if you haven't used Redux Toolkit, give it a shot if you're really considering learning Redux. But Redux is definitely going to stay around for a very long time. It's still being actively maintained. Lots of companies still use Redux. Lots of companies still base their React interviews off of Redux. So it's here to stay, and I think it's worth learning in my opinion. But if you're just, if you just want to, but maybe let's say for example, if you're building a side project and you don't like, if you want to build a project for fun, and you just really can't understand Redux, don't use Redux. Use something else. Maybe that will help you understand state management a lot better, and then go back to Redux. Bro, I need one app to be developed. How much would you charge? $1 million. Hey Dauda, how are you? Back, sorry once again. No worries, Shiro. No worries. We decided to take a break from the emoji stuff. I'm gonna have to worry about that later. But right now we're just working on pagination right now. So I'm seeing if we could get this to work with scrolling. So shouldn't be too hard, I'd say. Let me see. So I think we'll call a use effect and listen to the scroll event. Let's see though. What is ref? It just basically allows you to get a direct reference to the actual HTML node that is on the DOM. So on scroll, and what we'll do is, well, we have the element children. Target children. Well, let's see, what is this? This is an HTML development. And so we can do, let's do console log. I think reselect work as data memoizer. I think you should give it a try. Okay, so I'm scrolling, and let's see children.length. 100, okay. Okay, so if I remember correctly, what we need to do is we need to, let's see, get the last child. So if there's no last child, do nothing. What is element get bounding client rect? Let me look at this function. Interested to know what this does. The element.get bounding client rect method returns a DOM rect, providing information about the size of an element and its position relative to the viewport. Okay, so if we get the last element, which is all at the top, that will give us an idea of where it is located. And what this do here, you get the last child's y coordinate, and then you subtract top equals, okay, let's see. Are they the same thing? So what is this? 100. Get element client rect y. Oh wait, whoops. There we go, there's the last element. The y is, let's see, 100. And what do you do here? You get the, so what did you do here? You get the y, you subtract the top. So you get the last child, and then you take last child dot l subtract. Oh, I see. So you get the elements bounding client rectangle, and then you take that, reference the top property, subtract this, check if it's equal to 0. Interesting. What is the advantage of using Nest in your project over sockets? Well, I mean, there are different things. Well, I mean, yeah, there are different things. Like NestJS itself is a framework that provides lots of tools and services. Like, for example, NestJS has an HTTP server that it can run on any port, and it can also run a WebSocket server as well, all in one application. So they're not like, you know, different things. All right, Derek, take it easy. Have a good night, man. All right, let's see. So let me go ahead and look at this, because I actually want to understand what is going on. So let me go ahead and do this. So you get the last child's bounding client rect, and then you get the actual elements bounding rect. Let's see what happens. So let's see. You have number 133. Okay. And so you take both of their y's and you subtracted it, if I remember correctly. So y 100. That's, let me see. So you did last child bounding rect y minus. Subtracted both of their y's. Oh no, you took the y and subtracted the top from the original. Yep. So let's fix that to this. Can you add push notifications to this chat app? Okay, I think for me I gotta compare it to 10 because I have padding 10. If I moved it, I think, yeah, that's fine. So watch this. If I go it now at 0, yeah. So I think I just compare it to 10, and that'll fix it. So I would just take this, and let's see. I'll fix that in a second. So what did you do next? You returned true, and you just, yeah, so let's see, alert. That was weird. Wait, hold on. Let me do a console log instead. Okay, that's fine. Okay, I guess from here we'll just fetch every single time. So, let's see. I think what I'll do is inside this component is we're fetching. I think what I could do is I could dispatch an action to change skip. So let me go over here to the store. Group message. No, message slice. And what we'll do is we'll create a reducer to update the pagination. So update pagination, state action, payload. So we'll dispatch this action when we get to the top, like that. Which one is better, styled components or MUI? Well, I mean, it really just depends on what you want to do. Like, for example, if you don't want to design your own components and everything, then use a design system like MUI. If you want to create everything from scratch, you don't want to use a design system, then use style components. I personally like style components a lot. Now, if I update skip, now the question is, how do we actually make sure we refetch? We can probably make a refetch based off of, let's see. So I think the thing is like, okay, if I were to pass in pagination as a dependency, so that way whenever this changes, right, we'll recall this callback function, right? That's how the use effect hook works. Fetch messages thunk. This is supposed to fetch the conversation messages, which it will. But the thing is like, fulfilled though, this is where we are pushing. I guess here, let's see if it exists. Well, actually, you know, yeah, no, this wouldn't be good because we're fetching all the messages and it doesn't actually refetch. That is not good. Yeah, because if we call this thunk again, it's going to well, actually, you know what I just realized is if the messages already exist in the state, instead of just doing state.messages index, we could just actually take every single, we can just add to the messages, I think, because state.messages, right? I think we could do that. Let me see. Conversation messages at index, and instead of just replacing it, because that's what it's doing over here, because it already exists, we know that it's already in the state already. So I think what we should do instead is we should just actually just append, we should just probably just append the new values to the messages. I think we could probably do that. Yeah, I think maybe we could try that. So I think what we'll do is this. Now, if I were to refetch though, that would replace. So now if we do refetch, it would replace every single thing from the API with the new offset with this, and that would not give you the first few messages that you fetched, so that's not good. So we do pagination.skip. So whenever we update pagination.skip, then we shall refetch. What motivates me to write code for hours? Honestly, I don't even know, to be honest with you. I just it's not even like, if I'm being honest with you, it's just more so I want to just do it. I mean, I don't want to, like, you know, just how do I put it? Let me put it this way. I started this project like 2 weeks ago, and I don't really want to give up on it so soon. We did implement already a lot of good features already, but I want to keep going. So, you know, I think that is also the reason why that I just don't want to, you know, just give up on this project so quickly. Because I could just say, you know, we're done. We implemented all the features already. I can just say, oh yeah, we're done. No need to worry about it anymore. But, you know, I kind of want to, like, you know, implement as many features as I can. Because if I stop working on this app, you know what's going to happen? This project is just going to die, and I'm never going to look at it ever again. And it's just going to sit there, and I'm going to wonder if I'll ever work on it again, you know? So I might as well, you know, I might as well, hold on a second. I might as well, like, you know, continue with it. You know, why not? Might as well continue where we started off. Emery, how are you? What will in this app be hard front or back? I think both, honestly. Give me a sec, I'll be right back. Your project can easily give interview opportunity for new developers. Well, it's also like, you know, I just also want to educate other people as well, and also learn. You know, I just like learning in general. You know, like I always love learning new things, and I always love sharing my knowledge and also absorbing knowledge from other people as well. I think all those things combined is enough motivation to keep me going. So yeah. Do you know create entity adapter? Redux function? I don't know what that is. What is that? Good, thanks for asking. Well, I'm glad that you're doing good, Emery, and welcome back. Happy to have you here again. Okay, so we're gonna update this to 100. So watch this. So let's see what happens. So when I scroll to the top, it should dispatch this action, which should update the state and then cause this callback hook to call. Okay. So it is fetching it, but I'm not really sure what it's doing, to be honest with you. It is fetching it, but I'm not really too sure what it's doing, if I'm being honest. Let's see the Redux store. It is a little bit wonky, though, I'm not gonna lie. Lib, hello, first stream. Found this in my recommendations. We'll definitely stay over to check us out. Well, welcome to the stream. We're happy to have you here. Okay, so you can see that the refetching is in fact working. And if you look at the logs, every single time we scroll all the way to the top, it says fetching messages stunk, though a lot of stuff seems to be happening. Another issue is that let me see. Yeah, it's a little bit buggy right now. Likely because of the way that we are adding. So watch this. So if I go over to my fetched message thunk fulfilled reducer, Watch this. You can see that somewhere in the logs it does say exists, right? That is because we already have the element in the state. So let me show you what happens, okay? So you can see that right over here, we already have conversation ID number 34, and it has all of its messages here. Okay, so this already exists in the state. So when we fetch again, it's going to already exist. So we shouldn't replace it because that's what we're doing right now, because we're replacing it with the new data. So it's going to get rid of the old data, right? It's hard to really tell because there's a bunch of hello worlds, okay? But instead what we should do of replacing the new fetched data, we should add it to the messages already right over here. So we should be able to just do that. I think concat, I think you can just pass in this. I think this should work. Subscribe, nice content. Thank you, Bogdan. This is an application everyone will be used once it's done. We have it deployed, but it's mostly for testing purposes. How do you do authentication? Well, authentication needs to be done on both the front and the back end. You do authentication on the back end because you want to check all of the users' passwords and everything on the server side, because it's not safe to do on the client side, of course, right? And once the user is authenticated on the server side, you want to send the cookie back to the front end. So the front end, it basically uses the cookies to tell if the user is logged in or not. So how you handle that, you can basically call the API, and if it returns a 200, that means the user is authenticated. If it returns a 403, that means they're not authenticated. So if it returns a 200, you can set the status to true, which means that they are logged in. If it returns a 403, you can set the status to false, which means they're not logged in. So using that variable or that state field, whatever you're using, you can use that to control what you render on the screen. Bro, are you live from yesterday? Yeah, I think so. I've been live for some time. Okay, so watch this. So you see how right now it's going to give you 99. Okay, because like watch this, right? Let me show you the state real quick of what it looks like if we had it like this. So let me copy this. Let me just Control Z all this. Okay. And so if I save, let's refresh and let's look at the Redux store. You'll see that when we first load the page, we'll have a total of 100 elements in the array. Okay. If I scroll up, and if I go here, you'll see that we'll still have 100 elements in the array. Let's go back to the previous fulfilled. Right? We are replacing everything. And that's not what we want. We actually want to add the existing messages, or add the new messages that are fetched to the existing store. So if I refresh right now, you'll see that right over here, we do have all of our messages. Okay, so I want you to look, it's going to go from 99 and there's going to be 100 more elements added. So you'll see that right over here. If I scroll up, we fetched messages again, and see how now, if I go down over here, you can see that now the store should have, whoops, what's going on? Let's see. There we go. Interesting. Not sure why. Wait, what's going on? We're fetching by 100, right? How much are we fetching? Are we fetching 50 or 100? I can't remember what I did. Where does this energy come from? Someone said Red Bull. No, I mean, I guess you could say, I don't know. I don't even know, to be honest, myself. That's interesting. Our state is weird right now. Let's see. So it is fetching the data. You know, let me look at the network tab and see if it's passing in the correct. Okay, so you can see that it is calling the correct endpoint right over here. And you can see that it gives us 5521. In the store, we should see 5521 somewhere here, but it's not there. 5522. Well, let me see. Maybe let me see. Add two arrays. Combine two arrays. Yeah, we use the correct method. Array.concat. So for example, if I do const y equals 1, 2, 3, const z equals 5, 6. If I do y.concat z, that'll give me this array. So that's what we did in here. Right over here. So that's what we did right over here. If the data exists. Do I drink tea? I do actually. I like Lipton tea a lot. And green tea. What are you drinking? I'm actually drinking a Red Bull. So you actually guessed that right. I don't really drink Red Bull normally. But I was like, you know what? Screw it, I'll just get some Red Bull right now. How are you going to do infinite cache, infinite scroll? Hold on, wait. Okay, so I can clearly see all of the records here that are fetched. And I can see all of this. Oh, this was the proxy. Okay, that kind of sucks. Hey, Ifena, this energy is really amazing. Just joining your channel from Nigeria. Look great. Thank you, sir. Well, I'm glad that you guys like it. Okay, so you can see that I clearly had joined together both arrays. So I'm not sure why that is not working. What are you trying to do now? I'm trying to get the pagination to work, but honestly, I might just like save this to another branch and then revisit it later because I really want to work on something else right now. But getting this to work will just solve so many problems. So making your code work with Redux is itself an achievement. Yeah, I agree. Because Redux sometimes is just really annoying sometimes too. Did you make responsive or later? I have not yet. I guess does concat not work? Okay, concat does not actually modify the original, right? Okay, so let's do state.messages dot index dot messages equals this. Really ugly, but we'll do this for now, and then we'll try to fix it later. Just want to see that it works. So let's see. Okay, see, more messages are there now. All right, now look at the store. Okay. How many messages are we fetching? I think we're fetching 500, right? Let me see. The backend is taking 500 at once, I think. Let me check. If I remember correctly, let's see. Messages, service. It's 100. Okay, so why is there 500 records? I am confused. Is it because it's re-rendering multiple times? That must be the case. Can you play a game? What game should I play? Who is your favorite YouTuber? Who is my favorite YouTuber? I would say my favorite YouTuber that I watch that actually made me really happy. I would probably say, let me see. I used to watch a lot of Sidemen videos and KSI videos. Maybe like 3 years ago. I don't really watch him anymore these days, but I would say that, you know, I really like his videos a lot. Okay, let's see what the hell is going on with this. Encounter 2 children with same key. Okay, that's not good. So it's clearly fetching the data multiple times, which is not good. 5621. Yeah, that is not good. At this point, I don't even know what I'm doing anymore, if I'm being honest. That's not good. So what are we doing here is we're taking state messages index message equals, and we're concording in it. Maybe I don't need to do it like this. Messages index dot messages equals state dot messages index dot messages dot concat. Okay, yeah, it's likely fetch. I think it's because it's fetching it 2 times. I think so. That's probably why. Damn, this is really interesting. I'm gonna work on this. I'm gonna work on this later. Sorry, guys. I just don't have enough brain power to really think much about this right now. We're really close though, but I'm gonna have to return to this later because I really want to work on something else right now. Something else that's more exciting, you know. I don't want to bore you guys to death with all this, so I'll return to this later. Don't worry. I want to work on something more fun. Today's stream is long, isn't it? I mean, I've streamed longer before. Not that that's anything impressive, but how long have I even been streaming for? I don't even know, because it's currently 2:26 right now, and I haven't even been paying attention to the time, to be honest with you. How long has it been? 8 hours? Has it really been 8 hours? Damn. Let me save this into the branch. Hey Alvin, welcome back. How are you? I went to my college, came back, had lunch, and you're still streaming, so that's pretty impressive. What time is it over there right now? What time is it over there? That's how you delete all messages in the database. So now if I refresh, all those messages are gone. And I'm going to go ahead and just switch back to the master branch. So that way we can have a clean branch. Did you try Jotai state management? Far easier in Redux. I have not, but I know for a fact that once I am done with this project, or, you know, quote unquote done, I really would like to work on something new that uses different tools and such, you know? I really like the colors of this website, not gonna lie. Yeah, I have not used this yet, but looks pretty promising though. Alright, let's look at Asana. Honestly, I think what I'll do now is I'll probably just work on, let's see, because we've really done a lot of the main features already, so it's hard to find what else I should probably work on. Because we've done a lot of stuff like with transfer owner, kick user, we can leave groups. I think maybe the next thing that I would like to do is maybe like, let me open up Figma. Different languages, okay? I think maybe I'll stick with JavaScript / TypeScript, mostly because like that's most of what the viewers here kind of like sign up for, so I don't want to like throw them off. I personally don't have a problem with that. I would love to use a different language, but I just don't want, you know, majority of the people who are watching to be thrown off because we're using a different language, unless they don't care, you know, like, you know, then in that case that's good. Okay, you know what? I think maybe I'll work on, let's see. I think maybe we could start working on other stuff like profile pictures and stuff, maybe. And icon next to the owner, okay. How do I do? Let's do that. You mean roles? No, not roles. And what's up, Bacon? How are you? So adding the icon next to the owner is actually really easy. So, excuse me. Group recipient sidebar, and all you do is this. Let's see. So you do group.users filter. Let's see, where do we render offline users? Oh, you're right over here. Okay. So, let's see. Group sidebar item, message item avatar here. So, I think what we'll do is this. We'll put this inside a div. That'll kind of mess it up a little bit. That's okay. All we have to do is make this a flex box as well. I'll just do this. All right, and so what we'll do is if user dot is equal to group dot owner how does that look? You guys like it? I wonder what happens if yeah, so we need to fix this. So let's see. I'll need to fix the first names later. But yeah, what do you guys think about that crown color? Do maybe like a gold color, maybe. I think that's okay. And then if I want to give owner to someone else, let's do it to so I'll give owner there. Oh yeah, we gotta fix that. So this only works for online. Let's go ahead and do offline now. So we'll do the same thing here. So div, let's see, class name left and do the same thing over here. So there you go. Perfect. And I'll do another thing. And so I'll give it owner here, and there we go. Now the owner has the crown icon, which really easy fix. So hopefully you guys like that. Sorry for the naive question, but as a beginner to web dev, I want to know, how do we handle empty loading, success and failure states in React Redux? Does a state management library has anything to do with this? So state management library has nothing to do with that. Basically, whenever you want to handle loading, success, and failure states, well, it depends on, like, okay, in what situation? Do you mean like when you're fetching data? Because if you're fetching data, typically what you would do is you can basically define a state variable called like loading, for example, right? And you can define the dispatcher function as set loading. And so as soon as you start fetching data, or before you fetch data, you call set loading, you said it's true. And that would basically indicate that the component is currently fetching data. Once the data has successfully been fetched, you will call set loading to false, which means that the application is no longer loading, which means that the API call is complete. Okay, if there is an error, what you would do is you would set loading to false as well, but you would set an error object, or you would set an error state, which will tell you if there is an error or not. Hopefully that makes sense. If there's anything that's confusing, I'd be more than happy to clarify. Valka, welcome. How are you, man? Nice to see you here again. Okay. Sucks that we didn't really get emojis done. It's kind of a bummer, honestly. I'm a little bit disappointed, but it's fine. I think what I'll do is I'll work on a better experience for users when they sign up. I think what I would like to do is make it so, like, when you sign up, you can go through an onboarding step. And let me see. Is it a tutorial? This one, no. You know what? Why don't I work on responsiveness? Might as well. Why don't I stop being lazy and work on responsiveness, since there's like literally nothing else to do right now? Well, I mean, it is kind of responsive, but maybe not really. Maybe what we got to do is this. So yeah, well, let's work on a little bit of responsiveness. Might as well. So the nice thing here is that we can wait until we get to like a certain breakpoint in the application, which is really good. So if I do hello world, this will respond pretty well. So, but if, of course, as it gets smaller, it's not good. So what we'll do is we'll make it so it also depends on the person's name as well. If, for example, if their name is really long, which I think in the backend will limit their name to something like 32, max 32 characters, I think. So we could very easily do that in the DTO when they create the account. Hey Divi, welcome back. I accidentally removed my laptop keyboard yesterday, so in Word just fix it. Nice. Did I make a landing page? Not yet. I think I might do that soon. But we have a lot of other things that we can work on. Attachments is something that we need to work on. Profile pictures, for instance, etc. So we'll work on that very soon. But I'll work on some responsiveness right now. So what I can do is, like, let me do this. You are a developer. Yeah, I know. I'll work on that at some point. Wait, why did I do that? Wait, hold on. Let me go back here. This should be 20. 3032. Okay, now let's see how this looks like right over here. Let's create a conversation. Okay, so you see what happens with the name right over here if the name is way too long. So what we could do is we could probably add a breakpoint, probably right over here at 1400. We could probably make it so that, let me see. We could probably, I think maybe the first breakpoint will probably be 1400. I'm switching to learn Python, and when I open my school book, one of the computer said Java, something to go back to Java. It leaked the password. What password got leaked? How well do I need to know React to start watching this? I mean, oh wait, where did it say that? Oh wait, yeah, that's not good. Oh, that's only for the user itself. That's fine. I would say, like, you know, I mean, it is a pretty complex project. So I wouldn't say, like, a absolute beginner will understand it. But I would say, you know, keep studying, keep practicing, and at some point you'll be able to build something of your own like this, maybe. Seems like there's still issues with the console, though. Okay, thanks. No worries, man. This project is really awesome. I'm glad that you like it. All right, let's see. So for the groups page, we will need to add responsiveness. I think what we could do for this, we can make this probably like a drawer instead. So that way the users can't see that. LOL, what is this using? React and NestJS. Okay, so I think the first breakpoint probably will be, I'll just work on this first. I think what I'll do is I'll make it so that when it gets to maybe 1000, what I want to do is I want to actually make it so that this whole sidebar only shows the icons instead of just, like, you know, the name and stuff like that. So for that, we'll need to do some media queries on the whole container, I think. So I think what I'll do is this. I think we'll need to add a media query for the sidebar. So that'll be pretty easy. So let's go over here. Let's do index sidebar. So you have conversation sidebar m style. My mouse doesn't work, and I want to make the mouse wait and change the HC rip. There we go, right over here. Okay, so what I can do is I can add a media query. I forgot how to do that because it's been so long since I've actually used media queries. If I remember correctly, it's just media, and then there's a shorthand way to do this. Let me see. Yeah, I think you just add media, max width, and I think what I'll do is at 1000 pixels. Do that. Hey Sleepy Boy, how are you? Welcome. So let's do width of maybe 100 pixels. So watch this. If I resize it now, you're gonna see that it's gonna change the width like that. Obviously that doesn't look good, but we'll have to fix that, of course, so don't worry. Okay. So what I was thinking was maybe we could do is when we get to a certain point. So this is 800 pixels. But what I'll do is when we get to this point, we'll go ahead and show just the icons, and then we will we'll hide the input box and just make it a search button instead. The scroll feature will still work, of course. So yeah, I think this might require a little bit of a couple things. I think we'll need to use a media query to change the width of this, as well as maybe some JavaScript to hide the certain elements. So I think this will be this. Let's take a look at this part over here. Let's take a look at here. So inside conversation sidebar style, we have the header. So I think we'll need to use some JavaScript and listen to the window.resize events. Okay, so what I would do, well, I think we already are listening to the window resize event already, so that's good. So what I could probably do here is probably just do this. On resize, we'll disable the context menu, and what I can do is I can check what the size of the window is. So get window size JavaScript. I think it's window dot. Nope, it's inner width. So see how over here, 1000. So what we could do is we can create a state const hide sidebar. And what we could do is we could do something like if set hide. We do something like window dot inner. I don't know if there's. I feel like this might have performance issues though. I'm not sure. I feel like it might. Window dot inner width. So if the inner width is less than or equal to 1000, then set hide will be. But I feel like this would set the state every single. Yeah. So this would be. So that would be true. Okay, so now watch this. So what I could do is this. I could probably just pass down conversation sidebar item, or pass down that hide variable down to here, and then I can just render only. I can just hide these elements. So let's do hide bling, hide. Let's watch this. So I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Hide. So if it says hide and now watch this. So you see how what's going on here? So you see how now? Yeah, I think there's a little bit of lag, I think. Yeah, there's definitely lag. Or is there? Hi, sometimes I think developing webs for PCs is easier than mobile, wasting like one day. Whoops, it was good window, but in phone it was broken, so much work with phone. What VS Code extension are you using? What do you mean? Okay, I think that's just the website and not this. So if I go ahead and do this, that will hide. If I do this, that'll disappear. Okay, good. So if I were to... Okay, so if I do this, you can see that the size of the nav bar or the sidebar changes, and all of this has changed. So I think what I might do though is instead of just like, you know, hiding stuff, I might just render a different sidebar, to be honest with you. I feel like that would be a lot easier. Or a lot better. But at least now we know that we can hide it, so that way it only shows the icons. But yeah, I feel like maybe rendering, maybe I could render a different sidebar. So maybe what I could do is I could probably create another sidebar, and right over here, I could probably make it so like, okay, if hide is, maybe I won't change, maybe I'll change the name of the hide to something else. But I can make it so that based on a flag, I can render a different sidebar. Or actually, wait a minute. You know what? Actually, I might probably just be able to do it in here. So you see how I have conversation sidebar over here? So let me actually do this. Let me discard that. Should I call this? Actually, I'm gonna call this compact conversation sidebar. You use Android Studio? For Flutter, yes, I do. Not for native Java, not for native Android app though. What's your VS Code theme? Use the exclamation mark theme command to get it. 24 Ken, welcome back to the stream. How are you? Hey man, is it open? Is what open? The application? Nope, still working on it. Still working on it. I mean, it'll be up soon when we want to test. For now, I'm just still working on something real quick, so that's why. Okay, so watch this. If I resize the window, it's going to show you the compact sidebar. Okay, so we'll make it so that top over here is going to display. Let's see. So let's do this. So let's see. Conversation sidebar style. So we want to have a compact header, and the header is just really going to be the same thing. So let's just go here. So you see that we still have the header here, and the only difference here is that we'll just replace it with a search box. So what I'll do is I'll import an icon. So let's look for maybe search over here. Maybe use that. Yeah, let's use this. You can see we have that search box right over there. Maybe make it 32. Stroke width could probably be a little bit thicker, so stroke width 2 maybe. 4, 3, 2. I think we'll just do the default. We could also just add a border as well if you want. So maybe what I'll do is I'll add a div they should be. I mean, the person open sourced it, so I think there shouldn't be any problems, to be honest. Why don't I use GraphQL? I mean, it's not that I'm not using GraphQL, it's just that we haven't gotten to a point where we necessarily need it immediately. But maybe at some point we will integrate GraphQL into our app. Right now, though, I don't think we'll need it, but maybe later we might, because we have a lot of relational data. So, excuse me. Is TS greater than JS for React? I would say so. I think TS is really good. And I think it's worth learning it 100%. Maybe decrease the border. It is a little bit hard to see this, to be honest. Yeah, that definitely does not look good. Okay. And we'll make this a modal, so when you click on it, it'll show modal instead. For searching conversations, that is. What platform do I use? We're using React and Nest and Socket.io for everything. Alright, so that's gonna be it for the header. We'll make it so that I think the next thing that we'll need to do is scrollable content container. Database, which one? We're using MySQL. So let's import this. And then we could just what the hell is this? Not sure why I created another div, to be honest with you. Can we use PHP, MySQL, React together? Of course you can. Can you show me the site? Still working on it right now, but this is what it looks like at the moment. Aren't you tired yet? Nope. Alright, so let's see. We'll need the... Okay, so we'll need conversations, groups, conversation type. There we go, let's do that. I will not render context menu just yet. You know what? I'll just do this for now. Well, actually, wait a minute. We need to not render everything here. Why don't you use Prism on the backend? Because I don't want to. No, I'm just kidding. Because I mostly use TypeORM, and I think TypeORM is a great library, and it gets the job done. And I think it's amazing. I think it's very powerful, and I think it is suitable for my needs. I have used Prism before. I don't really like it, but that's just my own personal experience. I'm not saying it's bad though, but I think it's I just don't like it. I do think that TypeORM does have some issues though with documentation and many-to-many relationships, but aside from that, I think it's a great tool. Conversation sidebar item. So I think the only thing we really need is just to render this conversation avatar, honestly. Okay, so let's see. This should be it for that. So let's see how this works. All right, so you can see that over here. Okay, there was another issue that I found too. Let's see on use effect. If window opener width is less than or equal to 1000, set show compact. So I think I could probably just do this actually. Hold on. So I think the default value of this should be based on this condition, because you can see just right now when I refreshed, it didn't show it, but you can see that now it's over here. So let's go back to here. Okay, so if you can see that right over here, if I click on here, it'll bring me to this page, which is good. So cool. So let me just fix up the sidebar, and then we should be good to go. Do you have any tips to give on improving front-end design skills, even though you don't know how to code? I am struggling making websites look good, and it just takes some time to shit. Well, how long have you been doing front-end for? Is what I would ask. I would say design is something that also takes practice. Because we were taught we taught ourselves how to code, but not taught ourselves how to design. And so that designing is like a whole different thing, you know, it's a whole different ball game. Some people can get it the first time, some people it takes them like a couple times to get it, some people it takes them 20 times to get it. I would just say what you could do is you can go to, and I recommend this all the time, you can go to dribble.com, go over here, look for some basic designs that you can help yourself with. So for example, if you want to design a dashboard, something simple, right? Look for something very, very simple that you can easily integrate. And it doesn't have to be hard, right? The whole purpose is to just build it yourself and see how far you can go with it. It doesn't have to also be exact too. And the more you do this, the more intuition that you will build and the better you'll become. So for example, I would say, for example, can I pause this? No, it's not gonna let me pause it. That's kind of whack. So I'll give you an example. You could basically look at something like this, right? And you don't have to build it exactly the way it looks, right? You can just focus on how you can render items where they should belong. Like for example, you can render it in one row, right? You can learn how to render things in a row in a vertically aligned list like this. You can learn how to use grids to render things at a specific area and then have them become responsive. So if you can see like right over here, when I look at this design, I'm like, okay, well, I can imagine that this top over here could be a grid or a flex box. If it was a flex box, I would just set this to something like, you know, maybe justify content, set it to space between, and let each element stay fixed like this, right? Then down here, it could also be a flex box. And then down here could also be a flex box as well, right? If you want to think of it in terms of grids, maybe you could have this be one grid element, this be one grid element, and this be one grid element. This whole thing could be one grid element, right? And this thing could be one grid element, and this could be one grid element. So I would say I would say practice focusing on positioning elements, and then look at styles, and then look at styles as inspiration on what you can do to apply to your actual elements for CSS when you're styling them. And like I said, it doesn't have to be exact, but once you keep doing this and keep using it as practice, it's a good starting point in my opinion. That's how I got better over time, was by just looking at some of these applications, some of these designs, and you know, didn't build it from scratch, but use it as inspiration to see what I could possibly do. Hopefully that makes sense.
I never have even heard that said. I'm definitely look at the building position. Thanks so much. No worries, Simpleston. I wish you the best of luck, my friend. We're always here to help no matter what. So if you have any other questions, everyone here is always happy to help you out. So feel free to come back whenever you'd like. Hey, what's going on, Michael? How are you? Excuse me. Alright, let's see how this looks like if I log in my other account. I've been lurking, but I'll definitely stick around. Awesome, man. I don't check Dribble that much. I just create generic designs based on round quarters, box, and sec shadows. Alright, so this is what it would look like, obviously, if we had actual avatars. So that's something that we'll work on later. But at least now, if the user is on a screen of 1,000 pixels or less, this is what it would look like. And I think what we'll do is, if it gets smaller, I think we'll just show like the whole conversation. And when they click on it, we'll just take them to... I think that's probably going to be one of the tricky parts. Because, like, how would I make it so that I hide... Well, okay, if they're on the conversations page, then it should only show 34. So if they're on the conversations page, this whole screen should show the conversation. If they're on the actual page itself, the sidebar should be hidden, I think. That's what I believe. Because, like, if you're on the smaller screen, let's say you're on, what's the iPhone 12 Pro. Yeah, this would not look good. So we would 100% need to hide this scroll bar. And yeah, I think we could get it to work. Man, I never understood how I could make that good of a responsive design. I mean, this isn't really that good. But yeah, so like for example, if the screen width is greater than, there might be a way that we can, let me see. Yeah, it would be toggleable. But like basically, if we get to this screen, I want to 100% hide all this sidebar. So I would just not show this at all. And conversation panel would not be shown at all. And outlet should need to, so I think outlet would have to be something else, but I'm not sure though. Or maybe outlet needs to be rendered no matter what, because if you don't render outlet, you won't be able to get the actual conversation. That will not render at all, as you can see. So you must render the outlet, so that must be rendered 100%. I think what I could do though is maybe I could probably, yeah, I don't know, that's really difficult. Interesting. What if I did this? Let me actually see something. I wonder what would happen if I change the width of compact sidebar to a, let me see. Right now the width of compact sidebar is 100 pixels, but what if I did auto? Okay, and then I don't render the panel, but I'll still have this, and I would have to subtract the width of this sidebar, which I think is 90 pixels if I remember correctly. Let me check. What's the width of this? 80 pixels. So I could probably do flex calc. Can I even use calc? 100% minus 80 pixels like that. So now this scroll bar is gone. Of course, I would have to fix this part as well. But what I could probably do maybe is make it so that we can have this sidebar expand 100%. Let me see. Seems like that doesn't want to expand anymore. There we go. So you can expand it like this, right? When you click on it, it should take you to the conversations page, but it shouldn't show the sidebar though. Yeah, a little bit tricky, because you can see right now it still shows it over here, which is not good. When you click on it, it can take you. Well, you do need the outlet no matter what in order to render it. If you have, I mean, you could also hide the sidebar. Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. Make it horizontal on small screen. Yeah, I guess you could, but then that means the user would have to. I don't really think that's a good idea to, like, you know, horizontally scroll, because I don't really see any apps that ever do that when it comes for messaging. It just feels weird. But that's like a concept that I would go about though. But it is a little bit weird. It is a little bit weird with like it is a little bit weird with React Router version 6. Because if it wasn't for React Router, I could have this, and I just have to navigate to another page that's entirely independent from the outlet. But right now the outlet is messing this up for us, so. But what I could also do is I could just also hide the sidebar as well. Completely. Right? I could just hide the sidebar completely as well. So maybe what I could do is if the user's in a conversation, we can hide it. That would add more complexity to the UI state. So really, really interesting stuff going on. Really, really, really interesting stuff. But that's a little proof of concept for you all when it comes to responsiveness. But yeah, let me go ahead and create a new branch. Save this from responsive. Move this back to master branch. No, there we go. Okay, so we have that in progress right now. Do you guys want to test the app? There's like 70 of you here. I don't want to bore you guys to death, so do you guys want to test it? That is if you guys want to, though. So that way, those of you who have been watching for some time, can actually you know, play around with it. There's like, it says like there's 70 people here, but I don't know if there's actually 70 people. If you're here, you know, and don't be shy. Like, feel free to say hello. Don't be shy. Let us know that you guys are not a bot. What's going on, Yassine? How are you? Gigafied, welcome to the stream. I'm doing good, thank you. Alright, so yeah, I'll go ahead and like push the latest changes. I think I have not done that yet, so let me do that real quick. Because the latest changes, we had added a lot of cool stuff, so that's good. We added a max length to the message field, so that way people can't just spam large walls of text. Hey Rahul, how are you? Welcome. How's it going for you? Alright, you guys ready? Alright. Just don't use your real information when you sign up, alright? Oops.
Alright, and when you create your account, you can try sending me direct message using my email. So now it shows you the conversation that's selected. So when you have this selected, it's highlighted. And you have multi-line messages as well. Alright, let's try creating a group. I'm gonna just go ahead and add you guys to a group. And also, when you create a message, it automatically sends the message that you added before. Before it didn't do that, so that was fixed. So I'm the owner. You can see the icon. I'll give owner to Lassie. And you can see that they are now the owner. You can also try leaving a group too. And try kicking users. Hey Vaughn, how are you? So I think I just got kicked from a group. Eating right now, coming in 5 minutes test. Good, good. And you not tired? Nope, not tired at all. Not tired at all. I'm not gonna lie. This extension, the Dark Reader extension, actually makes this UI look a lot better, if I'm being honest with you. Multi-line messages work great. Yeah, I think before I implement this card thing, I would like to allow 2 features. 1, profile pictures, and 2, the actual banner. And then also like an about me. So I think what I'll do, oh shit, I gotta fix this part. What do you do? What do you mean? Like, what have we done so far? Just some fix-ups with the text and everything for the last couple hours. Need to check white space message filter not to be sent. Yeah, I think if you try to send white space, nothing's gonna happen. So if I do this, there we go. We actually trimmed the white space, so if you do enter with white space, it doesn't work. See, I'm hitting enter, nothing's happening. Dude, your Discord bot dashboard series is just amazing. Thank you, iClipper, and I'm glad that you like it. Bro, use C++ if you want more performance and connect with React. I think I'm gonna pass on that for now. Make replies too.
If I want more performance, I'll just use assembly language. Saw an empty message. Where did you see that? Where did you see the empty message? Where is it? Let me see. Oh, you know what it is? You might have how does it is? You might have confused it with like, because right now over here it looks like there's an empty message over here. It's actually a multi-line message right over here. I will solder the board myself for that faster compile time. Okay. Let's see. If you made many functions and it slows your chat app, use C++. I know it's not easy, but it will increase more performance. I noticed we're able to do this. Oh no, I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I just think that I think that would probably be the last thing I would do right now. I mean, it's not a bad idea, especially like if you want to be serious with building like a chat platform, using like an actual compiled language that's closer to like the native operating system is definitely not a bad idea. Yo, Ping, what's going on, man? How are you? Welcome. How's it going, my friend? You are still coding. Awesome. Welcome back. The compact sidebar not committed yet? Yeah, that's just an experimental feature. It's not ready. It's not ready yet. Let me move this screen over here. It's not ready yet. Let's see. Let me do some research real quick. How to make pagination chat messages that scroll to top. We're working on that right now, actually, but it was a little bit buggy, so. I think you're the only one creating videos about hard projects. I think you're the only one creating videos about hard projects like Discord bot dashboard and many things. I like your videos. Keep going, bro. You'll be an amazing YouTuber. Thank you, Mohammed. I really appreciate that. It means a lot to me. I think another to develop early is the right-click context menus. Same as you can use Elixir or some other lang. Yeah, I think the next feature that I want to work on is probably Friends feature. This is in progress right now. Um, this is in progress. This is in progress. This is in progress, but it's still being worked on. Yeah, maybe friends feature will be the next thing I work on, and what I'll do is I'll make it so that we can also add profile picture and everything. Yeah, we're using a NestJS built-in package for rate limiting. Well, not built-in, but NestJS has a package called Throttler that can take care of rate limiting. So that's what we'll be using for that. Okay, I think this is how I'm gonna design. What are you using for task tracking? I'm using Asana right now. As you can see, this is a program called Asana. I personally like it a lot. You can use your tutorial to do it. Yeah, guys, I'm gonna watch my own tutorial to learn how to rate limit. You're right. All right. So let's work on our friends feature. So I think maybe when we have a friend.ts. All right, let's see. Export class friend entity friends. All right, so I think what we'll do is, let's see, a user will have many friends, and a friend can, yeah, I think it would just be a one-to-many relationship. I think primary generated column, ID number, okay, and what we'll do is we'll need both of the users that are friends, okay. Settings page where user change. Yep, we'll do that too. Yeah. So I think maybe what we'll do is for friend, there can only be two people that are friends, right? So we'll always have at most two users. So user one, user two. So it'll be very similar to how we have the relationship between conversations, you know. So we'll have that. Let me see. Should I use GraphQL instead of MongoDB? Well, GraphQL is not a database like MongoDB. GraphQL is used for querying data. So you would actually use both of them in hand in hand. How do I want to do this? So a user can have many friends, but a friend can have many users. I guess that could make sense. So that would be a one-to-many, many-to-one. So this would be a one-to-many. So let's do this. One-to-many, friend, So what's this? Many to many. Wait. A friend can have many users, and a user can have many friends. So it should be many to many, not many to one. Yeah, in terms of uniqueness, we'll have to query the database and see if there's two records that exist. So for example, if I query a database where the ID of friend has both of those IDs for the user, then that means they both have a relationship. That means they're both friends. But I don't want to do it this way though. I feel like it's weird. But I feel like it's the right way to do it though. Let me see. I'll do it the cheap way for now. I'll do it the cheap way. I'll kind of just do it the cheap way for now. Just so that I can test that it works and then we'll optimize it a little bit. I don't really like using many-to-many relationships with type ORM. Let me see. Many-to-many. Because a user can have many groups and a group can have many users. If I use many-to-many, that's also fine too. Because we can detect the friendship by looking for two IDs. But I'll just do it this way for now. Okay. Let's see. We'll create date column. Let's see, what else do I want? Maybe like a blocked. We'll worry about that later. So, okay. We have friend, sender, receiver, receiver, sender, okay. So that means that we actually can't even do it like this then. So yeah, I think that's fine. We'll have a one-to-one relationship to friend. Wow, you've been streaming for 9 hours in a row, bro. Interesting. It doesn't even feel like it's been 9 hours, to be honest with you. That's the even more interesting part. What other property should I have? So we have create at, receiver, sender, ID. I think this is fine. So how do we know who to query the friends for? Well, now when it comes to querying, how do we know who to query for? Because we want to make sure we query all the friends for the user. The same way that we query conversations, I guess, yeah. We can query the friends the same way that we query the conversations. So when we call get conversations, we basically do creator ID or recipient ID. Okay. Yep, that's fine. In the same way. That can represent friends. Okay. So how will this API work? That is the question. Daniel, what's going on, man? Welcome back to the stream. How are you? Your tummy hurts? What happened? Did you eat already, or was it the food that you ate last time? What's going on? Probably yesterday's food. What did you eat? If you don't mind sharing. Prosciutto? I don't think it was too fresh. Well, that's not good. Well, hopefully it goes away soon. So that way you can get the whole day to yourself. And you don't have to let your stomach prevent you from doing fun things. It is currently 4 AM right now. Bro, are you still here? Go take some short break. What time do you normally wake up? Around 2 AM. It's not gonna stop me from code. So you'll pull an all-nighter and go sleep after you stop streaming, or you'll sleep later. I mean, I actually woke up at like around 6 PM because I had a really bad stomach ache and my voice was like weird earlier, so I was kind of like sick this morning. That's why like I didn't really stream at 2. So I actually slept in today a little bit because I was really sick. And so I've actually been up since 6, so that's why I'm not tired. Why do you pass inject in constructor when you can do it outside? I didn't know that you could do it outside actually. I've always just done it in the constructor because that's what the docs recommended you to do. I make a cup of coffee for your head. I'd appreciate that. Thank you. How do you learn how to code? You can start with either reading through a textbook that colleges use, or you can either use a YouTube video. No, the stomachache was actually because yesterday what happened was I ate these leftovers that I had left outside the fridge that I originally thought that I put in, and so when I microwaved it, yeah, it was just really bad. But I felt better like after like a couple hours later though. But it wasn't because of like my sleep habits, because I usually wake up very early and then I sleep very early. So weird coincidence. What did you eat? Yeah, it was like I think it was like leftover Chipotle because I had ate half of it, and then I decided to save it for later on. All right, let's see. So we have this Friends API route set up right now. Okay. Has this been mapped? Oh wait, no, not yet. Let's do controllers. friends controller. There we go. And of course, we'll need to import type or module in here for feature friend. There we go. All right. So basically, when we call this endpoint, we'll need the authenticated user. So auth user. I think this will be a post request, and I think we will need a as a request body the ID of the user that they want to friend, or actually, well, they're gonna need their username, so we'll need a username as well. Let's see, entities friend. Right now we only have emails, but we need entity. How did you master coding skills? I mean, I don't want to say I mastered coding skills. I would say that I have became proficient, where I can learn literally almost anything that I want, and through practice I was able to get good with it. So I don't want to say master though. I would say experienced. But what I would tell you is to just be patient and just learn little by little. Don't try to overload yourself with too much work that you cannot handle. Don't try to learn too many things at once. There are some people where they are capable of learning all those things. That's because they are less sensitive. Some people are not like that. And you have to take little by little and build that solid foundation. Once you build that solid foundation, you can use that to your advantage to learn anything that you want and take on more load. Hi Anson, I started programming 2 weeks ago with your Discord JS guide. Your guide are really well made and so understandable. Also, for me, that English isn't my first language. Well, I'm glad that you enjoy it, and I'm glad that it's helping you out a lot. So thank you for the awesome comment. I really appreciate that. Do you need a level of intelligence to become a pro coder? No, not really. I mean, I would say that intelligence, you know, natural intelligence, like IQ, right? It could definitely enhance someone's ability to become a really good problem solver. But you know the saying, hard work beats talent, where talent, what was that saying again? Like hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. So someone could be intelligent, but not work a single day of their life. And comparing it to someone who works hard every single day, the person who works hard every single day would be way better than the person who is talented, naturally talented, but doesn't work at all. You know, so as long as you put your mind to it, as long as you just tell yourself that you can do it, as long as you just, believe in yourself, you'll get to that point that you want. Is the app down? Yeah, I just turned it off. I can turn it back on if you guys want, but I saw like a lot of people got off, so I decided to just turn it off. But I'll turn it back on later though. Do your channel have data science playlists? I want to study data science. I'm not really into data science, so I haven't made any videos related to that yet. But there are a lot of channels that do focus on data science though. Or do you think that we do need to be good maths to be? You don't need to be good at math to be a good developer. Like, I mean, you guys can see, like, right now in the entire project, I have barely used much math at all. If anything, the only math that I use is just like subtracting and adding by 1. You don't need any complex math like calculus or, you barely even need algebra for programming, really. Those things really are more like when you are getting into like more theoretical side of things, like proofs, discrete math, stuff like that is when you'll actually do that. But aside from that, no, you don't really need math, honestly. So I think for now, I'll just use email because we don't have a username feature yet, but we will need to migrate this to username once we get the username feature. So let's do app body, create friend DTO. You must be earning so much seeing you are so good at coding. I make a decent amount. But it's not about the money though, honestly. Like, for me, it's about just enjoying what I love to do and just being happy in general. It's not about money for me. Create friends. Create But I mean, coding is a very, very valuable skill that not everyone can do. And so the fact that you have the willpower to start learning and just get started with it is really good, and it shows encouragement. The only thing is that you just need to be dedicated and consistent. And that's where you find out who really will make it and who won't. You know what I mean? Do you work in Google? Maybe, maybe. Maybe I work at Google. Who knows? Maybe. Any advice in relation from devs for you? Because I don't think I'll have time for it. What do you mean by relationship for devs? What do you mean by that, Huang? First time seeing control on classes all new to me. Yeah, like this is NestJS, the backend framework, and this is just like a decorator for this whole class, which just marks it as a controller for the entire Nest app. Let's see, create friends params. Alright, so what I'll do is this dot friend service, create friend, pass in that create friend DTO. And now what we'll need to do is we need to go into the service layer, and we'll need to basically go over here, and we'll need to inject the repository friend private read-only friend repository. I mean, having a girlfriend, I mean, that's not really a thing related to only devs. I think that's just more of a general thing, you know? Oh, well, I think you mean general relationship. I mean, you know, honestly, the thing with relationships is that you should not. I would say this, and this is just for only me personally, is you should only worry about relationships once you have established yourself and, you know, when you know who you are, when you love yourself as a person. I think then is when you should start looking for someone to grow with as in a relationship. Because if you don't love yourself right now, if you don't take care of yourself, if you don't have things going on for you, you're going to try to rely on someone to make yourself feel happy. And I think that is not a good idea, because that will only create more problems later on in the future. So I would say right now, focus on yourself, focus on, you know, your priorities. Once you get all that set up, you know, naturally things will go the way that you want. Because if you try to chase after a relationship, you know, I'm not saying that it will end up bad, because you never know what could happen, right? You never know what can happen if you don't try. But, you know, I feel like sometimes the best thing that comes in life are the things that just happen unexpectedly, you know? And trying to force things to be the way that you want it to be when it's just not really how it's supposed to be is not natural, and it's very unorthodox. But, you know, I mean, I would say, you know, just enjoy life, you know, just be happy with yourself. Just love yourself, take care of yourself, love your friends, love your family, and just figure out who you are as a person. Once you figure out all of that stuff, you know, the girlfriend will come naturally, or boyfriend, you know, whichever way, you know, like, you know, it doesn't really matter which one, but, you know, that's just how it should be, you know. But the biggest thing though is self-improvement and making sure that you have yourself, right? Because if you chase after someone and then they leave you, who are you going to have, right? Like, even you might have a lot of friends, but they might not be there all the time for you. So you need to make sure that you have yourself first. You need to make sure that you know who you are as a person first before you can even get yourself into a relationship. Because if you don't have that one person, who you're going to have left? The only person that you'll have is yourself. But when you figure out who you are as a person, when you have, you know, established your goals and your priorities and everything in life, no matter what happens, like something really tragic could happen, you know, that it won't faze you, because you've already been through a lot already, you know. You have things established for you, so those things won't really matter to you anymore. When managing state in your app gets complicated and messy, sounds like you've gone through so much, like the situations that matured you. Absolutely. You don't have to chase a relationship to improve chance. Make sure you get a place where you can meet girls. I agree. You'll know at which point you'll need state management library like Redux. Bro, I took a quick nap and you're still alive. Wow. Yeah, welcome back, Tyson. Good evening. JavaScript is very difficult for me, which is such a specific way for me to learn it correctly. I could recommend you my video if you want. I put a lot of time and effort into it to explain all the basic concepts, so I think you will like it a lot. I'll send you the link right now. Here we go. I'm gonna be right back real quick. Let me use the bathroom. Alright, I'm back. Thanks, bro. My parents and relatives always ask me about my relationship. That's really annoying, but Asian parents always ask questions like that. Yeah, no, I understand that. But, you know, I think maybe they just want to rush you, and you should just take your time and just be patient with that, and, you know, just live your life, you know? Okay. So in order for this to work, we need to make sure we actually check the database to see if there is already a friendship between the two, which is the user who's sending the friend request and the person that is receiving the friend request. Now, let's see. This is going to be really interesting because, because now now that I think about it, we also need to keep track of, you know, accepted or pending, right? So I think what should happen is, if there is a friendship, then that means the status of it should be accepted. So there should be three statuses: accepted, pending, blocked. Right? If the status is accepted, then it doesn't really matter who the sender or the receiver was. If the status is pending, then it matters, right? Receiver, okay. Hi, please reply this if you can. I create a schedule for employee and I have credit schedule for Sunday. How can I set data one row? Sorry, bad English. That's kind of like a difficult question to answer without any context around it. Let me see. Okay, so yeah, basically we want to have a status as well, the status of the friendship. So let me just go over here. Let's create a type. Let's do export type friend status. If it's rejected, we don't really care if it's rejected. That doesn't really matter. Accepted, pending, blocked. Okay. Okay, so we'll do friend status. And this will just be a simple column. Like that. All right. And so now we basically just need to check to see if there is a friendship between the two users first. So that's not going to be hard. We can just go ahead and create a function inside our service. Is friends. Okay. And this will take two parameters. It'll take the ID user 2. Not really the best parameters, but I'll just leave it like this for now, just because I really want to get this working. So let's do this. Let's go over here, and then we'll go ahead and implement is friends. Okay, and what we'll do here is we'll just do this return this.friend repository.find one where. And what you want to do is you want to check to see if the ID matches either user one ID. Let me see this real quick. Oh wait, whoops, not ID. It should be sender ID user 1 ID, receiver ID user 2 ID, or the other way around, where sender user 2 ID and user 1 ID. Okay, and so this will check to see if they, and we should also make sure that the status is also there too, because if the status is status and the status is accepted, there we go. Would you be using SQL database as you would have to say the credentials users? Yes. Yes. All right, so is friends. So this will ensure that we are checking to see that there is a friendship between these two users, whether they're sender or receiver, and we have to do it the other way around. So you see over here, we're checking to see if sender is user 1 ID, receiver is user 2 ID, or the other way around. So sender is user 2 ID, or receiver matches user 1 ID. And of course, the status has to be accepted. So the create friend function should take in a couple parameters. It's supposed to take in the email, as well as the user ID. User ID. Do I know Supabase? Nope, I do not, unfortunately. Sorry about that. Let's see, params, there we go. All right, so we have our parameters. Now we just have to go into here, and we do just need to pass in const params equals email. There we go. So are you making a chat application, which is a web application or Windows application? It's for web. It's for web. Okay, so we'll need to pass in sender ID, and then we'll need to pass in a second ID. So we'll go ahead and search for the user first. So we'll need the user service in our code. Inject services dot users private only user service user service. Our code is going to throw an error. Let's do this. You're going to see that says user service provider, blah, blah, blah. Gotta go into our friends module, and we need to import that users module like that. And that error will go away. And now what we want to do is we want to search for the user or the receiver. So equals await this dot user service dot find user, find it by ID, params dot. Well, actually, we want to find it by email. Sorry, params the email. Okay, let's add async confirmatory over here. And so if there's no receiver, we'll just throw new exception. Let's create some exceptions. We'll just throw a user not found exception like that. Okay, so if there's no user found by that email, we'll just throw a user not found exception. Let me also just take this a little bit as well. Okay, cool. All right, so now if there is a receiver, we'll check to see if the user is friends. So we'll just take this code over here, copy that out, paste that here. So we'll do if friendship exists, const friendship exists. We'll change to exists type here, and we'll do await this dot friends. Okay, and so this will return true. This will return a friend instance if it exists or not. So if it doesn't exist, then we'll create it. Well, what we'll do is if it does exist, we should probably not do anything. So we'll just do a console log. Friendship exists. Return. Probably won't do anything. Otherwise, if the friendship does not exist, we want to create it. So what we'll do is const new friend equal const friend equals this dot friend repository dot create. Pass in the well, actually I need to send the user object actually, so let's do this. Let's go inside types, let's change this to user. Okay, and then we'll go over here and then we'll just make this a user, and that means we'll just do user.id as the sender, and that should fix that. No more errors, cool. Okay, and so what we'll do is we'll say French repository, and let's look at the entity again. So sender and receiver. So I'm gonna go ahead and just name this sender.id. Okay. Sender, and we need the receiver like that. What's going on here? Receiver. Can I spell today? Receiver. I can't spell today, sorry. It's receiver. There we go. And status should be accepted. Oh, actually, no. This should be pending. Pending. Because we're sending the friend request. I should really call this send friend request. Or create friend request is what the function should be called. Create friend request. There we go. Perfect. So the status will be pending. Okay. Return this dot friend repository save friend. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and return this to here, and we'll return this to here. Why don't you use Python? I heard it can reduce code size considerably. I don't have anything against Python. I'm just like a lot better at JavaScript, and I've been using it consistently for some time, so I just never really had the chance to really get into Python that much. I have used it in the past for some Discord bots and a Django project, but I haven't really used it since then. Okay. Const params equals status sender receiver status pending, and let me just go ahead and just move this here. Copy that. Oops. There we go. Tidy that up a little bit. What's going over here? Yeah, it's kind of annoying. Yeah, that's fine. How much of a learning curve does Nest have over Express? I mean, I would say that Nest is not that difficult to learn, and the reason why I say that is because there is a lot of great documentation on the official NestJS docs that explains everything very well, like what this is and what that is, right? So I would say that if you give it a shot and see how far you can go, I think you would find yourself in a good position. All right, so let's try to create a friend. Right now, let me go ahead and just do one more thing. Okay, so let's try to create a friend. So let's go over here. Let's create a friends collection. Friends. Let's go ahead and do new request. Create a friend request. So this will be a post. API URL. Creating a friend, if only that was possible. It will be. Once we deploy this app, you can create as many friends as you want. So /API/friends. So if I click send, it's going to say email should not be empty. All right. So who am I logged in as at? All right. So we're Anson. So now I want to go ahead and create a friend with, let's say, what if I were to pass in an invalid email or an email that doesn't exist, right? User not found. Okay, good. So it works. Let's try to create a friend with Ibrahim@anson.com. Internal server error. Let's find out what happened. No entity column receiver was found. It might be an issue with our type ORM entity. Let's double check. When and why did you first learn to code? Well, I mean, to answer the when, I started in 2016, and to answer the why, it was because I was a computer science major, and as a computer science major, you need to learn how to code, of course. Now, to answer the question on why I decided to do computer science, I'm gonna be honest with you, I really don't know. At the moment, I didn't really know what I wanted to do, so I just thought that computer science was what I wanted to do. And so I went with it, and I, realized that it was something that I was actually liking, so yeah, I just continued from there. Alright, there we go. So you can see that we have our friend request right now. Okay. We have status pending, sender, and then we have receiver. Okay. So now if I try to create the friend request again, it shouldn't work actually. This is actually not supposed to happen. Okay, no, this is not good. This is not good. This is not good. This is not good. It's creating multiple. Alright, let me test this again. Alright, let's try this. So 1. Okay, so we gotta double check our code. So we created one friend request now. Oh wait, you know what it was? So we created one. There was none found where status was accepted. Okay, good. Okay, so did I pass in the correct values? So sender.id, receiver.id. Oh, I see. So you can create as many friend. Okay. No. I get it now. So this is for checking to see if it's accepted. Okay. So if it's pending, so I guess we can only allow the user to create one friend request. So now you can see that in the logs this friendship exists. Okay. And so that's good. So that means we're not creating duplicate records. I think we should probably separate this to a different table though. Friend requests. I don't really think it matters, honestly. I think this is fine. Okay. So let's see. Is friends. I think maybe we may have I think what we should do is we should keep this as accepted. And then we should create a different function to check the status of the friend request. Is friend request pending? And we'll use the same parameters. So let's implement that. So it will literally just be the same exact thing, but instead of status, it'll be pending. Instead of accepted, it'll be pending. So the correct function we'll call it is friend request pending. Okay. So if it is pending, we'll just say friendship request pending. Okay. Cool. So this is going to be the endpoint for sending a friend request. So we'll go ahead and create an exception that says friend request pending. How do you test your API in VS Code? The extension is called Thunder Client. No worries, you're welcome. So if the friend request exists, we'll throw a new friend request pending. Okay, so watch this. If I click send, friend request pending. Good. That's how it should work. Okay, so this is for creating a friend request. So let's go ahead and Where's my source control? Does my source control want to work? There we go. Okay, so so this is for creating a friend request. So now we need to create a couple of other endpoints to actually accept the friend request, cancel, reject the friend request, etc., etc. So watch this. So we'll do maybe accept the friend request. So I think accept would probably be maybe put. Put is, yeah, I think maybe put might be fine. Maybe post. I don't know. Post. Post would basically, I think it'd be patch. I don't know. Post. Oh, we'll just use post. We won't think so much about it right now. Accept friend request. Tips for beginners learning to code. Just be patient. Learn everything one by one, and don't rush it, and you'll be fine. So we'll need the ID for this, and then accept. I would say if you're just starting out, right, what you should do is you should go ahead and just read through the book. If you're following a book, if you're following a YouTube video, pay close attention. As you are watching the video or reading the book, understand what is going on by reading or watching or listening, right? And as, let's say, for example, if you're watching a video, as the instructor or the person who's teaching you how to code, as they're writing code, follow along, and then try to like branch out from the video by testing things out on your own. Like, for example, if they teach you about how variables work, right? Practice declaring variables by yourself. Practice concepts like that, like string concatenation, adding two variables together, addition, subtraction, things like that. And be patient. Don't rush it. That would be my tip for beginners. Okay, so accepting a friend request will just basically be auth user. I think you should put, you think so? I think maybe put might be better. The difference between put and patch is put is for updating the whole thing, I think, and patch is for updating an entity. Though I think maybe put would probably be fine. We'll just do put. ID accept. Okay, so we'll definitely need the ID of the friend request, which is not going to be hard to figure out. And so in the request body, well, actually, do we really even need? Because like on the UI, when you render out all of the friend requests, the friend request will be mapped by its own ID. So we don't really even need to. We just need to make sure we validate. I think patch would be better, right? Because we're not updating the whole thing. So I think patch would actually be better, not put. What DB are you using? I'm using MySQL. Okay, so we still need to validate though to make sure that that they can actually accept the friend request. Though actually, you know, one thing that's bad is that yeah, I think we can create as many friend requests as we want, as long as the status is pending. Then, well, okay. We'll have to test it out later. Hold on. Is it possible to use MySQL to this project? I mean, we are using MySQL. Does NestJS have its own ORM? It doesn't have its own, but it does have wrapper packages for type ORM and Prisma. Are you using Prisma or type ORM? I'm using type ORM for this project. So let's create a function for our service. So let's do go to definition. So for the parameters, we'll need both the user IDs. So we'll actually no, we'll need the friend request ID as well as the friend request parameter. So we'll need the ID of the friend request and the user that is trying to accept the friend request. Why do you choose type ORM instead of Prisma? I mean, I've used type ORM for most of my projects, so I'm more proficient with type ORM, and I've used it for several projects before. Prisma I'm not really that familiar with. I've only used it maybe like once or twice for a next project, and so and I personally like type ORM a lot over Prisma, to be honest. So that's also another reason why. I have nothing against Prisma though, but I do like type ORM a lot, so that's why I decided to use it. I don't like Sequelize though. That's one thing that I will say is I don't personally like Sequelize, if I'm being honest with you. So to accept the friend request, what we'll do is, let's see. So we first need to make sure that the friend request actually exists. So that's what we'll do. So let me just close this out for now. Yeah, no, you're good, man. No worries, no worries. I think Prisma is really good for Next. Like, for example, if I were to use a Next project, I would probably not use type ORM if I was using a NestJS project. Is Prisma and type ORM something like database manager? It's not a database manager. It's an object relational mapper, and what that means is basically you can create plain old JavaScript objects that can map to a database record. So for example, right, typically with ORMs you'll create something like a schema. In my situation, I'm creating a class, right? You can see that I have my conversation class. Every single one of these fields that you see that are defined in this class is going to be converted to an actual column in a database table. So basically what type ORM and Prisma and these tools like Sequelize, Mongoose, what they do is they basically take the class or the schema that you declared and they create a table in the database, okay, programmatically. And for that table that they create, they will also create all of these columns as well. And also they'll create all of the other one-to-one, one-to-many, many-to-one, many-to-many relationships, as well as any indexing and stuff. So ORMs are, like, you know, really, really useful, and they're actually like mandatory for your application. Like, you don't want to, you know, you write an entire application without using an ORM, like relying only on, like, you know, like writing raw SQL or MongoDB query statements. ORMs actually take care of a lot of stuff for you, and they can take care of prepared statements, so that way you're less prone to SQL injections. Where do you host your DB? Right now, I'm just using a. Right now, I'm just hosting it on the same server that I'm running the application on. Sorry, I'm a little late to this. Do you create the backend project within the React project, or are you working with a frontend project and a backend project? Yeah, so we have two separate. Projects. We have front end and the back end. Front and back end. So we have the React project, which is the front end, and then we have the NestJS project, which is the back end. They're two separate folders. Do you prefer code first for ORMs or generate objects from DB? I honestly prefer code first. So basically, I prefer writing my entities and actually having the ORM itself generate all the tables, doing all that stuff for me. ORM can be slow though. So what alternative do you think would be better if ORMs are slow? What do you think about Angular? I think Angular is a great framework that a lot of people overlook, and I can understand why for many reasons. But I think Angular is a great framework though. Where are you deploying these, Heroku? I'm deploying it on a DigitalOcean server. So I have a DigitalOcean server that I'm running right now that I use to deploy the application. Dropper, lightweight ORM, but that's still an ORM though. I guess you mean certain ORMs can be slower, which I can agree some ORMs can have a lot of bloat. But generally speaking though, they're really good tools, and in the industry uses ORMs all the time, or they write their own inner source ORMs. I never used Nest before, and the code looks clean with decorators. Yeah, this is why I tell everyone to use Nest, because it's just so good, so much better than Express, and testing, writing unit tests and end-to-end tests is really easy in NestJS. If you guys are interested in learning Nest, I actually do have a course on my channel. I have a individual course with individual videos for each topic, which are broken down into 10 to 15 minutes or less. And I have a whole crash course that gives you a good survey of what NestJS is about. So if you're interested, you're more than welcome to checking that out. All right, so let's try this out. Accept friend request. So we need the ID of the friend request. So what we'll do is what I want to do is I want to create this. Let's see. I think I'll just do this find friend. See what I want to do here. Let's see. Const friend request. I really shouldn't call it a friend request, to be honest with you. I think what should happen, now I think about it, I think maybe what should happen is I should change this entity to a friend request. And then once they actually accept it, then I should create a friend entity. I think maybe I should do that. I don't know though. It just feels weird calling it friend and then friend request. It just feels really weird, Prisma is cool. Congrats on 20K, man. Thank you, Clipper or iClapper, however you pronounce the name. We're going for 30K next. 30K is the next goal, my friends. We are going for 30K. So let's go ahead and search for the, let's see, params, ID, user ID. Thank you for subscribing, Snapsna. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, if you guys like these live streams, I am doing these live streams all the time. Yeah, you're more than welcome to subscribe and, get notified when I go live. So what we want to do is we want to search the repository, search the database to see if there is a friend request by the ID. If there is, well, first we'll just do, if there's no friend, we'll just throw a new HTTP exception. And we'll do friend request not found.ts. This should rarely ever happen though, but we'll handle this case just in case. Exception extends HTTP exception. Constructor super friend request not found. Do I ever get a headache from coding too much? I mean, I do get burnt out, but yeah, that happens to all of us though, I think. But not right now, I don't really think I'm burnt out at all. I actually genuinely like doing this, but whenever I'm not, it's usually like with the projects where there's no purpose behind it. That's when I get like really bored and I just like kind of like quit. With this project though, there's like a lot of motivation and there's a lot of purpose behind this project, which is why like I'm really committed to this project. So if there's no friend, we'll throw friend request not found. And then what we'll do is this. If friend.status is equal to accepted, we won't do anything. We'll only do something if it's pending. So if it's already accepted, we will just go ahead and throw an error. Again, like I said, this should rarely ever happen, but we do need to validate this on the back end. Are you using WSL? I do have it, but I personally don't use it. I am I don't really use it. I have it because I was experimenting some stuff with Docker some time ago. We'll create another exception. Friend request accepted. How are we doing? We're doing good. How about you, Cavi Packs? Welcome to the stream. If you guys are brand new, you know, make sure you hit that subscribe button. We do streams all the time. If you guys are interested, I'm always open to suggestions and ideas. But the next project that we'll be working on is an e-commerce project. I'm open to ideas, so I'm not always fixated on using the same technology. So if you're interested in something with Java or Django, you know, you're more than welcome to suggest that. How are you able to code 10 hours? Lots of sheer determination. Friend request already accepted. Your site is down. Yeah, right now I turned it off because I just don't want people to, well, not people, like randoms that just stop by and DDoS server, because that happened last time because I was coding and I wasn't paying attention to what was going on, and then like these group of people came in and they were like DDoSing the server, and they were very proud of it, even though my server did not have any Cloudflare or any, you know, firewall set up. So they were really proud of DDoSing the server with like no protection, and they were like bragging about it in the chat the entire time. So I got an email from DigitalOcean, like my host provider, indicating what happened. So that's why like I have it turned off right now. How do you decide the folder structure for your React project? Do you follow these React style guides? I mean, me personally, I just keep everything in its own folder based off of its responsibility and as well as its family. So for example, on my source folder, I have components, which has all of my React components, right? I have pages, I have store. So components is for all your React components, and inside components, I'll classify each component based off of its responsibility. For example, I have a bunch of context menus inside its own folder. I have a bunch of forms that are inside its folder. I have a bunch of sidebars that are inside its folder. Same thing with pages as well. Well, the thing is, it wasn't free testing. Like, they were genuine. Like, it wasn't that they were testing the application, because I already turned off the application. Like, I turned off the API already. They were genuinely trying to destroy, like, not destroy, but like you know, overload the entire whole server. You know what I mean? And listen, like, I didn't really care so much because it was just like a 4 GB server that I was just like, you know, running off of DigitalOcean credits from the affiliate link, right? But it was just like the fact that they were bragging about it, you know, making themselves feel like they were superior because they, you know, quote unquote DDoS a server with no Cloudflare, no rate limiting, no firewall setup. Like, I don't know, it was just really cringe to me. But yeah, I just turned it off because DigitalOcean sent me an email, and I just don't want them to, you know, get angry with me and, you know, terminate my account. That would be really bad. So yeah. Back from sleep. Welcome back. This is much different than C#. I find it weird that friend works if it's not a bool type. Yeah, JavaScript, TypeScript is a very weird language for a lot of people who come from Java or C#. Which do you like, front or backend? I like backend a lot more, to be honest with you. I like backend a lot more because you don't have to worry about design and stuff. I personally really don't like working with frontend sometimes because of the design aspect of it, especially with CSS. Sometimes CSS is just really annoying. Okay, so friend.status is equal to accepted, and we'll throw a new friend request accepted exception. Hey Vong, how are you? Welcome back. So if the friend request has already been accepted, we'll throw this exception. I think we'll then need to validate to make sure that let's see. So I think when we accept the friend request, we'll also need to validate to make sure that the user can actually accept the friend request. So typically that would be the receiver. So we'll check to see if friend.receiver, because yeah, if we're the ones receiving the friend request, then we should actually you know, check the ID. Friend.receiver ID is equal to user ID. We should also let me negate this so that way I can throw an exception. New friend request. What do I want to do here? Friend, if the friend or receiver is not equal to user ID. I don't know what to call this, so I'll just do HTTP exception for now, and I'll rename it later. This is just temporarily for now. You know what? Let me call this friend request. Which section you're updating right now? What do you mean? I created a small prototype of loading more messages after reaching the last message on DM, on the same pen that I sent to you on DM. Sure, yeah, I'll take a look at that. I'll take a look at that later. I appreciate that. Thank you, Liam. So let me just throw this error for now until I can think of a better name. So friend.receiver.id is not equal to the user ID. So that's the person that's trying to accept it, then we'll throw an error. And then what we'll do is, I think from here we should be able to accept the friend request, right? So I think what we'll do is we'll just do friend.status equals accepted. And then later on, we'll need to emit a WebSocket event to the server to let them know that they accepted the friend request. It would be more transparent if separated friends and yeah, why is my phone ringing? Give me 1 second. What are the use of super? Well, super is a keyword that you can use to call the superclass's constructor. So basically, if I go over here, you can see that I am using the extends keyword to extend HTTP exception. So this is a class as well. And whenever you extend a class, you're basically inheriting all of the class's fields, methods, properties, etc., right? Typically, it's just field and methods. And so when you call super, you're really just calling the superclass's constructor. You can see over here that we have this HTTP exception class. And if you look over here, this is its constructor. Okay? And you're really just calling the constructor of the superclass. It's really all that super keyword does. Yeah, I agree. I feel like we should separate it from friends and friend requests. That's what I think. Because it just feels weird. You know, it just feels really weird, you know? I think you're right, 100%. So I think what should happen is when you accept the friend request, you should probably just create a friend record. And I think maybe it might just be better just to change this to sender ID, receiver ID, and these are just user IDs instead. Or maybe we'll just leave it like that. Yeah, I guess we could just leave it like that. Michael Anthony, how are you? I'm doing good. How about you? I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I think it would be better to change as friend request, to be honest with you. I will be right back, though. Give me 1 second. All right, sorry I'm back. Carmel, how are you? How's it going, Carmel? Which one is easy, front end or back end? I would say they're neither one of them are easy nor hard. It's just the one that you put more effort into, of course. As long I would say just pick one, and just learn it to the best of your ability. Let me see, friend requests. Accepted. Okay, so if it's accepted, then yeah, I guess then later on, if we ever need to fetch friend requests, we can always just query it in the database. But then it just makes it really annoying because then we have to query another. I guess it's fine. I guess we'll do that. Yeah, let me just do some refactoring real quick. That's fine. Hi, I am Taylor Swift. Welcome, Taylor Swift. Can you be good at front end if you're not very creative artistic? I would say that you can definitely be good at front end. And I would say that you could definitely be good at front end even if that's not the case. This is project or to fun? This is a project that is for fun, yes. Yes. Okay, so I guess I'll call this friend requests. Rename friend requests. Friend requests. Friend request controller. Friend dot requests. Friend requests. Friend requests service. And then friend dot requests. There we go. Friend request controller, friend request controller, friend request. There we go. Let's delete that. Delete that. Alright, I think we need to also go here. Let's go over here. Friend requests module. And just change to that. That should fix that issue. Let's go over to user. And go over to friend request service. Please complete this project so you can start e-commerce project with Nest. I don't know how people would feel if I did two projects at once. I don't know, how would you guys feel if I did two projects at once? Like one day I'll do this, one day I'll do that. I personally wouldn't have a problem with that, but then I just feel like I wouldn't be able to put all my focus in one project, and that's how you just never get certain projects done. I don't know. I think maybe once I implement the friends system, the profile pictures, attachments, and some of these other features, I think I'll probably just move on to a different project. Could keep content fresh. You think so? You want a sponsorship? Yeah, I want to be sponsored by... The only sponsorship that I want in life is a sponsorship from Raid Shadow Legends or NordVPN. Even though NordVPN, I don't really like NordVPN. I actually don't even use NordVPN. I use Surfshark if I ever need to use a VPN. Is it live? Do you guys want to test it out? As long as you guys just promise not to do stupid stuff, I can let you guys test it out. If you guys want to test it out, I can turn it on right now. Let you guys play around with it. Just don't do anything stupid. create database chat app DB. All right. If you already tested it out already, you will need to make a new account because, like I said, I drop the database every single time. Just make sure that you don't use your real information. Like, don't use your real email. Don't use your real name. Don't use your real password, obviously, because this is just only in test mode, and I don't want you guys to use any of that. So yeah, go to that link and just sign up for an account. I mean, I can just give you a quick demo real quick. So I'll show you. So I'll create an account. Then I'll log in. Okay. And so you can try creating some private conversations with myself. You can try creating some group conversations. You can use my email, anson@gmail.com. Try, adding me to a group if you want. Try creating a private message with me, etc., etc. Yeah, play around with it. I have created Yammer VS Code for fun. Give it a try later. Sure. That's sick, man. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. And welcome to the stream. Got a lot of new faces here, so welcome everyone. If you're brand new here, welcome. We're happy to have you here. But yeah, try sending me a private message by entering my email. Just click on this button and then just type in my email, Anson, and just select it. And then obviously I'm not gonna create it with myself, but yeah, enter my email and then try creating it. Right now, for those who are wondering what we're doing right now, we are working on a friend system feature. So that way you can add friends and stuff. So you can see someone just created a conversation with myself. And yeah, so, and you can also create group conversations too. Like, go over to the group tab, click plus over here, and then, you can just type some email over here. So I'll just, enter some random stuff. And I'll just say Anson's. Hey, guard1, how are you? And then I'll just say hi, right? And then I can go ahead and transfer owner or kick users. So if I can kick, let's say for example, I can kick Marius, right? And I can add someone back if I want to. I don't really know what their email was. So let me just grab that real quick. I could probably add them back right now if I just get the email. 59. So if I add the recipient, I can add them back, as you can see, and I can also give owner to someone else. So I'll give it to Pesha. You can see now that I transferred owner, and you can see that they now have the owner icon, and they can do whatever they want. They can kick someone, they can transfer owner, they can do whatever. I want to improve my programming skills. Do you have tutorial for C#? I do not have videos on C#, unfortunately. You have used socket in this. Yes, we have. Damn, that's cool. How many hours have you put in this project? I think total probably at least 100 hours by now. If you add up all the hours that I spent on live stream and subtract maybe like 20 hours, that's how much total hours that I would say I've put into this project. What alert are you using, Anson? What do you mean by alert? Check PM, sure. Let's see. But yeah, like you can do whatever you want. Yeah, you can, yeah. Right top side alert. Where are you talking about? Are you talking about like right top side? I'm not sure what you mean. So I just created a big group as well. When you kick, there's an alert. Where? So if I kick, let me kick this user. Which alert? Oh, are you talking about this? Like the context menu? This one? This is the context menu, yeah. Seems like I can't add that user back. That's interesting. Probably a bug. I should be able to add the user back. What UI library? I'm not using a UI library actually. I built every component from scratch. Alex, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Can we know which... hello. Am I here? Am I here? Test, 1, 2, 3. Alright, yeah, I'm still here. I just realized that we've been streaming for so long. Holy crap. How many hours have I even been live for? I think might actually end the stream before YouTube kicks us off. Let me see, how long have I been streaming for? We've been streaming for 11 hours already. So yeah, I think we have about an hour left. Refresh worked. And you can also leave groups as well. So for example, I can leave this group and then I'm gone. I can also leave this group as well. And I can also leave this group as well. And I can also give owner to someone else. So I'll give owner to Marius, and then I'll just go ahead and leave the group as well. Archive group does not work, so don't try to use that because it's not available. But yeah. Yeah, right now we're working on the friend feature, so that way, instead of exposing all the emails, you can only add a group with friends. So yeah, that's what we're working on right now. Can we know which language you code at? I use JavaScript. Yo, what's going on, Quandavius? How are you? Welcome to the stream. Welcome back. You were here yesterday, so nice to see you here again. Let's see. So, friend request controller. All right. I think this is fine. We just made a lot of changes, but I think it's okay. So, I think basically when they accept a friend request, we should create the actual friend record. But then though, I feel like that would just be really redundant, you know what I mean? That's the reason why I decided to... I mean, I guess we could do that, but I don't know. Yeah, I think, actually, you know what? I think it's better to separate it. I think it's better to separate it. I think it would be better to separate, yeah. Because we'll have a different friends endpoint, and we don't want to confuse the two, so I think it would be better to separate them in the long run. But what do you guys think about the app so far? You guys like it? And I'll just add it back to the group, as you can see. Class friends module. It's dope. Thank you. I appreciate it. Glad you guys like it. Yeah, so basically right now, like, I'm thinking what we could do is we could probably add like an additional icon somewhere, maybe like right over here where you can add users and stuff. What happens if you don't want to be friends anymore? You can just remove them. You just remove them. Delete the friend record from the database. We'll also later on need a way to block users though. That's something that we'll have to work on later. Wait, whoops. Should be routes. I gotta also fix one more thing as well. Go inside here, and we do need to change this to friends, friend requests, friend requests. I guess you will also add a email verification to and a password validator. Yeah, of course. Well, the email verification, that's like, you know, if we were to like, you know, deploy the app for people to use, of course we need, hello. Still here? All right, you know what I'm gonna do? Let me do this. This is usually around the time when YouTube kicks us off. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Is it still lagging? I'm using MySQL. All right. Usually YouTube lags around this time whenever I'm streaming for like 11 plus hours. Let me do this real quick. All right. I'm going to end this stream. I'm going to give you guys a new link. Go to this one right over here. I will meet you guys there. Because otherwise it's just going to keep on crashing. So go to that stream. And I'm going to restart the stream over there. So I'll end this one. And I'll see you guys in that one.